And we're live. Welcome in for everybody tuning in on the YouTube stream at home. Thank you for being here. We're going to waste no time and hop straight into the debates with the Trump supporters. We, in fact, already have our first Trump supporter of the day, Mr. Tanny, on the live stream right now. So, Mr. Tanny, if you want to go ahead and speak up and take it away, tell us why you support the worst president of your 24 years of life, Donald J. Trump.
Well, he's not the worst. He's the best.
Okay, all right. Well, if you're going to say he's the best president of your lifetime, that must mean he has some pretty crazy accomplishments under his belt. What is the best policy Donald Trump has ever passed, either be it in his first or second term, that makes you consider him to be the best president of all time?
He's a fighter. Did you see him when he almost had his life taken?
Okay, well, first and foremost, that's not a policy, so you're not answering my question.
There doesn't have to be a policy.
Well, that is how
about
presidents prove their efficacy to the country, is by signing EOs into law or influencing policy through Congress. That's like their main functions insofar as how they'd impact the state of this country, right? So obviously, if you consider him to be the best president of all time, he must have some damn good policy. How about this? Let's rephrase
He's
the
got
question.
good results. Have you seen the border?
Let's rephrase the question. I no longer want you to name his best policy. I just want you to name any one of his policies.
Yeah, the border.
So the border's a word. The border's not a policy.
Can you define a policy?
Sure. A bill influenced to get passed through Congress, then signed into law, or an executive order.
No.
What?
A policy is just an action or a set of actions carried out.
So that is how, like, the president would carry his actions out. Like, for instance, you said border. Okay. Well, the way
it turns
that
out
Trump,
all we needed was a new president.
1 second. So the way that he'd like impact the border is by memorandums, EOs, or bills through Congress.
Yeah, it turns out we just needed a new president to secure the border.
So, like, what policies he passed through Congress, or what executive orders has he signed into law to secure the border?
He doesn't have to.
So so then how did he secure the border? Like what? Because if there's no policies or EOs, that would imply that there's like no material change in the function of like ICE or the Border Patrol. So obviously, right, he's got to do something, right? So what has he done? You're
He
already
sent
off to
more
a terrible
people
start.
down to the border to secure it.
Sent more people down to the border. So
Yeah.
the more border agents you have, the more you fund border security, the more secure your border is. So because border security was funded significantly more under the Biden-Harris administration than they were under Trump's first term, this means, according to your logic, the border was more secure under Biden and Harris's administration than it was under Trump's first term.
No, because there was millions of illegal aliens flooding through.
Okay, so
That's
then you
not
can't
happening with Donald
say
Trump.
that there is a necessary entailment between the amount of money you're funding the border and its security. Do you think that the Biden-Harris administration opened the border?
Yeah, they left it open.
They left it open, so that means that Trump opened it with his policy under his first term if they just stepped back and left it open?
No, Biden and Harris left it open.
So how do they leave it open? Let's talk. Did they
They
open
didn't
it?
take action to secure our border.
Okay, so you're basically saying that they stepped back, they stepped back, they didn't take action, and they rode on the coattails of the action taken by Trump in his first term. So all this means is that the policy passed by Trump in his first term opened the border, and then they stepped back, left that policy in place, took no action, and rode its coattails, which left it under their term too?
Exactly.
So Donald Trump opened the border.
No, he shut it down.
So if he shut it down under his first term, and then they stepped back and didn't do anything, then
We're not
why
talking
wasn't
about
it
his
not
first
shut
term.
down under their term?
We're talking about right now.
So I'm
about his
talking
first
about his first term, because you're the one that said they stepped back during their term and they just left the bygones be bygones. They didn't touch the border. Okay. So does this mean when Donald Trump touched the border with all of his policy in his first administration that he opened it and they just simply left it open?
So what was the border bill about that Biden was proposing?
So that's cute, but it's a pivot. I would really
It's not a
prefer-
pivot, it's a
It is.
question.
It is. Well, the question in of itself is pivoting.
That's relating to what we're talking about.
It's not at all, because it does not relate to the question I'm asking you.
If we needed a bill, then why is the border secure right now?
Okay,
Obviously,
another
we
pivot.
didn't need a bill, did we?
Can you please repeat the question I asked you?
Can you answer my question, or are you
I
just gonna
I will
evade
happily
it?
I will happily answer your question after you answer mine. The reason that I'm evading your question is because you've now asked that question after I asked you the same question 3 times without a response. And I'm not okay with getting pushed around by my guests just because you do not have a response to what I'm saying. This is supposed to be a live for transparent good faith discourse, and if you can't keep up because you don't have a response to the questions I'm asking, just let me know. Don't try to like covertly pivot and just re-ask me another irrelevant question instead. Like, let's try to, in good faith, engage in the substance of the dialogue. Once again, the question that I asked you 2 times without a response is very clear. You said that the Biden-Harris administration stepped back and left the border open under their administration via a lack of action. So does this mean that all the action Donald Trump took in his first term before they were in office, that was what actually opened the border? They just stepped back and they rode on the coattails of his open border policy and let bygones be bygones. So is that what you're saying? I just want to be clear.
No, I'm saying whatever Trump did in his first term, they didn't continue to do.
Okay,
That
like
was
what?
working.
So what did Trump do in his first term that was working that they stopped when they got the office?
The same thing he's doing right now,
Which is?
securing our border.
Mike, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. So I'm actually asking you for specific things. So what did he specifically do under his first term that secured the border that the Biden-Harris administration stopped when they gained access to the office?
By making it a priority.
So how did
Is that a
Donald Trump
priority to
prioritize
Joe
it through
Biden
his
and Kamala
policy?
Harris?
Like, I don't know how many times I need to repeat this. In fact, this is the last time I'm going to repeat this. So can you
I
like
would
listen?
run away if I were you too.
So I'm actually not running. I'm asking you for clarification on what you're saying. If anything, that would imply that I'm running straight at you. Okay, so please clarify on what Donald Trump precisely did during his first term to secure the border that the Biden and Harris administration stopped doing.
Yeah, the wall construction that they stopped.
Wall construction. Okay.
The
Well,
wall
first and
construction, the
foremost,
Great Wall of America.
So first and foremost, the wall construction under Donald Trump's first term did not secure the border. He built less than 50 miles,
not true.
equivocating to around 3%. It is true. So he built less than 50 miles of new border wall. And then
If it didn't work, then why do they go around it?
What's that?
Why do they walk around it if it doesn't work?
Would that imply that it doesn't work because they walked right around it?
No, why would they walk all the way around it if it doesn't work and prevent them from coming in?
So it only covered 3% of the border, sir.
But the 3% that it covered worked
Okay, so but in totality it didn't, right?
because it didn't get finished.
Right. And why didn't it get finished?
Because Biden stopped construction of it.
So that's actually not true. The reason it didn't get finished under Trump's first term was because he couldn't work with Democrats in Congress to get it pushed through his congressional legislation because he sucks at getting people together.
Oh, because they just fought against everything he wanted to do?
So more so, he couldn't
Like they
work
can't
with
do
it.
now anymore because we have power and you don't?
So I don't think that you're understanding the truth. The truth of the matter is that everybody in Congress is a little prissy, and in order to get them to work together, you have to make some concessions and pass bipartisan legislation. And he was unwilling to work with Democrats in Congress. It's one of those environments where you either sink or swim, and he's sunk. And funny enough, the Biden-Harris administration tried to pick up where he left off with that border construction to work with Republicans. And in that bipartisan border bill that Trump torpedoed, guess what? It included funding to build more of that glorious Trump wall than what was ever built under his first term, and he didn't want it. So Donald
It
Trump
would have
actually
allowed
thwarted
5,000 people a day to come
more.
through.
Donald Trump would have actually thwarted more construction of that wall under the Biden-Harris administration.
No, the bill would have allowed 5,000 people to come through every day.
Really? Explain it to me.
It's in the bill.
Really? Read it to me.
I don't have it in front of me.
Obviously you don't. Would you like me to clarify on what the truth is?
It would have sent more money to Ukraine.
Let's not pivot to Ukraine. Explain to me your statement.
That's
You
why
said
we didn't
that the
support the
bill
bill.
would have allowed 5,000 people to enter in every day. Go ahead and read the bill. Explain it to me.
I don't have the bill sitting in front of me.
Okay, so basically you can't explain what you're saying at all. Would you like me to explain what you're saying? Because I know what you're talking about. It doesn't sound like you do.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you so much. So basically, what you're referencing is an emergency cap of a weekly rolling average. So if there is a weekly rolling average of more than 5,000 entries, it gives the president, whoever it may be, the special authority to completely shut the border down. Now, I don't care about that special authority whatsoever. We don't have it right now. We didn't have it under Trump's first term, and I don't think it was that meaningful. The meaningful part of the bill was to expedite the legal means of entering to this country by hiring more judges, which would naturally reduce the incentivization that would have existed for undocumented entry. Now, you told me that you didn't support the bill as it included funding for Ukraine. That's not true at all. Would you like me to explain why?
No, why do you keep pivoting?
How am I pivoting?
Because you won't address the fact that the border is more secure under Trump. That's what I've been talking about this entire time.
You're pivoting. Why are you accusing me of pivoting when you're pivoting? You made the claim that
The numbers
reason.
show the
Hey,
border is more secure than it's ever been.
hey, I'm so sorry. Do you not remember what you said less than a minute ago? You said that Republicans didn't support the bill because it included funding for Ukraine. And I asked if you'd like me to explain why you're wrong. And then you accused me of pivoting. Can you just explain to me and the 5.5 thousand people watching how I'm pivoting by responding to the last thing you said?
Because you keep on rabbit trailing, you won't stay on topic.
How am I getting off topic when I'm directly responding to the very last thing you said? More specifically, the idea that Republicans didn't support the bill as it included funding for Ukraine. How can you possibly consider that to be me getting off topic? I'm asking you for a long explanation. Use more
Was there
than
more
four
border
words.
crossings under Biden or Trump?
Why are you
It's as
not
simple as
responding
that.
to the words that are coming out of my mouth?
It's as simple as that, really.
Can you acknowledge what I just said?
Can you answer my question?
I'm not going to answer a damn thing you say until you acknowledge what I just said.
I didn't hear it.
Okay, well, open your ears. You accused me of pivoting when I asked if I could respond to the last thing you said, which was that Republicans didn't support the bipartisan border bill under the Biden-Harris administration because it included funding for Ukraine. Did you or did you not say that?
I did say that.
Okay, so why would you consider it to be me pivoting when I'm responding to what you said? That's a little idiotic.
Because you still haven't addressed my point.
You just
This entire
said that
time.
the point you made was that Republicans didn't support the bipartisan border bill because it included funding for Ukraine. I'm going to address that. You're wrong. The reason why you're wrong is because the appropriations for money and funding for Ukraine, Gaza, Israel, as well as another country were separated from the border bill, and the Republicans still shot down that border bill. However, they passed all the appropriations, including funding for Ukraine. Acknowledge that you're wrong, or at the bare minimum, tell me why you're still right, even though I've been able to critique your position.
So did we need the bill or not? Was the bill necessary?
Okay, so you're not acknowledging anything I've said since you joined this live. Why are you running away from me?
Was the bill necessary or not? Because obviously it wasn't.
As soon as you tell me why you're running from everything that I'm saying, I'll consider entertaining one thing you gotta say. I've responded, I've entertained, and I've critiqued every single thing you've said. You have not acknowledged a single one of my critiques. Like, for instance, I'll be specific. The last 2 points you made was that the bill was bad because it allowed 5,000 individuals in per week. I gave a minute and a half critique to that. You didn't acknowledge it at all. The second thing you said is that the bill was bad because it included funding for Ukraine. I included a minute critique of that, and you didn't acknowledge it at all. So for us to move forward in this conversation, I'm now going to require you to acknowledge my critiques of those positions. And if you can't,
Okay.
guess what? I'm going to move on to the next guest.
Even if we grant that you're correct on both of those statements, Donald Trump still has a more secure border than Joe Biden did.
Okay, so
So
now
it
that
doesn't
you've
change anything.
now that you've granted I was correct about those two statements,
No, so
why
even
did
if we
Trump
did.
torpedo it?
Torpedo what?
That bipartisan border bill that you just conceded was good.
No, I said it wasn't even necessary. All we needed was a new president.
Okay, so you're basically saying that Donald Trump justifiably torpedoed it because it wasn't necessary?
What?
You're saying that Donald Trump torpedoed it and that was a good thing because you don't think the bill was necessary.
No, because it would have just made Republicans look bad.
So in other words, you choose Republicans looking better and Democrats looking worse over a more secure border with less undocumented
Well, we
entry.
didn't have a secure border with Biden.
Well, the claim is that it would have been more secure and there would have been less undocumented entry if the bill passed. And you prefer
That's not my
Democrats
claim.
looking worse over.
That wasn't my claim.
Okay, so then what is your claim? Why did Donald Trump torpedo the border bill?
I don't know. I'm not Donald Trump.
Do you think that when he did torpedo that border bill, he did something that was bad?
No.
Okay, why?
What did he do that was bad?
Torpedo the bill that would have reduced undocumented entry and made the border more secure.
He did that while he's president.
But it could have been done earlier if he didn't torpedo that bill. That's why I think when he torpedoed that bill, that was a bad thing. Isn't that reasonable?
No,
Why not?
we didn't need the bill.
We didn't need the bill. So in other words, once again, I was right. You are saying that it wasn't bad for him to torpedo it since it wasn't necessary. Okay, I don't know why you'd argue it's not necessary when you say you only voted for the fascists for better border security, but at the end of the day, I'll grant that it wasn't necessary, but I don't think that means therefore it was not a bad thing when he torpedoed it, since it still would have reduced undocumented entry and better secured the border years ago.
So can you acknowledge our border is more secure under Trump?
If you could respond to what I just said, I will give you my thoughts on that acknowledgement.
I don't know why he torpedoed the bill. What does that have to do with anything?
Well, I just gave you an argument why it was bad for him to torpedo the bill, and seemingly you cannot combat it.
You're saying that the bill would have prevented illegal immigrants from
It would
coming
have
in.
reduced
right?
undocumented entry. Yes.
And I'm saying we didn't even need the bill because we're seeing what Trump is doing.
So
He doesn't need a bill, does he?
why didn't you want to reduce undocumented entry earlier?
We did.
No, you stopped a bill that would have further reduced undocumented entry years ago, and you find no issue with that. Why?
Because I'm saying we don't even need the bill. Look at the border now.
So we actually did need that bill under the Biden-Harris administration, as it would have reduced undocumented entry years ago. Okay? Because that bill didn't pass, undocumented entry was not reduced because of the provisions that would have been introduced. That's common sense.
That's obviously not the case if Trump is securing the border.
So you think that the numbers of undocumented immigrants coming into America went down under the Biden-Harris administration years ago, even though that bill was never passed? That's completely incoherent. Like I
I'm
just
saying
want
it
to.
went down under Trump.
I just want to be clear. Can you like repeat what I'm saying just to make sure that my words aren't going in one ear and out the other?
Yeah, you're saying the bill would have prevented more people from coming in.
Okay, is that a true or a false statement?
It's false.
Okay, why? Day, thank you for the motorcycle.
Because Donald Trump is doing it without a bill.
Okay. So this is
Therefore,
actually,
we didn't need a bill.
So this is a fallacious position. Okay. So
How?
yeah, for the intents and purposes of me demonstrating why your position is fallacious, I'll just grant that Donald Trump has been able to reduce entry without a bill. Okay, but that doesn't mean that that bill wouldn't have reduced entry. It's not a mutually exclusive dichotomy. You're giving me a false dichotomy. You're saying that because Donald Trump's been able to reduce entry without a bill, that bill wouldn't have reduced entry. Okay, so two things could be true. Donald Trump can reduce entry without a bill, but it could also be true that that bill would have reduced entry. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So what is Trump doing that Biden couldn't have done without the bill?
I want you to repeat what I just said, so I'm ensuring that you're understanding what I'm saying. Repeat what I just said.
Yeah, you're saying that the bill can prevent illegal immigrants and so can not having the bill.
So, no, what I said was even if Trump can reduce entry without a bill, that bill still yet would have reduced entry. Meaning that earlier when you told me that I was wrong in saying that the bill would have reduced entry, you were actually the one in the wrong. So go ahead. Do you accept the proposition that that bill would have reduced entry?
No,
Why not?
because what is Trump doing that Biden couldn't have done without the bill?
I just completely dismantled that logic.
You didn't.
I did. I demonstrated how it's not mutually exclusive. Two things can be true. That bill could have reduced entry, and Trump can reduce entry right now without a bill.
So I'll use your same logic. Biden could have just not had the bill and reduced entry.
So you're
Why did
saying
he
that
need to
so you're
propose the
saying that
bill?
Biden could have reduced entry with an executive order, Okay, that can be true, but that doesn't make the claim that that bill would have reduced entry false. Do you understand what I'm saying? He could have reduced entry with an executive order. In fact, that's what he ended up doing at the end of
Yeah,
his
you're just
term,
talking
was
in
he passed
circles
an
because
EO that
you don't have
reduced
a
entry by
position here.
upwards of 70%, but that doesn't mean that that bill wouldn't have reduced entry. How does the idea that you could reduce undocumented entry with an EO disprove the idea that you could also reduce undocumented entry with a bill? Explain that to me.
Yeah, you're muting me because you're getting dog walked.
I muted you because you interrupted me, not because you're dog walking me.
This entire audience can see what you're doing.
Okay? Go ahead and respond to what I said. Would you like me to repeat what I said? I have a feeling you weren't listening.
You expect me in this audience to take you seriously if you're just going to mute me the whole time?
I mean, I don't think you take anything seriously. So I don't expect you to take me seriously, but I do expect you to respond to what I'm saying. That's what a debate is all about. Would you like me to repeat what I said?
Not really, but sure, go ahead.
Okay, I will. So you said because Biden could have reduced undocumented entry with an EO, therefore he couldn't have reduced undocumented entry with a bill. That logic is false. Two things can be true at once. He could have reduced undocumented entry with an EO, just like he could have also reduced undocumented entry with a bill. So how does the fact that he could have reduced undocumented entry with an EO disprove my claim that that bill would have reduced undocumented entry?
So why didn't he do it
Valid.
with
Thank
an
you so
EO?
much for the meteor shower. Okay, I knew that's what you were going to ask, so I already have my thought and responses reloaded. He actually ended up doing that, but that's completely irrelevant to my question because keep in mind my question in a nutshell is just simply why you think the fact that he could have reduced undocumented entry with an EO refutes and makes the proposition false that he also could have reduced undocumented entry with a bill. Because keep in mind, I'm giving you pushback against your claim that no, that bill wouldn't have reduced undocumented entry.
Yeah, you're not making any sense here.
I mean, I don't think I'm making much sense because you don't understand what I'm saying. That's a user error, not my fault. I remember when I was in junior year calculus 2, my teacher made no goddamn sense to me, all right? But turns out the only reason why I didn't understand what he was saying was because I didn't do my homework, right? So I think the analogous thing to say here would be that you're not doing your homework, right? Because you believe in very incoherent delusions, okay? Particularly the incoherent delusion that you're trying to argue today is that that bipartisan border bill wouldn't have reduced undocumented entry because he could have reduced undocumented entry with an EO. That's completely intangible, incoherent bullshit.
You just don't want to take accountability for Biden's disastrous border.
No, I
That's
just
about
want
it.
you to acknowledge that both an EO and a bill could have reduced undocumented entry.
Okay, and Biden didn't do either one.
So you just acknowledge that. So now you actually do accept that that bipartisan border bill would have reduced undocumented entry, right?
So why didn't he
I just
an
want a yes or
EO?
no. I just want a yes or no. He did. He did. But I want a yes or no. Would that bipartisan border bill have reduced undocumented entry into America?
No,
Okay, why? You better not
because
say
it would
because
have
he could have passed
still
an
allowed
EO.
people to come through.
Still would have allowed people to come through. Okay, well, I mean, I've already responded to that as well. The main way that it would have reduced undocumented entry is by making the legal means of entry more attainable. But you're arguing that it still would have allowed some people through? Okay, well, what cap do we have on legal entry today?
What'd you say?
What cap do we have on legal entry today?
What do you mean? What cap?
Do we have a cap on like the amount of individuals that could legally migrate into America per week before the border gets shut down?
I'm not sure.
We don't, right? So even though you think that cap was still high, it was still lower than the cap that currently exists because right now there is no cap.
There shouldn't be any people coming through illegally.
So that cap actually applied to legal entry. I think that you're just a really stupid guy. I'm not gonna lie. Tanny, I just think you're a stupid guy. Do you have
I'm
anything
way
else that you want to
smarter than
talk
you'll
about?
ever be.
Really? Name one bill ever passed through Congress. Just ever.
The GI Bill.
The GI Bill. Okay.
Yeah.
Name two.
The First Step Act.
First step. Name three.
No tax on overtime. No tax on tips.
Okay. You're wrong.
No.
That hasn't passed Congress. It passed the House. How does it pass the Senate?
We'll see.
So, yeah, okay. You're able to name two. How many do you think I can name?
Here's another one. There's only two genders.
There's only two genders. So A, that was not a bill pushed through Congress as an executive order signed into law. And funny enough, the EO actually defined everybody as a female. Did you know that?
Really?
Yeah, the way in which it's worded, it says that personhood or the description of this idea that you're male or female starts at the moment of conception based upon the size of the sex characteristics that are present. Okay, well, males don't have any identifiable sex characteristics before the activation of the SRY gene at 6 to 7 weeks, meaning before that point, the only identifiable sex characteristics that exist are those of females. And because the point where his EO determines an individual to be a male or a female is the moment of conception, this means that we're all females.
Well, that makes perfect sense to libtards like you because you think men can be women.
So, A, I don't think that we should be using the term libtard. That's just a take on a slur.
You think there's no difference between men and women.
I don't think that we should be using that term. I think it's just a twist on a slur, on a bad word, on a derogatory term. Okay? Could you acknowledge that was bad?
You have no problem calling Trump every name in the book.
I wouldn't call Donald Trump a derogatory term such as the R word.
You guys call him Schnazis, fascists, everything else.
So I definitely call him a fascist, but once again, I wouldn't use derogatory terminology such as the R word to refer to him.
But when you get called a name, you act like a vagina.
I act like a vagina? How would you know that I act like a vagina when you've never seen one in your life? Like, there's my genuine question. Like, I know that was a little bit of a, misogynistic comment, but albeit a misogynistic comment, how could you possibly know any facts of a vagina?
Because I see plenty of them. That's how.
Like where? Like fucking, like Google? Like incognito once mommy goes to bed type shit?
That's your mom's house.
You seen plenty of them at my mom's house?
She was the first one I seen.
Does that mean like are you saying like we're brothers and the last time you saw one of those is when you were born? I mean I think if I had a brother, I'd know. I think if I had a brother, I'd know about it.
I'm saying I'm your daddy, just like Trump is.
Oh! You just said that Trump's my daddy?
Yeah, we have joint custody of you.
Here's the thing: if Trump's my daddy because I'm an American, does that mean that he's your daddy too, since you're also an American?
No, we have joint custody of you.
So Trump's just my daddy. He's not your daddy. Why is he not your daddy if he's my daddy?
We're both your daddy.
I know. Answer my question. If Trump's my daddy, why isn't he also your daddy?
Because he's not. He's yours.
Why?
Because he owns you.
Why? Because he's my president?
That's one of the reasons.
Is he your president?
Yes.
So that means he owns you too and that he's your daddy.
No, you bow to him.
How do I bow to him?
Because you have to. You have no other choice. What are you going to do?
Once again, you're saying that I have no other choice but to bow to him since he's my president, correct?
Exactly.
So this would also imply that you have no other choice but to bow to him because he's your president, meaning he's also your daddy.
No, this is a joint venture.
So see the parallel here? See the parallel here? It's funny because whenever Trump supporters say that Trump's my daddy because he's my president, etc., he's also your president, which would imply, logically speaking, that you acknowledge that Trump is your daddy. Could you just say it real quick? Could you say, Trump is my daddy?
Can you say, I'm a libtard vagina?
Oh, okay. There he goes back to it. Well, we're going to move on to the next guest, everyone. Let's go and get that next guest up in the box. Yeah, that guy was pretty nuts. I apologize for the derogatory terms that he was using. I probably should have removed him from the live earlier, but I was having fun bullying him. Just going to be honest with you guys. Let's go and move on to the next guest, everyone. We got DJ loaded in. What's up, DJ? How old are you? Okay, well, we are just looking for Trump supporters to have some debates with. Goodbye. Let's go to get that next guest up in here. Yeah, okay, I'll acknowledge, should have removed him earlier, but I was having a lot of fun bullying him. I was having a lot of fun, just destroyed him. What's up, Loris? How old are you? All right, Loris is gone, everybody. We're going to move on to the next guest here, everybody. Go to drop a MAGA down below in that comment section if you do want to come up and have a debate. Carrie, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Carrie W's. It is Kerry with the very first donation to the stream. Carrie says, for suffering through the insufferable. Oh, I'm so good at dealing with people like that now. It's just secondhand nature. I just know how to respond to that insufferability. What's up, Summer? How old are you?
I didn't think you'd actually accept it.
I'm going to go ahead and guess that you're not MAGA, so I'm going to move on. At this point, y'all, just because there's a lot of people that aren't MAGA in the queue, which, by the way, stop it. That's very bad. Just let me know if you're MAGA in the chat and I'll pull you up. But make sure if you are spamming MAGA in that chat, that means that you're at least 18 years old, you support Trump, you are from America, and let's just try to get all those bases covered. And we're going to go to move on to the next guest. We got them loading up right now, everybody. Just give us a minute to get that next Trump supporter in here. But also, if you are going to go ahead and spam MAGA down below in that chat, make sure that means that you're going to be willing to join the live. And if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal and the link tree in my bio, as well as in the pinned message over on that YouTube stream. What's going on, Mr. Don? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why would you
I was
ever
wondering why don't you support Trump?
Okay. You sound British. Are you from Britain?
Nah.
What time is it?
I moved to America.
All right. So what time is it?
It's 4:23.
4:23. What state are you in? Valid! Thank you so much for the Interstellar! Holy shit! Valid? Yo, let's get 1,000 W valids down below in the chat for the goddamn Interstellar. That is like the coolest gift ever. I really appreciate you for that. Goddard, what's going on, man? How old are you?
I'm 32.
32. Well, good try, buddy. You should have said 18. Let's go and move on to the next guest. If you're in that queue, make sure that means that you support Trump. What's going on, Kay? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, age?
Huh?
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
2007. What time is it?
Huh?
What time is it?
Sorry, my phone is really... One more time.
Nope. Fleetwood Mama, hello. Are you MAGA?
Yes.
You are. Oh, no. Why? Please. Why would you ever support such a train wreck of a president? I mean, truly one of the worst.
Same reason everybody else does, I suppose.
Which is?
He's doing a really good job so far, don't you think?
No, I don't. Why do you think he's doing a good
Why
job
don't you
so
think
far?
that? What has he done that's bad so far?
Well, sure. He has violated the American Constitution 4 or 5 times since his presidency started. He's been checked by the Supreme Court on that with official rulings twice. He told an ABC News reporter that he doesn't even know if he has to uphold the Constitution. He's kind of portrayed 14 of the 14 tenets of fascism. And this big, beautiful bill, which is his like big achievement so far in his term, only cuts taxes for the top 20% of income earners. Everybody making under that top 20% actually is going to be paying more effectively in taxes. That source is the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. And of course, this is all right in the back of his call for the termination
Okay, well,
of
let
the
me interrupt you and
Constitution.
say this. Trump
And
has
just
not
say-
been found guilty in a court of law violating the Constitution.
Sure he has.
No, he has not. Look it up online. He has not been found guilty in a court of law for violating the Constitution. And please tell me where you find that information.
Would you agree that his administration oversaw the deportation of Abrigo Garcia?
Yes, but you're evading the point here. I'm asking you to find facts where it says that Trump has not been found guilty in a court of law violating the Constitution
The
because he
facts-
hasn't been found guilty in a court of law.
So the facts are on your screen. Would you like to go
Yes.
ahead and read off this?
You're
official Supreme
you're
Court
skirting. You're skirting.
ruling? No, I'm not. You asked me to find.
Trump has not been found guilty in a court of law for violating the Constitution.
So let's read
Correct or incorrect?
this. Incorrect. Let's read this
No,
together.
that is okay.
So this is a order from the Supreme Court. This is a Supreme Court ruling, a SCOTUS ruling. It says on March 15th, 2025, the United States removed Kilmar Abrego Garcia from the United States to El Salvador, where he's currently being detained in CICOT. The United States acknowledges that Abrego Garcia was subject to a withholding order forbidding his removal to El Salvador, and that the removal to El Salvador was therefore illegal. All right. So this is the Trump administration being found quote unquote guilty of violating the Constitution, as it points out the fact that their deportation of Armando Abrigo Garcia was illegal in violation of the Constitution.
He has not been found guilty in a court of law for violating the Constitution, Dean. How hard is that to understand?
I just gave you a ruling from SCOTUS.
No, you gave me a paragraph that explained the situation with Garcia, but he was not found guilty in a court of law in the United States for violating the Constitution.
So I don't
Or
know.
am I incorrect?
I don't know if you just had your ears closed while I was just speaking. You agreed that his administration was responsible for the deportation of Armando Garcia, and
I'll say it again. Trump has not been found guilty in a court of law for violating the Constitution.
Help me out here. help me out here. This will be very beneficial. He oversaw Garcia's deportation. SCOTUS ruled that that deportation was illegal.
The president of his own country, where Garcia was from, said he didn't want anything to do with Garcia
And how
because
does
he's a
this,
criminal.
how does this change the fact that SCOTUS
Is he or is he not a criminal?
So if we want to continue the SCOTUS
Is
ruling-
Garcia a criminal or not? Let's just keep going. Is
So
he a
I'm-
criminal or not?
So actually, no. If you want to read,
Okay, he's not a criminal. You're saying he doesn't have a criminal record.
that's also what SCOTUS says. Will you read the last part of the first paragraph?
Can you do research independently on this Garcia character and tell me that he does not have a criminal record?
Ma'am, read the last part of the first paragraph.
No,
of the
I'm
SCOTUS
done
ruling.
reading your little paragraph that's trying to sugarcoat what you're saying and make it real. What
Dude.
I'm saying is he has a criminal record and everybody knows it, and you're saying that he doesn't.
Dude, okay.
So what are you trying to say?
I'm going to go ahead and just mute you so I could read off this ruling from SCOTUS. This is the very last sentence.
You're muting me because you know I'm right and you can't admit it.
No, I'm muting you because you're interrupting me. I'd like to read off the last sentence of the SCOTUS ruling. It says,
Go ahead. Keep up the sugarcoating. Go ahead.
how am I sugarcoating when I'm reading a ruling from the Supreme Court in which has 6 conservative justices outweighing the 3 liberal judges, but they all agreed 9-0 on this unanimous decision? My source is like 6 staunch conservatives, but let's just read off the last sentence. It says, Abrego Garcia responds that he is not a member of MS-13 and that he has lived safely in the United States with his family for a decade and has never been charged with a crime. Right? So SCOTUS has said that Armando Abrego Garcia has never been charged with a crime. So who am I supposed to trust? The Supreme Court with 6 conservative judges unanimously ruling 9-0 that he doesn't have a criminal record, or some random brainwashed idiot on my TikTok live? Which one?
Okay, so here's what I found. The Supreme Court did not find former President Donald Trump personally guilty of the deportation of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. However, the court did rule that Trump administration must facilitate his return, acknowledging that the deportation violated prior legal order. So again, he was not found guilty.
Okay, wait, A, you're pivoting. And then B, can we agree that
No, we're talking about the same topic.
So no, I was responding to the fact that SCOTUS said he's never had a criminal record in which you contested. Could we agree that when you're found guilty of something in court?
We need to look up the criminal records for him in his country of origin. Have you done
so
that
you're saying
yet?
that he has a criminal record in El Salvador?
I'm saying he absolutely has a criminal record, and he also has a criminal record in the United States. If you go prior to 2020, I believe it's in 2019,
So
he
that's
was
just
arrested
not-
in a Home Depot parking lot with a group of other guys that were a part of a gang.
He's never been
he
charged with a
did-
crime.
He was found guilty kind of by association and taken to court because of that.
So what crime was he charged with?
I'm looking that up as we speak. You can also do the same if you have a brain.
Don't worry, I already did, and I got a ruling from SCOTUS that says he's never
No,
been
you
charged
keep
with a
putting up
crime.
the same paragraph. That's all you have.
Because
Give me something different.
But that paragraph says he's never been charged with a crime, and that's SCOTUS speaking. Why would I need anything better? What can exist that's better? It's
Because
SCOTUS.
all you have to rely on are talking points from the
What?
mainstream media and maybe a little bit of independent research that you do from here and there to make yourself sound better. But the truth is that Donald Trump has not been found guilty in a court of law in the United States for deporting him,
Okay, so first
and
of
the
all,
man has a criminal record.
So first of all, a SCOTUS ruling is not a talking point for mainstream media. And second of all, as it relates to Trump being guilty for this, can we agree that if you're found guilty in the court...
Why are you even arguing with me at this point? Because
Can
I've
you
been
let me-
correct on everything I've said.
Can you let me finish speaking, Karen?
My name is Fleetwood. Thank you.
I'll call you Karen.
You can be respectful. Don't be disrespectful just because I'm right.
Do you feel like you've been disrespectful
But
towards
this
me?
is where your lives go. You get pushed into a corner and felt uncomfortable. You sip off your anxiety pen and then you start insulting your guests.
Do you feel like you've been disrespectful to me by interrupting me every single time?
No,
opened
I've
my
just
mouth?
been pointing out facts, which is exactly what you told me to do.
So the only individual that's been pointing out facts in this conversation is me. The reason why I say I'm the only individual that has been pointing out facts is because I've been able to disprove everything you've said with a ruling from the Supreme Court. Now, do not cut me off or I will mute you super fucking quick. I disproved your first claim that Donald Trump has never been found guilty for a constitutional violation by pointing out the fact that his administration illegally deported Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and that was adjudicated by the Supreme Court. Once again, when you're found guilty of something in a court, all that means is that that court has determined that you have done something that's illegal. Well, guess what? The highest court in America determined that his administration illegally deported Garcia. All right. So I'm right and you're wrong. I'm the one with facts. And then insofar as your second claim that he has a criminal history, once again, in that same Supreme Court ruling that is now on your phone screen, once again, this ruling was made by 6 conservative judges, 3 of whom were personally appointed by Trump. Okay, very clearly points out the fact that he has never been charged with a crime. Now, I know as soon as I stop talking and you start talking, you're just going to reject the facts I just gave you because you're a cult member. But please try to embarrass yourself further by attempting to articulate the crimes in which he has been charged with.
Okay, so I will agree with you on one thing and one thing only. Mr. Garcia does not have a criminal record in the United States. And earlier in the conversation, before you got on your rant, I was able to agree with you on that. But despite this, the Trump administration deported him to El Salvador in March of 2025, right? Citing alleged ties to the MS-13 gang. So these allegations were based on unverified claims such as wearing clothing associated with gang culture, information from confidential informants, et cetera, et cetera. Garcia was not charged or convicted of a crime in the United States, and he was not given the opportunity to contest those allegations in court before his deportation, right? Right?
Oh my God!
Are you loving that yet?
Oh, I am loving it because you just chat GPT'd it, but you didn't even think before you read it. Oh my God! The AI just slam fucking dunked you. The AI just slam fucking dunked you.
No,
yeah,
what you don't
the little
realize is
AI
I'm doing
prompt
exactly-
that you just read off proved you wrong. It proved you wrong. The
doing the
AI
same thing
prompt
you're doing.
that you just read off said that he had no time to contest these unverified claims in court because they deported him without giving due process. Dude,
I am doing the
that was
same
so
thing
good.
you are.
That was so good that we're actually going to roll
All
the
of your
tape back.
responses are Chat GPT, and how your guests
That-
don't realize
that-
that yet
that
is
is-
insane.
You could see.
But I did the same thing you did.
That's so good. We're going to roll the tape back.
One thing only. Mr. Garcia does not have a criminal record in the United States. And earlier in the conversation, before you got on your rant, I was able to agree with you on that. But despite this, the Trump administration deported him to El Salvador in March of 2025, right? Citing alleged ties to the MS-13 gang. So these allegations were based on unverified claims such as wearing...
Oh my God! Okay, I'm sorry. Let's go back to playing what you just said. It was just so comedic. It was so comedic.
Not mean he does not have a criminal record in associated his with home gang country. culture, information from confidential informants, et cetera, et cetera. Garcia was not charged or convicted of a crime in the United States, and he was not given the opportunity to contest those allegations in court before his deportation.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Just like the sweetness of victory, the sweetness of watching a guest
I look
slam
up
dunk
information from
themselves
his-
because you're looking up the information.
He's not
and
a
when you
perfect-
find the facts prove you wrong. That
The-
has got to be one of the best things that has ever happened on my live stream.
You
That is
don't
like a
rea-
top 10 best moments
yourself-
ever. Go ahead.
Okay. I never disagreed with you that he didn't have a criminal record in the United States, genius. What I was trying to say is that he has one in the country that he's from. So much so that his own president doesn't even want anything to do with him.
So first and foremost, you did argue that he has a criminal history in America.
Why don't
You
you
said
look that up?
One second. You did argue that he has a criminal history in America. You argued that his criminal history was getting arrested at Home Depot in 2019.
I did not. I never said he had a criminal history in America. I never said that.
So how hard
That's where you're wrong.
on a scale
So
of,
laugh and scream again and act like you're
on a
right.
scale of 8 to 10, how hard are you trying to gaslight 10,000 people watching?
When you think you're right and you one up someone, you mute them so they can't speak. I think that's hilarious.
I've only muted you since you have a big problem with interruptions.
You brought up the Chat GPT response, right?
Yeah.
Why don't you turn your
AI it.
phone screen around and show everyone the multiple screens in front of you, because one of them is Chat GPT. You're a hypocrite.
Where are my hands?
Turn your phone screen around. Show the other people the other side.
I'm not on a phone, but I actually do have my
Move
phone
the
right here.
monitor. Show them your screens.
Yeah, for sure. Sounds good.
Can't do that because you know that I'm right.
No, over here we have the YouTube stream. Over there we have the
No,
TikTok
no,
stream.
now you're
and
just
over there we
skirting.
have OBS.
You're skirting, Dean. Everybody knows you use Chat GPT too. Don't worry. What do you have Grok pulled up to?
Okay, I'm gonna disprove you, and it's gonna be hilarious. Are you ready?
You're not going to disprove me.
Sure, I am. Watch
You're
this.
skirting. You're skirting around.
Watch this. Okay.
Go ahead.
Do you know?
Change it up before you do.
Do you know what this is? Do you know what this is? Ma'am, do you know what this is?
Looks like a Wooby to me. A
So-
little safety blanket.
It's a blanket. So I'm gonna put the blanket over my head, and then I'm gonna put my hands in the air, and then I want you to ask me anything about Trump, Biden, Harris, and I will refute whatever you have to say with a blanket over my head and my hands in the air.
What point are you making by doing that, Dean?
Yeah, that I'm not using ChatGPT.
You can
and
be
you're just a
embarrassed.
sore
It's
loser.
okay to be embarrassed and called out.
Hey.
Just don't hide.
So feel free to go ahead and make a point. I'll refute it with
Go
a blanket
ahead.
over my
What
head.
are you hiding for?
So I'm isolating my eyes and my hands from being able to use any AI technology in order to respond to any point that you may have. The point of this demonstration is to refute your baseless cope and claim that I only
Well,
use
I'm
AI
not going to
in debates.
debate with a blanket and someone hiding underneath it. So good luck to your next guest.
Wow, you're running. You're running because you know that I'm about to prove
You're
you wrong and you're
juvenile.
scared of the embarrassment. How am I
You're
a juvenile
juvenile.
for willing to do whatever it takes to prove your ass
No,
wrong?
you can't have an intellectual conversation with me.
So
You're
then-
hiding under a blanket
so
because you
then
knew
prove
that
it.
I was right.
Wait, how is me
And I
willing?
called you out for using ChatGPT for half your responses.
So I'm
You haven't
unironically.
said anything semi-intellectual since then.
So then how come you haven't been able to refute anything that I've said? I love it when guests self-dunk by you implying that I am not an intellectual and there's nothing that I've said so far in this conversation that has been smart, even though I've been able to destroy you on every single fucking point is hilarious because how smart does that make you? But seriously, once again, the reason why I put the blanket over my head and I'm willing to put it back over my head is because you made the claim that I only use AIs like ChatGPT or Grok in order to have these conversations. I want to be able to refute that in real time by putting a blanket over my head and my hands in the air. So why? How
you
about we
haven't
do
said
that?
any-
How about you do that? I want you to tell me one reason why you think Donald Trump is a good president, and I'm going to tell you why you're wrong with a blanket over my head and the hands in
He's
the
a
air.
good
so I can't
president
possibly use
because
AI.
we have individuals like yourself who try to get on lives and prove that he's not. And then they end up doing asinine things like you're doing right now, like hiding under a blanket to try to prove your point, and everybody's
right.
just laughing at you.
So I am yet to hear a real reason that I could refute. Tell me why he's a good president. I'm being serious. I want to prove to you that I don't use AI. Are you scared? I think you're terrified.
No, I'm not asking you a question that requires an AI response, Dean.
So then ask a question
I'm
that you
asking
think
you
would
to
require an
acknowledge the
AI
fact that-
response. You're scared. You know you're wrong. You know that you're bullshitting. You're scared of asking me
No,
a question.
I'm not bullshitting. I'm just running out of time,
Then
and I
ask
can't
me.
talk
Then
to a
ask me.
blanket.
Then ask me a question that you think would require an AI
Why don't
response.
you pull the phone out of your lap because you know you're looking at it on your phone?
My phone's on the fucking table, literally right here.
I don't
My-
believe you.
Dude,
Let's try, though.
okay, I'll hold the phone in the air. Ask me anything.
Yeah. What about the other four? You've got 4 or 5.
Oh my fucking god! What about okay?
Come on.
Okay. How about this? What if I were to look
Dean,
up?
I've got to go.
No, you're running, and you're scared.
No, I'm not running.
You're
I
running
actually
and
have
you're
a
scared.
life,
You're
so
running and you're
I'll
scared
pick
because
this
you know
back
that I'm
up
going to
later.
refute you. You're running and you're scared because you know that I'm
been
going
a
to refute
great
you. Look at this.
conversation.
I'm going to
It's
look
been good
up.
proving
No.
you wrong, but I'm
Don't run away. Ask me anything. I'm going to look at the sky.
Do you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
Oh my god, obviously you don't. You've never read the
have to
fucking
go.
You've never read the fucking gospel a day in your life. Yeah, where in the Bible did Jesus say when you get proven wrong, you should be the biggest Karen of all time
Dean,
and start making baseless false
I have
accusations?
to go. Take me off your live. I have to go, please.
Wait, why?
But
Why,
thanks. It's been real.
why are you unwilling to ask me something that would require an AI response while I have my hands in the air looking
Well,
at my
if you're
ceiling?
on later on this evening, we'll catch back up.
It
then.
sounds like somebody's running.
No, I have a life. I have other things to do. So, but
yeah.
catch you
What
later.
do you have to do? Fucking
I'll catch
scroll
you later.
through
I'll let the
Truth
next
Social,
person hide you
Facebook,
under a
and
blanket.
Telegram for the next 3 hours?
I'll let the next person put you under a blanket too.
Okay, well, the only individual who got fucking destroyed in this conversation was you. Have a
Yeah,
good
you
day.
keep saying that, but that's not true.
I'll
But go
happily
ahead.
keep saying that. And the fact
Go
that you
ahead.
think it's not true means that it is true, because everything that you believe in is false.
You feel better?
Yeah, I feel great. It was
I
fun.
got you all worked up. I didn't mean to get you worked up.
I
but,
look worked
you know,
up to you?
You're all sweaty because you had that blanket over your head for so long hiding.
Where do you see sweat at?
Bye. I gotta go.
Get dunked. So yeah, we're gonna move on to the next guest. That guest got shit on. If you're in that queue, make sure that does indeed mean that you support Trump. Let's go to get that next guest getting up here, y'all. Let's go to see AJ. Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Tell Karen she's making an idiot of herself. So real. And Elizabeth, thank you for the $40 over on Venmo. Let's get 400 Elizabeth W's. Elizabeth says thanks for all your good work. Thank you for the $40 as well as the incredibly kind message, Elizabeth. Everybody, please show some love to Elizabeth down below. What's going on, Kenny? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, can I ask you a question real quick?
How old are you?
27.
27. Before you ask me a question, let me thank a couple more people. Sean, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. And Winnie with a 20. Dude, W's for Sean and Winnie. Thank you guys so much for the love. As well as ELF, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat as well. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much. Go ahead, take it away. Ask me anything. Ask me a question. Kenny, I can't hear you when you're on pause. There you
All right. So I'm sure you obviously know what the Overton window is, right?
go. Overton window. I think I've heard it like referenced. Is that... I may not. Tell me what
It's
it is.
basically the parameters of what are considered acceptable and normal political spectrum of ideas within a certain country. So the Overton window in the United States is going to look different than the Overton window in Russia or in the UK, just based on what are considered basic normal political ideologies.
Okay, so
So-
like if you fall outside of the Overton window, then you hold on like socially impermissible views that are rejected
Sure,
by
I would
what's
say
typical.
communists fall outside of the American Overton window.
Okay, sounds good. So why do you support Trump?
Well, I didn't quite ask my question yet. So based on now your understanding of what the Overton window is, really within the American Overton window, you have really, really conservative Republicans. You have moderate conservatives, moderate Republicans, moderate liberals, and you have progressives is generally the Overton window in the United States, right?
Yeah, I might even say some socialists may fall in, but yeah.
Sure. Okay. So why do you consider yourself a liberal and not a progressive?
So I actually do consider myself a progressive.
Okay. Do you think a lot of progressives would consider you a progressive?
You'd have to ask them.
Okay. Why do you support liberal politicians?
Why do I support liberal politicians? Because they're the best we got right now.
Do you have more support of liberal politicians or progressive politicians?
More support likely for more progressive politicians.
Okay, so who's a liberal politician you don't like?
Who's a liberal politician I don't like. Maybe that one guy that's a Democratic senator that like just loves Trump. One of the first things that he did was went to Mar-a-Lago when Trump's term started, or after the election. I forget his name though. I think he's a Democrat from Kentucky. None of this matters. Tell us why you support Trump.
Do you like Cory Booker?
Do I like Cory Booker? I think he's all right. I mean, definitely compared to like other Democrats in Congress, he's definitely taken more of a stand against the
As
Trump
do you
administration
support
and fascism.
him voting
However,
to confirm
however, it
Jared
is the case.
Kushner's father, who's a
I do think
convicted
that
criminal?
there is a lot of things that Cory Booker has done that I don't support. However, this live is not about Cory Booker. This live is about Trump. So why do you support Trump?
Fair. And I know I'm going to get kicked off in a second, but I just want to say that I think that you're very intelligent. I think that you have the capacity to do a lot of really good work and change a lot of hearts and minds. I think it's unfortunate that you use your massive platform to create what I see as gotcha content for the left's equivalent of owning the libs, how that's right-wing grifters make money off of owning the libs and making ridiculous content that's not actually trying to change anybody's minds or make any progress in society. And I feel like your lives have become that for the left. And I think it's really unfortunate because I think you do have the opportunity to have actual conversations and change people's minds, because this is literally the only format where that is possible. And I find it really unfortunate that you don't choose to use that opportunity to do that. So obviously I don't support Trump. I think that's clear by this point. I am very, very far on the left. I probably fall outside of the Overton window.
I think that you just have a misunderstanding of what I do and what I'm about and who I am as a person. And this misunderstanding is typical, and that's fine. So, when you're going to see clips of me on the internet, or either it's on your TikTok For You page because somebody recorded it off of my YouTube live, or so on, you will likely only see that gotcha content with a very explosive, radical, crazy guest like the last two people we've had on the live, because that's what gets engagement in the algorithm. And keep in mind, I'm not the one uploading it, other individuals are. And B, I give the same energy that others give to me, right? So when we have these crazy conservatives that are just absolutely experiencing mind degradation and are deep in the cult that come at me very hot and heavy, well, you could expect that I'm going to give them back that same energy. However, when we do have individuals that request to come up in this space for a very genuine, good faith dialogue, I'm more than happy to engage in them with them in a genuine good faith dialogue. And honestly, a good example of that would be the conversation we're having. Like you disagree with something I'm doing, and instead of me throwing the gotchas and the quick wins at you, I'm instead deciding that I want to give you the same respect that you're giving me, and I want to sit down and try to have a genuine good faith conversation with you about our disagreement. Right? And you maybe don't see those conversations as much because that's not what gets clipped, posted, and explodes on that For You page. Or maybe you just don't watch my streams frequently. Or maybe even, the typical Trump supporter that, has the confidence to request up onto this live is not going to be somebody that's open-minded and willing to engage in a good faith conversation themselves. I think that there's many reasons why you only see the more gotcha conversations. But at the end of the day, I love having good faith dialogue with people that are willing to hear me out and come to me not to berate me or demean me, but rather to better understand my perspective.
I think that's totally fair. And I have seen you do really good work, which is why I felt like it was worth it to even try to have a conversation with you to begin with. I really didn't expect to get on your stream. I appreciate you hearing me out. I do think that you have the capacity to be a really, really, really strong voice on the left. I think that using that voice to really amplify progressive voices, I think is going to be really important. I think that trying to do work for the Democratic Party that they're failing to do themselves is not super effective. And I think that you could be more effective if you spent more of your time prioritizing those good faith conversations and not allowing so many of the crazies to go on for as long as they do, even though I know it's fun. It's very fun. It makes a lot of good content.
You're probably right. Okay. You're probably right. But the thing is at the same time, I think that there's a lot of crazies on the right that have spent the entirety of their life doing nothing but bullying, degrading, and engaging in different forms of prejudice, phobias, and isms. And I love seeing them get a taste of, their same medicine. And quite frankly, I feel like a lot of people would agree on that point, that good, productive dialogue is really important. But it can also really work insofar as perpetuating stigmas around incredibly bigoted and around incredibly bigoted bullies to give them the same energy they've been giving other people for years and years and years and years. And in fact, I'd even argue that is a very productive tool that can be used by people on the left to further sway the average American to the left. Because who the hell wants to be a part of this isolated community far on the right that stands for nothing but bigotry that just gets bullied and stigmatized by the rest of society? I mean, I don't know, man. If you're willing to be a bully, if you're willing to be a bigot, if you're willing to be an asshole, okay, well, I think I should be well within my rights to give you back that same energy.
I don't disagree with you. I think that they do deserve it and that it's other people probably enjoy seeing it, and I sometimes enjoy seeing it myself. And I'm not saying that they deserve anything better than that kind of treatment. I just think that you are incredibly intelligent, and we need incredibly intelligent people to do this work all of the time. And I don't think that those people are deserving of as much of your time and energy as I see you give to them. And I think that we need people like you to be really, really aggressive about, fighting for the right things and making the right things talked about constantly instead of just constantly dunking. But I know you can kick me. That's fine. Go back to what you do. I appreciate you. I don't have a problem with you. I think you're great.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming up, Kenny. I apologize if you think that I'm rude for abruptly cutting you off. I am cutting you off because at this point I'm going to go back to the debates, but I appreciate you for your input. I thought that was a very productive dialogue. Hello, Faye. Do you support Trump?
Hello, my name's Frankie. I do support Trump. I'm 28 years old in Pennsylvania.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
So I'm gonna be real with you. The election he lost, where Biden won, where it said to put your political party, because I'm gonna be real with you, I am not educated as you and other debaters about politics. But one thing that I have a problem with is my view on abortion. I know it stems from religion, which it should, like religion and other people's comfort about. I don't know.
So you think that abortion's wrong because you're a Christian, but you acknowledge that Christian values that you hold shouldn't be intertwined with the state insofar as how we legislate, correct?
That is correct. And
Well,
then
you have the foundation for an incredibly strong pro-choice perspective. I feel like the pro-choice perspective is misinterpreted by a lot of people because of political propaganda. But the fact of the matter is, being pro-choice doesn't mean that you have to think that abortion's okay. In fact, you could think that abortion is incredibly immoral, while just simply upholding that perspective you do of basically saying that what drives my moral beliefs shouldn't be able to drive the legislation of our country. You hold just as valid of a pro-choice perspective as I do.
Huh. You're so respectful, dude. If anybody can ever change the way I think, it is you, man.
Well, I appreciate you.
But so what was your, so when do you think a fetus, or should it be a born human, when do you think a human should have rights or a potential life or whatever you may see?
Great question. So I think that fetuses should gain the right to life at around 20 through 24 weeks in utero development. The reason why I think that is because that is the current understanding that neurobiologists share through a consensus of when a fetus gains the ability to deploy any level of sentience or consciousness. The reason why I find that so valuable is because that is the only trait that explains my other intuitions, like why I don't value dead people, why I don't value brain dead patients, or why I may value non-humans less than humans, right? And I think ultimately it all reduces down to sentience.
Okay. And that's really hard to disagree with.
Right. But once again, you can disagree with that and say that you value a fetus from the moment of conception because you think that's what the Christian Bible guides you to believe, as long as you also make that recognition that you shouldn't be able to use the Christian Bible to advocate,
Dictate others' lives,
to
because they
dictate
even
the
have their own
legislation of the state. Yeah.
Right.
And in fact, I'd even say that there is a certain pro-choice perspective, the one that you hold, that can be very beneficial to America. And now hear me out, everybody. Hear me out, because you're hearing me say that it could be beneficial to America for people to think that abortion's wrong while still being pro-choice. Yes, I do, and here's why. Because you can think that abortion's wrong, think that women should be able to make that decision for themselves, while then also looking at the reasons why women get abortions to see if you could eliminate those reasons to reduce the amount of abortions because you think they're wrong. 55% of women that get abortions indicate that they do so because of financial instability. So if you want to reduce the amount of women that are getting abortions because you think it's immoral, guess what? Let's reduce the levels of financial instability that new families experience. How can we do that? By increasing the child tax credit, by offering higher minimum wages, by trying to make the quality of life better for everybody, right? By advocating for greater levels of tax cuts and better social safety nets for low and middle class Americans. I mean, these are all systems which would be on track to eliminate the incentives that a lot of women have to get abortions, right? And that ends up benefiting you because you think abortion's wrong, and that ends up benefiting America as well as the women in it because guess what? Now we're being more critical of financial instabilities.
So has it ever been stated that these abortions are funded by taxpayers? Is that where the right usually has a problem with it?
So no, usually the right has a problem because it is what they think it's murder, or they just want to control women. Insofar as it being funded by taxpayers, I don't think that there's any federal funding, and I think that maybe some states do it. Maybe, I don't know, but I know the state that I live in doesn't.
Okay, because then that's where I would see where it would be wrong, and then I just feel like using abortions as a form of birth control. If you watch a lot of the popular right-wing speakers, they'll always say, 97% of abortions is not because of the R word or incest. I don't know if you're allowed to say that on TikTok. I apologize if not.
So what you're taking issue with there isn't the abortion. You're just taking issue with women. like I think that's a misogynistic view. I could explain why. When you say that women are using abortion as birth control, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, I guess it's hard to say, but usually, whenever you have sex, you know what the potential risk is. Like, you know what you're signing up
Right. You're
for.
basically saying that there's women in America that uphold different values and preferences in the context of romance, intimacy, and sex than you do. Therefore, you think that there's something wrong with them engaging in those actions via their different preferences and then getting an abortion because that could terminate a pregnancy. I think first and foremost, we need to acknowledge that, well, there's nothing wrong about an abortion fundamentally, which is where you disagree with me. And B, we engage in a lot of actions that run risks that we don't consent to. Like, for instance, I think a really good analogy is driving. Every single time you get in your car to go to work, to go get an ice cream cone from DQ, you acknowledge and understand that there's a risk that you're going to, I don't know, get T-boned by a drunk driver, and that's completely outside of your control, and it's not something that you're consenting to. Well, I view conception synonymously to how I view getting T-boned by a drunk driver when I'm going to get an ice cream cone from DQ. Conception is a biological process that you can't consent to, that you can't control, that you can't say no to. You could only reduce the probability that it occurs by not drinking yourself or maybe being a little bit more of a defensive driver, right? And the same thing is true of conception, right? And I think that's important to recognize.
Okay. So, oh my, you may, dude, you're so smart. This shit's crazy.
I appreciate you for being willing to hear me out, man. But if you think you could point out a distinction between how, yes, sex may introduce the possibility of conception occurring, how that is any different than how driving may introduce the possibility of getting T-boned by a drunk driver.
Here's another way that I view it, because it's not really I want to control what other people are doing. It's really I might be getting fed false information. I don't want to finance what this other person's doing because I just feel like I'm not responsible for their choices.
Okay.
I
feel like that is like a completely different conversation than maybe the one that we should be having, which is about if it should be legal at all. I feel like the big issue in America today maybe isn't this idea that abortion is or is not being funded by the state, but it's rather the fact that 66 million American women don't have access to elective lethal abortions because their state legislators said so, and the fact that there's 60 great victims that are denied access to abortion every single day in 10 of our states because their legislator said so. Now, if you want to have a conversation if it should be state funded or not state funded, I feel like that's just going to have deeper roots and maybe why you would agree or disagree with universal forms of healthcare. But as far as I'm concerned, historically speaking, we haven't really seen many state-offered services to fund access to abortion.
All right. Well, I have one more question before I depart here.
God.
And I would like you to name your 3 favorite sources on getting true. And is there any such thing as a neutral news source? Is that a such thing?
Well, I mean, I think that every news source is going to have bias, including those that are left-leaning. I just simply argue that those sources that are left-leaning, that have that left-leaning bias, is just simply because reality has a left-leaning bias. But if you want the best sources, I'd recommend looking at sources like Reuters and AP.
Reuters and AP.
Yeah.
All right, Dan.
Okay, well,
I appreciate it, dude. I think I might be on the wrong side. I think, it's just always false information. And where you're at really dictates what information you're being fed too,
Yeah, and that's very true. I appreciate you for coming up and having a good faith conversation with me. It was refreshing.
All righty, bro.
Take
it
care.
easy.
We're going to move on to the next, guys. If you're one of the 7.8 thousand people tuning in, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out the live with a handful of friends, and spamming Mag in that chat if you'd like to come up and debate. We're going to go to get that next guest up here right now. That was a really refreshing conversation. I really appreciate that guy. But let's go to get that next guest up here literally right now. We're going to go to load Matt into the live. And while we do, I'd like to thank Brianna for the $50 donation on PayPal. Holy fuck, Brianna. Brianna says, sad that I have to leave early, but always good to see you live. Thank you for the love, Brianna. Let's get 500 Brianna W's. That is BREANNA. I'd also like to thank G for the $50 over on PayPal. And fuck, Susan with the $50 on PayPal as well. Let's show some love to G, Brianna, and Susan down below in that comment section for the $50 each on PayPal. Holy shit. Susan says, I love when you roast them and they start and they start insults on you. Yeah, that's definitely a little bit insufferable, let me tell you. G says, you're reaching out to people and doing great work. You're being effective. Keep up the great work. That is incredibly kind of you, G. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. Matt, what's going on? Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am. I'm also 20 and I'm from New York.
Nice, man. So why do you support Trump?
I support Trump for the foreign policy reason.
Oh no. Which foreign policy specifically?
Uh, Not specifically, but more ahead of like putting America first
Oh jeez.
instead of like sending out so much money
Oh jeez.
and
Okay.
actually trying to sit down with leaders and actively talking and more expressing what he's doing with the country instead of like what Biden was doing. We weren't getting
Are you
money.
talking about like giving money to Ukraine and you think that puts America last?
No, I'm not saying that giving money puts us last.
You're just saying
I'm
that
saying
keeping the
sending-
money, like stopping sending the money, puts America first.
No, that's you're
So-
putting words in my mouth. You're putting words in my mouth.
I don't think I'm
Let
putting
me-
any words in your mouth. I'm just trying to understand your argument.
No, I'm trying to explain it, but you're interrupting me. Let me finish my thought.
Okay.
It doesn't put us first that we're sending money. It doesn't put us last that we're not sending it. That's not what I said.
So then what are you saying?
I'm saying that us sending money isn't the best way to deal with it. Sitting down and having these discussions with these leaders
Yeah.
is a really good way.
Yeah.
And not only does it allow for the leaders to speak, but it allows the people to show how the leaders act within each other.
Okay. I think that you're wrong, and I think that Donald Trump's first 120 days of his presidency proves it. This is an idea that he ran on. He said that we shouldn't be spending money on Ukraine. We should be trying to get Putin and Zelensky to sit down at the negotiation table. And he said that that was such an effective way of ending the conflict that he'd be able to end the war in the first 48 hours of his presidency. We're now 120 days in. There's been no progress. There's been no ceasefires. There's been no peace agreements. And right now, Trump is literally begging Putin to stop bombing Ukraine. And Putin has not entertained a single ceasefire offer from Ukraine and has ignored Zelensky and continued to kill innocent civilians at every turn, right? And in fact, I think that this proves that you're wrong, okay? Because he revoked all humanitarian support for the country. Their defense was weakened, which just made it easier for Putin to go in, kill more people, which made it easier for Putin to reject the ceasefires since now the state of Russia holds more power.
Okay, so if you believe that Trump sitting down with people, sitting down with the leaders is not a good way and trying to have these discussions.
What has it achieved in his first 120 days in office?
Okay, let me just finish.
Sure.
If you don't believe that him sitting down with leaders is a good way to have these discussions, to show the people that these discussions are happening, what do you believe that Biden was doing?
I want to clarify that discussions haven't been happening. Tell me what progress has been made on the front of Ukraine and Russia.
Okay, we're specifying on one war. I'm talking about the U.S. versus the world.
Okay,
not versus the world. I'm
What
talking about
other
our
wars could you be
policy.
talking about?
Please stop interrupting.
Donald
Please
Trump
stop
hasn't
interrupting.
Donald Trump hasn't advocated for like Palestine and Israel to sit down. In fact, he's just given them more money to further their ethnic cleansing of the Palestine individuals. In fact, he's even launched an operation to personally ethnically cleanse the 1.2 million Palestinians living on the Gaza Strip, revoking their right to return to build a Riviera to gift to Netanyahu. So who could you possibly be speaking about?
I am talking about the U.S. relations and all the other nations.
But I
in the
want you to
world.
give a specific
No,
example.
please stop interrupting. Dean,
Okay,
I have let you speak. I have not interrupted. I
Yeah,
haven't interrupted.
that's fair, man.
I'm being-
I'll stop interrupting you. I just think that you're being purposely vague because you wouldn't be able to defend this view as it was applied to a specific conflict.
Okay, so him sitting down with these multiple leaders, South African leader, Zelensky, him doing all this, it allows for the people of each country to see where the progress is going, see how their leaders act.
What progress
is
has
a
been made
very
with South Africa? What progress has been made with Zelensky?
The progress, there hasn't been much progress. I'll give you that, yes. But what progress did Biden make in 4 years? It's been less than a year. He's had multiple discussions. He's had the ability to sit down. With the South African president, he was a straight liar, and he got exposed for it.
No, the South African president
this has
exposed
been
the fuck out of fucking Trump. So I just want to clarify that you do acknowledge that Donald Trump has made no progress with Zelensky. I just want to clarify, right?
Okay, no progress on paper. Yes, there's still guns firing. Yes, I understand that. But
Right,
the ability
right.
to talk,
Yeah, can you
the
acknowledge that?
ability to
Can you
hear
acknowledge
your
that he's
leader.
actually caused more regression? Okay, because he's stripped them of their humanitarian funding, which has made them weaker when fighting off the oppositional force of the intruder of the state of the Russian Federation. So not only has he not made any progress, but he's actually introduced regression.
I don't believe that us sending so much money is the best way to deal with it. I understand, yes, it's going to allow for people who don't have anything to do with the war to survive, to get food in order to live and be safe. Yes. But us sending so much money and there not being real progress, there needs to be discussions.
Okay,
There needs
so
to
I'm
be
going to tell you
open
why
talk.
supporting Ukraine with money is a good idea. Significantly better than what you're saying right now. First and foremost, I want to clarify, revoking humanitarian aid has caused active regression. It has caused more innocent Ukrainians to die. It has further emboldened Russia to only be able to claim more land from the state of Ukraine. And you think exactly what Putin wants you to think. We have leaked Kremlin documents where he talks about how successful their propaganda in America has been by convincing the American people that they've been spending too much money on Ukraine. So if it was genuinely better for Ukraine for us to not be giving them money, how come Putin wants America to stop giving them money? I wonder, maybe that implies you're wrong and it's not genuinely better for Ukraine. And it's also important to point out that when we stop supporting Ukraine, well, we're not operating in a vacuum. That slack has to be picked up by somebody, particularly other countries in Europe, other countries in NATO, like France and UK, who are now considering putting NATO boots on the ground in the state of Ukraine to fight, shoot, and kill Russian troops, which only increases the probability of a third world war. What if Putin says, fuck no, I'm not going to take NATO boots on the ground of Ukraine from France and UK killing my troops, so now I'm going to target them. Guess what? Article 5 gets invoked and the third world war starts. Okay, right? And then my last point here is there's no progress and you admit it. There's only been active regression. His plan isn't working. You're falling for Putin's propaganda. No wonder the state of Russia has interfered with the last 3 elections to help get Trump elected, right? And I also find it funny
Very
that you're
wild.
completely ignoring the fascism that exists at home here in America. You're completely ignoring this big,
was
beautiful
Trump a
bill
fascist?
that is
How is
reduced
Trump a fascist?
because he fulfills all 14 defining characteristics of fascism.
Okay, list them and tell me how he has total control of everything. Well, why are you looking it up?
What? Because I need to look up the 14 defining characteristics. I don't have them all
Oh,
memorized.
interesting. I thought you were so highly educated. That's what you clowned everybody else for. You said you're so more educated than them.
So I do think I am much more educated than many of the guests that come on my live. However, I hope you wouldn't expect me to have all 14 tenets of fascism memorized.
I mean, you're the one, you hold yourself so highly educated. I don't, the other people don't hold themselves highly educated. You clown other people calling them dumb.
Well, I
then you
hope.
have to
Oh, one
open
second.
up.
I hope I hope I'd be educated. I only do this for 4 hours a day, and it's my full-time job. Do you think it's like pompous and egotistical when people say that they're good at their job that they've been doing for years? No.
Okay, you're saying you're good at your job. You're saying this, but then you're also admitting that you need to look something up. This isn't my job.
And what's
I have a
wrong
life.
about that?
What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with it, but I'm saying
So if there's
you're gonna
nothing
say
wrong
you're
about
so
it, how
highly
come you're
educated-
talking about it as
Stop
if there is
interrupting.
something wrong
Stop
with it?
interrupting. Stop interrupting.
Are you
stop
mad
interrupting.
that I'm on your ass?
No, you're mad that I'm on your ass. I have not interrupted you.
Do I
once.
seem mad?
Speak so well. You're interrupting me again. Please let me speak.
For
You're
sure.
you're not letting
I
me
would just love for you to clarify why you're somehow talking down on me looking up the 14 defining characteristics of fascism.
I'm not talking down on you.
Yes,
I'm
you
saying
are.
you talk down on other people, saying you're more highly educated than them, and you say you don't need to look anything up. You said you with the other guest, I think it was whatever their name was, saying you don't use any of these sources. You don't need to look ChatGPT. You don't need to look or Google stuff up. You actually
Wait.
you clowned on somebody.
Sir, with all due
for
respect,
accusing them
that was
of saying they
absolutely
were looking
justified.
stuff up while you're arguing with them.
So you're talking about Karen. I think I was totally within my rights to clown on Karen.
No, I don't think it was the Karen lady. I think that's kind of funny
So
that you
then-
have to use a
so
term to
then
call
who
people
was it?
when your side actually doesn't like using terms to describe people.
Well, Karen's not a slur.
Okay, it's still a derogatory term. You're trying to insult her.
Well,
It's
it's
still an insult.
the reason why it's derogatory to call somebody a Karen is because of the negative virtues that are exemplified by Karens. And she exemplified those negative virtues, so it was just a mere description of reality.
Okay, so you're just gonna call anybody how it is. That's an interesting viewpoint. That's kind of
Well,
right wing.
I'll definitely call a Karen a Karen.
Okay. So I'll let you continue with the 14 fascism points.
Right. In the future, I wouldn't recommend shitting on people for Googling their resources so they can detail to you the most accurate information.
I'm not shitting on people. I'm shitting on you because you clown other people for Googling while you debate with them. So
No, that's
you
actually
it's
not
hypocritical.
true. You're completely misrepresenting reality. I clowned on her because she looked up an AI overview that disputed what she was saying. Oh, I will clown on people all day.
Clowned
for
on
that.
other people. You've clowned on other people for looking up during a debate. I'll pull out clips later on. Don't worry.
Do it.
Okay. Can you look up the
do it right now. No, I want you to prove your point. Unless you're going to drop it.
What happened to the 14 points?
Well, I
Let's-
have
let's
them
go
pulled
through
up right next
fascism.
to me, but I want you to be able to prove your point before I read them.
The point that you clown on people for.
Yeah, the point that I basically shit on people for looking up resources before they speak, with no other reason.
Not before. I didn't say before. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm saying during
So
an
I'm
argument.
looking up the resources before I speak.
Yeah. Okay. But you're the one that says you're so
So
highly
I just want
educated.
to clarify that you have no contestment to be looking up these 14 tenets of fascism.
Sure, go ahead. You have said you don't like.
You do
don't-
have
said
contention,
stuff like
okay.
that, but I'll give it to you. Go.
So you just said that I have done stuff like that, but I'll give it to you. So when have I done it?
What have you done? You have talked down on people for looking up during an argument.
Okay, show me.
Show you? You want me to pull up all your sources? I'm not your fanboy. I'm sorry.
So you
I'm
can't
not
prove your
looking
point.
I'll look up a TikTok clip. I know you love your TikTok clips, and I'll be turned into one. But can you turn on?
So where is it at?
Can we continue the point of this, which is about Trump, and not you?
Yeah, for sure. Who brought me up first, though?
Me, because I'm
Right.
bringing up a point that you're looking something up,
And
and you have went against people who've looked something up during an argument.
once again, you can't prove that.
Okay, sure. I'm sorry. My ears must have deceived me many times before.
Cool. So let's go over the 14 defining characteristics of fascism. The first one is powerful and continuing nationalism. The reason why I always like to reference this tenet of fascism first is because he ran on powerful and continuing nationalism. So you accepting this is a little bit of a competency test as it applies to how good faith you are. So do you accept that Donald Trump ran on powerful and continuing nationalism? Make America great again.
Yeah, of course. He's a nationalist. I understand that.
So the second tenet of fascism is a disdain for human rights. The most recent examples we see of Donald Trump holding a disdain for human rights is illegally deporting Armando Garcia without due process, without his hearing in court, and then having El Salvador place him in a center for terrorists, even though that was only an allegation that couldn't be proven, with his response that he doesn't get his shit. Also then saying to an ABC News reporter that he doesn't know if he has to honor the Constitution.
Okay.
So I think that demonstrates reason for us to believe that second point, which is a disdain for human rights.
Okay, but what do you think about the straight definition of fascism, that it is a controlled state, or not controlled state, sorry.
I can't hear you if you can't see me.
What?
We can't hear you if you can't see me.
Okay, 1 second. I'm going to pull out the exact definition, and then I'll be
So
back. to this.
I have the tenets of fascism. That would be the exact definition. I guess while you're doing that, I'd like to thank a couple people. Jay, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Jay says, man, after that last guy shitting on you about the 14 points, I had to donate another 20. God, I wish I could talk to my friends like you do. Respect. Jay, I really appreciate you for that. Let's show some love to Jay in that chat. As well as Desi, thank you for the $40 over on YouTube Super Chat. Saying Dean is one of the best and funniest political debaters and is cooking per usual. Thank you for the love, Desi. Let's get 400 Desi W's. As well as Mark, thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars, saying it's so rare to see a respectful debate between views on the right and the left these days. Thank you for doing what you do. Yeah, that last conversation was rather respectful. I like that. Archer, thank you for the $20 as well, saying good to see you, Dean. Archer, it's great to see you as well. Thank you. V, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Does it make sense for my dad to be libertarian and MAGA? Nope. Sabrina, thank you for the $14, saying you skipped over my last super chat, but that's okay. This guy is so close to being a lib. That last guy definitely was. Yeah, that's so true. Sabrina, thank you. As well as Jay with another $20, Catherine with a 20, and Barbara with a 20, guys. Thank you so much. Shout out to all of the donors on YouTube Super Chat. Holy moly, dude. Thank you so much. As well as Cameron, thank you for the $35 over on PayPal. 350 Cameron W's, but that's with a C, saying, let me get up on the live at LMFAOCR. I'll try to get you up next if you're still in that queue. And then Jen, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Austin, thank you for the 15. Lillian with a 4. AJ with a 10. And Stephanie with the $50 on Venmo. Let's get 500 Stephanie W's, 250 JW's, and 150 Austin W's. Thank you all so much for the love. Oh my God. as well as Jin with a 25, and then once again Austin with a 15. Matt, go ahead.
Okay. I was just letting you finish up the donations. So how do you think he controls the media? Bring that point.
So we're skipping to the, let's see here, the sixth tenet of fascism, which is controlled mass media. So first, I'd like it to be known that one of the tenets can be false, and if there's a sufficient amount of other tenets in which are true, fascisms can still exist. They don't need to necessarily meet all 14. However, I do believe that he does meet this point. For instance, he uses power that exists in the federal, in the executive branch of the federal government to defund media organizations that he doesn't like, such as NBC and AB and NPR. So he did defund them both to reduce their ability to disseminate facts. He also pushed AP out of the Oval Office while inviting sources from the Kremlin in. It's also the case that he called the media institutions of ABC and CNN "quote unquote" illegal. Right? Even though they have a constitutional right to exist as a media organization. He also defunded PBS, and he has tried to sue news organizations for reporting the facts, such as when he tried to sue ABC for calling him a rapist.
Didn't he win that case?
No,
Wasn't there a settlement?
they settled outside of court. So he didn't win.
Yeah.
I think the reason why ABC settled was because
Wasn't
they
that
didn't
short?
want to have to leak their internal communications during discovery. However, the claim that he's a rapist is still true. In fact, that's already been adjudicated by another court. A judge did rule that E. Jean Carroll's claim that Donald Trump had raped her was substantially true.
Okay, so besides that lawsuit that was settled out for whatever reason that you believe.
He has also threatened to lock up journalists.
Okay, yeah. He has the ability, not the ability. Sorry. That was greatly misspoken. He has the beliefs where he wants to talk to who he wants to talk to. If he's in his office, if he's in his president's office, why should he be taking disrespectful questions? Yes, I understand it's important. But if there's a reporter, when he's talking about certain issues, and there's a reporter asking about Qatar's gift to him or the gift about his plane, it's disrespectful. Especially one example, I think it was during the South African meeting. One reporter was asking the most
Why are we
oblivious
talking about
question.
reporters at his meeting with the South African president? That has nothing to do with any of the points that I just made.
It wasn't meeting with him. It was a meeting with Trump and the South African president. During that meeting,
What does this have to do? Listen, I could prove you wrong on this point, but it's not responding to anything that I said.
How do you want me to respond to everything you said? You want me to respond?
Just respond to the points that I made. Not to points that I didn't make. I didn't make a point about any reporter at his meeting with the South African president. I made points about how he's defunded NBC and PBC, and then he called CNN and ABC illegal.
Okay, so should we look into why he defunded them? Why? What's the reason he defunded them? Why is...
You won't find one. They're liberal. They're left leaning.
Okay, so he doesn't support their ideology. So
he doesn't support their
wanna hear
ideology of So typically, fascists do fascist things to people or institutions in which they don't support the ideology of. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so how is he not allowing them to speak? How is he over controlling the media?
He's using the power that he has that exists in the executive branch of the government to reduce their ability to speak by defunding them. Right. And also, I also think it's important to recognize that he's doing the same thing to Harvard. OK,
how does less money take away your ability to speak?
It reduces your ability to speak because the ability for media organizations to speak requires funding to support said speech.
How? You're just looping there. That's a loop.
It costs money to run news media organizations. Do I need to demonstrate? Do I need to prove that to you?
I understand that companies cost money, but
Right.
he's not. That's not my point. I'm saying how does the money take away the speech?
To pay journalists, to pay anchors, to pay supporting staff, to pay for airtime.
Okay.
Do I need to continue?
Why do they need? Why if they're so loving about free speech? Why do they need the money for it?
Why do they need the money? Well, I don't think that you're asking the right question. But the fact of the matter is that he took away funding intentionally to reduce the ability that they have to disseminate media because he doesn't like what they say.
Okay. Yes, he's taking away the money.
And then also, let's also acknowledge that he is called news media organizations illegal, right?
I'm not sure. I've never heard that.
Yeah,
but
he said that at the headquarters of the DOJ around a month ago. He called CNN and ABC illegal. Right, to
Okay.
suppress
I'm not
them.
going to say you're a liar
and he's done the
because I
same
know-
and he's now done the same thing to Harvard. Harvard has been pretty anti-Trump insofar as like not respecting his command to them to infringe upon the free speech of the students at their school. And in response, he has defunded Harvard from all federal funding. And after Harvard still didn't concede to his fascist demands, yesterday he ordered that all international students have their permits revoked.
Okay, so the Harvard University, they're obviously against Trump right now.
Well, because they're for the Constitution. They support the First Amendment right to freedom of speech.
Okay, if they're against Trump and they don't want to support his ideology, why should he?
Wait, yeah, the
That's
ideology that they don't want to
government
support
he's running.
is First Amendment infringements.
Such as,
Yeah, I think he told them that they didn't like the fact that there's pro-Palestinian protesters speaking bad about Israel, and like I don't know, they even made the claim
speaking
that
or
individuals
terrorizing Jewish students.
speaking.
You sure?
Yep.
What about Columbia? What do you
Why-
think about that university?
I don't know. I want you to respond to Harvard.
What else do you want me to respond about Harvard?
Yeah, he's defunded them, and he's said that they can no longer accept international students to further hurt them because they will not concede to his demand of violating their students' First Amendment right to freedom of speech.
So yes, he's making a power move in order to control. I understand.
Right,
the
that's
control part
fascist.
is going to set off the fascist. I understand. The control is going to set off the fascist ideology. I understand that.
Right,
He
there's
wants
one of them,
control.
right?
But any president, any leader is going to have control over their country. If they have one of the most esteemed universities in the country,
Yeah,
openly
he's
going
making
against
he's
them.
making our country dumber, and he's slowing GDP growth by excommunicating all international students, even though one reason why we have such a strong economy is because we have people that will come in from all over the world to study at one of the most esteemed universities in the world and then join the American labor force and start cutting edge innovative companies that wouldn't have been possible and wouldn't have existed or been built or been operated inside of America if we didn't accept international students in the first place. And he's doing that because they refuse to infringe upon their students' constitutional right to freedom of speech. Yeah.
So, how is him asking for the students and their information infringing their freedom of speech?
He didn't ask anything. He told them that they have to excommunicate all current international students and no longer accept any new applications from international students. It's not asking, it's demanding.
Not asking. Yes, he's demanding because he's the president. I understand that. But how is that taking away his freedom of speech?
Because they're he's telling Harvard that they have to restrict and condemn and punish students for speech, else he will do what he did, right? So he's basically saying control their speech or you get fucked.
Okay, I understand that ideology, but these Palestinian movements have gotten so far out of control and violent. And this you cannot say isn't true. They have a pattern.
we're
for
talking
getting out of
specifically
control,
about
getting
speech.
very violent. What?
We're talking specifically about speech.
Okay, I understand that. Yes,
It's
we're talking
all about
speech.
speech.
But we'll talk about where those speeches lead us. Those groups, when they have their speeches, where does that lead?
So see, now you're just being sympathetic to the fascism because you think that this speech will promote violence.
No, I'm saying that this speech has a pattern.
Do you think it should be
These
illegal? Do you
groups
think
have a
it should be
pattern.
illegal for white people in America to say the N-word since using racial slurs can promote racial violence?
Honestly, I don't believe that any side should be saying it.
That's not. I asked you if it should be illegal. It should
Illegal,
be
like a
a punishable crime to say the N-word.
No.
Wait, but
Freedom of
it
speech.
incites violence, and you're saying it should be a punishable offense to advocate for Palestine on college campuses because you think it promotes violence.
The N-word doesn't directly incite violence. It can cause anger.
So
because
that's
it
not
is a
true.
term,
That's not
but
true.
This is the same
racial
thing as
slurs.
calling
Racial
someone-
slurs directly incite racial violence.
Okay. Sure.
So then you do think, just like it should be punishable to advocate for Palestine on college campuses, it therefore should be also, because you think it incites violence, it should also be punishable to say the N-word, right?
I don't think it should be punishable to talk about it.
So,
but
so,
we need
so
to
then,
look
oh, so
at-
it's, but
we need
that's,
to look at
but
the
that,
fact
but that's exactly what
when
Donald Trump is
when
saying.
these
He wants
thoughts
it.
happen-
He wants to
Stop
make it.
interrupting.
He's making it He wants Harvard to make it punishable to advocate against the state of Israel. To
Okay,
talk about it.
I understand that, and I'm not saying that talking is bad, but we need to look.
But
at
that's what Trump is
these
saying.
groups. But no. We need to
It
look
is.
at
He particularly was calling out the speech.
where does this speech lead to? What does
now,
the speech lead
now we're in the circle because I just gave you the counter argument for this. You're saying that you think that that speech incites violence, therefore that speech should be punishable, correct?
That kind of sounds like what I'm saying, but that is
So
very
the speech of saying
simplified
the N-word as a white person incites violence, therefore you think that speech should be punishable, correct?
No, speech should not be
That
punishable.
is the fucking contradiction, sir.
How is that a contradiction? One
Really?
one has directly
Do
been
you
shown
need
recently.
me to explain
talk.
myself?
Oh my god.
Do you
Let me
need me?
talk.
Do you need me to explain myself, sir? Do I need to explain how that's a
I'm trying to
contradiction?
explain
You're saying
myself.
in one context you think that the speech incites violence, therefore it should be punishable. In this other context, you also recognize that the speech of the N-word incites violence, but you don't think it should be punishable. That's a direct
Your
contradiction.
anxiety pen and let me talk real quick. Can I just say some words?
I would love for you to respond to the fact that I've been able to point out a direct contradiction that's clear as day.
I've been trying to talk and you keep interrupting.
Go for it, man. I won't interrupt you as long as you respond to the contradiction I was just able to make very clear.
Okay, so do you want me to talk directly about your contradiction now, or do you want me to talk about Harvard?
I'd love for you to talk directly about my contradiction, which involves Harvard, because you think that Harvard should punish their students for their speech because you claimed it incites violence.
Okay, so this contradiction, I understand that yes, the slur, a slur, any type of slur can cause violence. Racial slurs, yes, but we need to look at recently, right now. What do these types of protests? How do they usually turn out? How does it usually end? Because I personally, I've had friends who have gone to several universities. I'm not going to name because I know these people will find them, but they have gone to universities, a Jewish student, and they've worn a Star of David, and simply because of that, they walked past one of these protests with freedom of speech, doing nothing to nobody, and they've gotten attacked.
Okay, so I completely disagree with profiling an individual as like being pro-Israel and supporting genocide just because they're Jewish. Okay, I'll recognize that. I actually think that's wrong. However, right, so does, in my mind, a lot of the pro-Palestinian community. A majority of the pro-Palestinian community does recognize a distinction between being Jewish and being Zionist. All right. And once again, for the intents and purposes of the argument I gave you, I actually didn't contest your claim that pro-Palestinian speech leads to violence. Even though I think it's wrong, I'm still able to rebuttal the position, even if I accept it, because you don't think that other speech, which definitely incites violence, should be punishable. So why do you think only this speech that you claim incites violence should be punishable, but not the other speech, which definitely incites violence?
Okay, so I don't think the speech directly needs to be punishable, but Trump going after Harvard in
Wait,
order...
actually, I'm not about to cook you. Are you ready?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, Donald
You're gonna
Trump's
lo-
speech on January 6th incited the insurrections upon the Capitol.
Okay, his January... I know you guys love that.
So he should have been punished really
Okay.
gravely.
I know you
for
guys
that, right?
love that point. I know you guys
So,
love
so,
that point.
so he should have been punished gravely for that, correct?
Okay, so once again, the Palestinian movement...
No, I
It
want you to
is
answer what I just
very
said.
violent. What? You want me to talk about the January 6th?
That Donald Trump's speech on January 6th to his followers incited riots and violence and an insurrection upon the American Capitol.
I thought we were talking about how slurs and derogatory terms...
This is a better analogy.
Okay, so we're switching up. Okay, so what part of it do you want me to talk about? How it was wrong?
His
I definitely
speech
agree. It was wrong.
directly incited violence against the American Capitol. should that speech have been punishable? Should we be able to punish Trump for inciting January 6th?
Honestly, no, because he
So then why should we be able to punish pro-Palestinian protesters?
because there's a difference between
What's the difference?
going to a government building and obviously they got violent. The people who did everything were
Right.
in the wrong. Yes.
Right? So what's the
But-
difference?
What's the difference?
Yeah.
One is blatantly against a group. One's blatantly against the Jewish people. One's just against
Oh,
a government.
So pro-Palestinian movements are not blatantly anti-Semitic. I'm pro-Palestinian not because I'm anti-Semitic, not because I hate Jewish people, but because I think that ethnic cleansing is wrong. All right. And then I just want to clarify that the January 6th, I do just want to clarify that the January 6th, like protest, riots, and insurrection was blatantly against Joe Biden and other Democrats in Congress. All right. There is a specific group being targeted on that date.
Yeah, it was a specific riot. It was a riot.
So then he should be punished for inciting that, right? He should be punished for
Inciting a
inciting
riot.
that violence.
If you guys want to try and charge him with inciting a riot, but what point did he say go and do this?
Yeah,
Go
what-
and storm.
Okay, at what points did students on Harvard's campus get on a mic and publicly state that they want individuals to go and harass and be violent to Jewish individuals on campus, not because they're Zionists, but specifically because they're Jewish?
You can ask a majority of the people there who are at these types of protests, and you can go there. I've seen these in real life, and you can try. Where's Star of David even? See what happens.
Can you
They're
like play me a
violent.
clip from like a single like Palestinian protest where somebody on a mic straight up says, "Let's hate Jewish people because they're Jewish"?
Look up Colombia. Look what's happened there.
I
Look up
want you to play it for me.
Play it for you. I don't have.
I want
how do
you to
play
give me an
something
example
on
of like an accredited individual leading a pro-Palestinian movement that blatantly calls for anti-Semitism, like just straight up Jewish hate because they're Jewish.
this? It doesn't have to be
Man,
an
thank you so
accredited
much for the
individual. That's an accredited individual.
Sage. I appreciate you so much for the love. Like, and I'm more so specifically at Harvard because that's the university in which you're claiming did exactly that. So give me an example of that happening at Harvard.
I'm not claiming that they directly said went against Jewish people. But I'm saying
Okay,
these
so
types
then
of
according
movements
to your norms,
cause
they
that.
shouldn't be punished because you're basically saying although Donald Trump did incite January 6th because you don't believe he specifically told them to do the violence, he shouldn't be punished. Well, unless you claim that individuals at Harvard specifically told others to commit violence, they shouldn't be punished either under your view.
That's a university. They're responsible for their students at a certain point.
Wait, and you don't think that Donald Trump was responsible for his followers that he specifically called to come to the Capitol?
One is an esteemed university. One is a single individual.
What's the difference insofar as culpability for the outcome of the actions? Like I
One
don't
is
like
openly
why
for
is
education.
Harvard culpable for what their students do on the public campus? That Donald Trump wouldn't be culpable for the followers that he specifically called for his rally at the Capitol while he was president.
Okay, I want to bring
Like
up
no, respond. He was a fucking president. He was the goddamn president of America that called for a special rally in front of Congress on that date. Why would
Yeah, he
he
called
not
for
be
a rally.
responsible, but then a public campus would be responsible for what individuals do on the public campus? Tell me.
It's a
So why would
private
Trump not
campus.
be responsible, but he would? But
It's a
Harvard
private
would.
university.
Okay, I appreciate you for letting me know. So now please respond to my claim.
Okay, so Harvard, a place for education, a place where people actually go to learn. Why should they allow for these things to go on, especially when they're known to get violent?
You're not answering my question, buddy.
Okay, what's directly your question? What's
My
directly
question
your
is, so why do you think that Trump wouldn't be responsible, but Harvard would?
I believe Trump would. I believe Trump at a certain point he is responsible for inciting the riot. Yes.
Okay, so then
But
you would agree that he
compared
should be
to
punished.
Compared to Harvard, a esteemed university that's set for education and set for a open group of people to go. One was go to this. Trump was go to this place, have a rally. Harvard is a set destination where all the students have to be for their education, and they should be safe too. All of the students, all types.
So you don't think that the president has culpability for inciting violence against his congressmen and women?
I mean, he definitely does. He has the ability, yeah.
Okay, so the same way that Harvard has to look after their students, Trump has to look after his congressmen and women.
they are politicians though. This is one is students. You're talking about students at a university versus politicians who ran and got elected.
Yeah,
How are you
but I'm comparing humans to humans. That's right.
Humans to humans. Okay, let's compare like a 5-year-old to a 30-year-old. That doesn't make sense. One is an esteemed politician who got elected.
Wait,
and was
do
pushed.
you think that
Another one
Harvard
is a
students are
student.
are Harvard students 5 years old?
No, but a
No,
college
right.
student is a college student. A college student is a college
So
student.
you're
They're
so
learning.
I just want to clarify that like if the congressmen and women that had the rioters bring violence against them were the ages of college students, then Donald Trump would be responsible. This sounds like a really incoherent position.
I'm sorry. Repeat that one more time.
So you're saying that if the congressmen and women in which had violence incited against them on January 6th were the age of college students, then Trump would be responsible?
No, it has nothing to do with age.
You
It
just
has-
told me that had
has
all to do with
with
age
fact.
when you pointed out that the individuals on Harvard's campuses were college students. Why can't you just admit that you have a contradiction
I'm
in
saying
your view, little boy?
college-
Why can't you just admit that you have a contradiction in your view, little boy? Like, like apparently you think that all speech which can lead to violence should be punished, okay? But not as it applies to racial slurs and not as it applies to Donald Trump inciting the insurrection. Why do you special plea only as it relates to the victims of Donald Trump's actions, right? If, as long as Donald Trump is the one doing the punishing, then it's fine. But if it's Donald Trump that's being punished, then it's not fine. It kind of sounds like you're one of the many Americans that embolden his fascism. So tell me why you don't apply this standard, little boy.
Okay, so first of all, be respectful with me and quit the little boy. You're not anything. You're not tough.
So
Quit it.
I wouldn't be calling you little boy if you haven't been going in a circle about the most obvious truth known to mankind for the last 20 minutes. Okay? At least from my perception, it takes intentional and willful ignorance in order for you to not be able to recognize the point that I'm making. You think that if speech incites violence, then that speech should be punishable. Donald Trump's speech on January 6th incited violence. You don't think that should be punishable. Racial slurs incite violence. You don't think racial slurs should be punishable. Why are those two things any different than the example you think you're giving about pro-Palestinian protests?
So I've clearly stated the difference now.
What is the difference?
The difference between esteemed politicians who got elected and ran for their positions.
Wait, why does
and
that matter
college
if it was
students
still
trying
Donald
to
Trump's?
get- Stop interrupting,
Wait,
bro.
why,
Stop interrupting.
why do the politicians matter when we're just merely
Quit muting
evaluating
me
Donald
and
Trump's
interrupting.
speech to see
Come
if
on.
it incited violence? Why does who the violence is incited against relevant?
Okay, can I talk now?
If you
Like,
answer
can
the
you
question,
actually stop?
why is the individuals in which the violence is incited against relevant?
Why? Because one is an elected individual. I'm trying to bring the point that one is an elected politician.
So if violence is
one
incited by
expressing their
speech against
ideology.
politicians, then all of a sudden it doesn't matter. So like
No.
that's what you're saying is that it doesn't matter that Donald Trump incited violence against the Capitol on January 6th because they were elected politicians. Like imagine, right, if we had a black elected politician that had violence incited against him, they were killed because of their race and the fact that Nazis, listened to somebody call them an N-word. Right? And then they went and killed them. Are you saying that speech shouldn't have been punishable since the victim was an elected politician?
Buddy, can I just talk without you interrupting?
If you could
like,
respond to
once?
what I just said, yeah.
I'm trying to, and you just keep interrupting.
Go for it.
Okay, so let's be respectful. Quit the little boy stuff. Stop that. We're having a discussion.
Okay, just
Stop
please respond to what I just said.
Okay, so one is at a political. He got elected. Yes,
Dude.
I understand. I'm repeating this. I keep repeating this because you keep interrupting. So, one is a political candidate. He ran. He got elected. Yes, I understand that. The other one is trying to get their education. They're learning. They are meant to be on a safe campus. And when these types of protests have a pattern for becoming unsafe and becoming violent, then it is a problem.
Are congressmen and women meant to be in a safe Congress?
I mean, yes, but also there's security there. There's there for a reason. What happened to the people who broke in?
There's security at campus protests.
And stuff still happens. There's open assaults. there's
Just like
open-
stuff still happened on January 6th. That's my point.
Okay, but what happened to the people who tried to break in?
Well, a lot of them got past the security, but some individuals were stopped by the security. Yeah.
What happened after? What happened after?
What happened after
Like,
what?
they were charged. Most of them are charged, right?
Yeah, charged for their crimes against the individuals in which they victimized. However, Donald Trump was not charged for inciting those crimes against the individuals in which were victimized, and that's kind of my point because you don't think he should. But guess what? They were literally fucking later pardoned and called patriots.
Yeah, because he got it back into office. He's going to support.
Did you support that? Do you think that Donald Trump did something wrong when he pardoned DJ Rodriguez, who tried to kill a cop by driving a stun gun into their neck and then pled guilty?
Are you talking about the January 6th?
Yeah.
I don't know the specific details on that case.
Well,
so
I just gave you the specifics. His name was DJ Rodriguez. That's a specific. He tried to kill a cop by driving a stun gun into their neck. That's a specific. He pled guilty in court into the FBI. That's a specific. And then Donald Trump pardoned him 4 years into his 12-year term. That's a specific. What more specifics would you possibly need?
The case of why, where.
Why? Because of the riots on January 6th, where the American Capitol win January 6, 2021.
Is there any footage? Like, was there?
Yeah,
was
there's a
there
body cam from the
process
police
to
officer
de-escalate?
which had the stun gun driven into their neck.
Was there a process to de-escalate any part of that?
There was no de-escalation from the officer to DJ Rodriguez because DJ Rodriguez walked up to the officer and quickly drove the stun gun into their neck before they could react.
Okay, so he was blatantly assaulted.
Right. And then
Okay, I'll agree
Donald
with
Trump
you on
pardoned them.
Okay, I'll agree with you that the pardoning is not right. But what do you think about the pardons Biden gave out? The plethora of them.
To who?
I don't know the specifics, but there was criminals.
Didn't
there.
you just tell me that you couldn't respond even though it gave you the hyper specifics of the individuals' names and what they did and how they pled guilty and how far they were into their term? But then you expect me to be able to give you a response to your claim about Biden's pardons when you can't give me any specifics at all?
I'm sorry, this isn't my full-time job. My bad.
Okay, well, then I can't just go, what about Biden's pardons? Okay, what? What about them? Give me the specifics.
You agree with them in the general?
Yes, I agreed with his general pardons because 8,000 of them applied to individuals in which were incarcerated for the use of the MDRUG.
What is that? I'm sorry.
MDRUG?
Yes.
M space DRUG. The M drug?
Oh yeah.
Getting
Okay,
elevated?
thank you. Yes, thank you. I needed that explained. My bad. Okay.
So yeah, I agreed with him. I thought they were great. No response?
Sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to still figure out what that even means. I don't know what an MDR are you talking about?
Getting elevated, man?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that clicked.
The devil's favorite produce?
Devil's lettuce. All right, got it. What about it?
You asked me how I felt about his pardons in general. Okay, well, 8,000 of his pardons accounted for that, so I feel pretty good.
Okay, what about the rest of them?
What are the rest? You have to give me the specifics.
His son.
His son? He pardoned. That was great.
The cocaine addict? Drug user? Really?
So, A, fucking hell, he had no crimes on his records related to the use of substances. Now I gotta kick you. And then B, he gave him a pardon alongside with other members of the family because Donald Trump has been saying for the last 6 years that he was going to politically attack them. God, only a good dad would do that. A bad dad, like if he didn't preemptively pardon his family, he'd be a bad dad, right? Because Donald Trump has spent the last 8 years saying that he was going to lock him up. That was a great idea of Biden. What's going on, Donald? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do support Trump.
Okay, before we hop into your debate, can you please turn off the background audio?
Side by side of your life and my life.
Okay, I had to mute you because you got like a radio going, you got a TV going. Just shut all that off and then let's have a conversation. And while you're doing that, I'd really like to thank Veteran for the $100 super chat over on the YouTube stream. Holy shit. Veteran says you never disappoint this boomer by providing the smallest glimmer of hope in a dark time for America. Veteran, I love you. Welcome back to the stream. Huge shout out, Veteran. And this was a while ago, but I'm so sorry. But Sid, thank you for the $100 super chat as well, saying that I'm cooking today. Holy shit, Sid. Thank you so much. And Veteran, let's show hella love to Veteran and Sid down below in that chat. I really appreciate both of you for the for the $100 super chats. It's so incredibly kind of y'all. As well as Jay for another $21 super chat on YouTube saying, damn, you're breaking me, man. I added $1 extra this time, but you're so worth it. The education alone is worth my time and money. That's so kind of you, Jay. Please show some love to Sid, Jay, and Veteran down below. As well as R. Thank you for the $50 donation over on PayPal, R. R says donation. Don't mention my name in your stream. I don't want crazies after me. I'm not going to lie. I didn't read that, but I did only call you by R, so I think everything is good. But let's just get 500 W's for Adon. Thank you for the $50 donation. Holy shit, that is seriously so kind of you. I really appreciate it. As well as Aline, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. And then Cameron with a $15 donation over on PayPal. Reminder to bring you up. Okay, I'm going to look for you in the queue after this. I apologize that I forgot. As well as TIPP with a $5 on Venmo. And then, oh my God. Dude. Brianna with a $100 Venmo donation and Sid with a $75 Venmo donation. I want to get 1,000 Brianna W's. That is BRIANNA. And then Sid with the $75 as well. Holy fuck, dude. Brianna just drops a coffee cup and Sid says, hi, I don't even have anything to say, but you're cooking today. Hope you're well. I hope you're well, Sid. I love you so much. Shout out to Bree and Sid in that chat right now. My God, I don't deserve that at all. That is so incredibly kind of you guys. But Donald, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
For Donald Trump because of his border policy and the fact that he has done more for the economy than the last president, and the fact that he has done more for safety locally and overseas wise.
Boom, you said he did more for the economy than the last president. Let's go and take a look at a graph. Quite frankly, here's investment into American manufacturing. This is coming from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we saw that went boom, kablooey. And then when Donald Trump won the election and was inaugurated, it went stagnant. How can you say he's doing more for the economy when he's literally stagnated economic growth insofar as investment in American manufacturing?
Well, for the fact that we also have Apple and a lot of companies coming back into the United States that Joe Biden let not come back into the United States due to his insanely poor border policy and the fact that he let us into a 4.1 deficit after he left office that we are now having to fix thanks to that policy.
Okay, well, first of all, Donald Trump is not fixing any deficit. In fact, if this big, beautiful bill passes the Senate, there's going to be $3.8 trillion added to the deficit.
Actually, you're wrong. There's going to be 30 trillion, not 3 trillion.
Okay, so you just made that bill 10 times worse.
But we're also going to have benefits because of the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security.
Okay. Well, actually, the Center on let me get up the source. I can't remember the source for the life of me. The Center on Budget and Policy Priorities would indicate that the bottom 80% of income earners in America are actually going to have a lower after-tax income because of Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill. So he's basically spending $30 trillion, according to you, to reduce the after-tax income for the bottom 80% of Americans. That has to be like one of the worst economic policies ever passed.
You're also not realizing that you're not saying is the bill's not going to come in place until 2028.
So he's spending $30 trillion on a bill now that won't impact America for 4 years, but when it does impact America, it's going to reduce the after-tax income for 80% of us. That has to seriously be one of the worst economic fucking policies I've ever heard of.
At least he's actually doing something instead of sitting there not doing anything like Biden has been doing for the past 4 years, when you claimed that he can actually be doing something when he has done nothing.
Arguably, doing nothing is better than spending $30 trillion to make 80% of Americans poorer.
Name one who's gotten poor off of Trump policy.
Off of Trump policy? Okay. Well, the stock market crashed by 7% because of his tariffs. That made a lot of people poor.
But then it also went back up because the stock market was in a momentary lapse because of a new president and coming into office. Stock markets always do that. They've done that for the past decade.
So it just like happened to happen on the same days he introduced and repealed the policy?
any president comes into office, the stock market gets affected because of it.
Actually, not true. Looking at Biden's
Bush
term,
had it happen. Obama had it happen.
Obama
Clinton had it happen.
Obama went into office at the start of the 2008 recession, bro. What?
And it got affected. It dipped
So-
not
so I
majorly, but it
actually-
dipped 2%.
So we've actually typically in the last 3 presidencies only seen economic growth following the beginning of a president's term. It's only under Donald Trump's second term that we saw that market collapse. But once again, do you just think that it's a complete coincidence that the markets happen to collapse 7% on like Liberation Day, April 2nd? Was that just a complete coincidence then?
No, but it was expected.
Okay, so if that wasn't a complete coincidence, it means it was caused by Liberation Day, right?
It was expected because, like I just said, every president has that happen to them.
Okay, well, why didn't it happen on like April 1st or like any point before April 1st? At any point in March, any point in February, any point in
Why didn't it
January
happen
after
on
the
January
21st?
1st when Biden got in the office, and then it went right after that, and then dipped 4 points.
Okay. You know what, man? Appreciate you for coming up. You win, I lose. Have a good one. Take the W and walk. We're going to move on to the next guest. If you're in that queue, make sure that means that you support Trump. Let's go to get that next guest up in here. We got Ashy Ash loading into the live. We got Chrome loading up right now, y'all. And then Dust. Oh my God. Thank you for the $200 super chat on YouTube. What the fuck, Dust? Dust says, I love how you don't let them get away with any baseless claims. Oh, fuck. What a terrible time to read off that donation. Let me let me know if you want a refund, man. I'll give it to you. I'll give you a refund if you want it. Let me know if you want your $200 back. Dust, then I will happily refund that one to you straight your way. I'm sorry, I couldn't take it. I'm sorry, Dust. I couldn't take it. I'm sorry for letting him off the hook. Thank you for the $200, Dust. That was incredibly kind of you. Let's get 2,000 Dust W's. That's seriously a shit ton of money. That is incredibly kind of you, Dust. As well as Brianna. Thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat saying so many Brianna's Breeze that popped off today, so I had to join. But thank you for doing what I couldn't, debating MAGA fools. 10 out of 10. Thank you, Brianna. That's so kind of you. And what's going on, Cookie? Do you support Trump? Cookie Walton, hello? Oh, Cookie.
Sorry, I didn't mean to request.
No worries. Have a good rest of your day, Cookie. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Let's go to get that next guest up in the live. If you're one of the 6.4 thousand people watching live, make sure that you're double tapping. Justin, why are you always fucking driving?
No, I'm not driving. This is the background.
You just
We're
got
good
out.
now. I turned it off.
Okay, I
just
brought
got
you up 3 times in the last 2 days. Every single time I brought you up, I've had to immediately kick you because you're driving. Like, do you drive for work?
No, not really. Well, yeah, 7:30 to 5, but you
Okay.
get me at the worst time. So.
All right, yeah. So you're MAGA. We already know that. In fact, I've actually seen you talking shit in that comment section.
I just do that so you can invite me. That's all.
Okay. So do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, right. Why is that?
I think his border policies are actually pretty good, and I also think yes, we had a couple of downs, especially with the stock market, things like that you were just talking about.
Oh yeah, wait one
But I
second.
think
Who's the guest that I forgot? Hey man, if you're the guest, yeah, Cameron with another $15 on PayPal right now, reminding you to bring me up again. Please let at LMAFOCR. Yeah, type in the chat. I'll invite you right now. Just spam the chat until I see it. But take it away. Take it away, Justin. Sorry for interrupting.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So in general, I just think that in terms of policy, it's just slightly better when it comes to like economic growth and things like that. When it comes to, let's just say, for example, like obviously the border policy with the obviously having stricter borders, I just think with the being able to do that with the times that we're at now, especially where it's like becoming more, I guess, like especially with inflation and things like that rising. I'll just give you like a perfect example. Like just say if someone goes, I guess, across the border, let's just say gets injured or something like that, and they're obviously not legal, where does that money go, especially if someone's getting injured? And I just think that costs tons of money.
Oh, but you're basically saying that undocumented migrants drain resources from Americans, right?
Pretty much, yep.
Okay. Then also CR, you're not in the queue. I do see you in the chat. Just join the guest request and I'll let you up. But right now you are not in the guest request. So anyways, Mr. Justin. So what you said is actually false. Undocumented migrants pay $100 billion per year in federal, state, and local taxes. So unironically, they actually help subsidize funding to then be spent on citizens that they don't have access to, benefits like Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. Not to mention the fact that they also add $300 billion to the American GDP per year and strengthen the American labor force. So it's crazy, but undocumented migrants actually benefit the American economy.
Yeah, so then what happens to the people that actually, let's just say, come in illegally and then actually do, let's just say, break a leg or something like that, and then they have to go to the hospital?
Yeah, they go to the ER. If they don't have health insurance, then Medicare pays from the federal expenditure. Medicare expenses around $17 billion per year on uninsured people in American emergency rooms. Only a fraction of those are undocumented migrants, but if we assume all of those are undocumented migrants, guess what? They still pay 5 times more in than they take out.
Understandable, but when it comes to, situations where, let's just say, actually, you know what, you got a point, but I'm just saying more realistically, when it comes to them helping us, I get that they do, but when it comes to a point, especially when it comes to crime and things like that,
They're actually 2 times less likely than natural U.S.-born citizens to commit violent crimes, so they reduce per capita crime rates. In CR, I don't see you in the queue.
All right, well, besides that, in terms of just inflation and things like that going on now, when there's, especially when it comes to things like crime and drugs, like I get that it does, but I don't know if that, whatever stat you want to pull up and show that, but.
So then what's your claim? Because, I debunked the one about the economy, debunked the one about crime. What's next?
Well, overall, I don't know I just need something to debate off of. Like, I guess I don't agree with that because
what you should debate off of is why you support the president.
At the end of the day, they do, especially if they do get injured or something like that when they come across it. It definitely doesn't benefit us. There's no denying that.
Well, it actually benefits us more to have them work in the country and pay $100 billion.
No, I get that, but it's you're not answering my. Like, I understand that they benefit us that way, but when it comes to...
So you're basically saying we should just look at the benefits they get in a vacuum, and it doesn't matter if what they put in is more than what they put out. If they take out anything, then that's bad.
So we can't ignore the fact.
So do you think that we should... So American education systems for American children cost billions and billions and billions of dollars from taxpayers per year. We should just get rid of that because we should ignore the ROI of a more educated labor force, right? Right. Yeah. You want to dismantle all public education because it costs money?
No, but the whole thing is...
Wait, why? But it costs money. Isn't that your argument about undocumented migrants and access to emergency rooms? Oh, it costs money. It doesn't matter if it gives if there's still...
Well, you shouldn't ignore it either, but you're acting like that should be ignored.
I am acting like it should be ignored. Why the fuck would we care if they cost some money, if they only give our government...
gets hurt, and then we have to pay for it realistically because it comes out of tax dollars, it doesn't come out of just nowhere.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Money doesn't go on from a printer,
For every dollar that is expensed on the access to American emergency rooms by undocumented migrants, they pay $5 to $7 in. Would you be okay with our government making an investment of $1 for a $7 return?
Sure. I mean, it depends
then you're okay with the American government paying for access to emergency rooms for undocumented immigrants.
You have to do it legally, unfortunately, because you're
so
in
now
a
you're just
situation...
completely shifting your argument. Because remember, you're the one that came up here arguing a position about how undocumented immigrants hurt the American economy, but now you're just arguing the position that, well, they don't hurt the economy, but they still got to come in legally. Okay, argue it, but then just require... So what is the position that you're trying to argue?
But I'm saying we should, at this point where it's becoming where we're trying to save money, especially when it comes to the United States, that we need to, obviously have stronger borders. That's just my whole...
Bruh, listen to me like so closely.
Yeah.
They may take some money from our federal government from access to emergency rooms. Okay?
Okay. It's not just that,
But
yeah.
they pay more money than they take away. Emergency rooms only expense around $17 billion per year for uninsured people. Only a fraction of those are undocumented immigrants. So there's maybe $1 billion expensed annually for access to emergency rooms for undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants pay
kind of a lot of money,
$100
though it's like
billion,
a small percentage, so-
but they pay $100 billion in taxes. So you're
$100 billion in
losing.
taxes,
So
and
basically, what you're saying
they're
is that we
illegal.
should
How are they paying these taxes?
is that we should
How are
lose.
they? Do they
No.
pay it
Listen
under the
to what
table?
listen
I
to
mean,
what
it's
listen to what you're saying. You're saying that we should lose $100 billion per year to gain $1 billion per year. Basic math would tell you
You're
that's a
not
bad
understanding.
idea.
Yes, they're whatever. If they're benefiting, they're sending all this money into the United States. Whatever, they're working. I get it, but they're not paying their taxes. They're not doing anything else.
They do. In fact, they pay more taxes than citizens because they don't get a return
How
for
are
their
they paying those
W-2.
taxes? They have no social security.
Yeah, because you don't need a SSN to pay taxes. You could get an ITIN to pay taxes, and that's exactly what undocumented migrants do.
Of course, but the thing when it comes to they're paying like other things, let's just say when it comes to social security, things like that, where is that? They're not paying that.
They are. Yes.
Absolutely not.
They do. I'm like, this is my source is the IRS. You understand that, right? Like when I say that
There's so
undocumented
many
immigrants
people
pay
that do
$100
not
billion
pay
per year in
taxes.
taxes on the federal, state, and local level, like that's coming straight from the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service.
So the IRS is going to find someone who is illegally working currently in some sort of business that, which is currently happening now. There's
Yes,
businesses
the
where
IRS knows about millions
they
of
do not know
undocumented
that.
workers.
Absolutely not. You have no idea.
So then how come Donald Trump went to them and requested their records of undocumented immigrants working and paying taxes in America? Boom.
The person doesn't have to admit to anything. They can say they have nobody working for them. What do you mean? They can easily find someone on the street and be like, hey, come work for me. And then they won't pay their taxes that way. They just get paid on the
Okay,
side.
so
and they
can you
pay
affirm?
back.
So do you agree that undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion per year in taxes through ITINs and sales tax? Yes or no?
I don't know. I haven't seen that stat, but sure, that's what you.
Okay,
claim.
so then what are we debating?
We're debating.
So
we're
you're trying to
minimize-
convince
we're
me
trying
that
to- we're
undocumented
trying to
immigrants
make
don't pay
more-
taxes.
we're
Do you have a
trying to create
source?
a better economy, and I think by starting by
Hey,
doing the work-
sir, do you have a source that would indicate that undocumented migrants pay anything but $100 billion annually in taxes?
have a source saying that they don't pay taxes. You're saying?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just more of me realistically seeing it in the real world. I'm in the real world, so I know.
How?
I've seen
Okay,
businesses
I live in the
in
real
general
world.
where they
I've never seen
hire people and they don't.
I've never seen
They're
anything.
not documented. I've seen it.
I've never seen anything with my eyes that would tell me that undocumented immigrants don't pay taxes in America. That's a pretty absurd claim. How could you see that? How can your like experiences indicate to you that undocumented immigrants don't pay taxes in America? That's really absurd there, little bro.
Because I've seen it when it comes to businesses.
How can you see that?
There are people who on the street are looking for work. They get hired or whatever it may be. They'll work for the day.
Now, have you ever seen have you ever seen a
I've seen
citizen
it all day, man.
Have you ever seen a citizen work under the table and not pay taxes?
Have you seen a citizen not pay taxes? I mean, I'm sure there's like a lot of loopholes when it comes to
No, just like work under the table. They're not filing a W-2. They're working under the table for cash. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, always, yeah.
So this must mean that no citizen pays taxes, right?
Why would I say no? No, that's just some people that do it that way. I didn't say all people.
So
do
I
that.
like how you go from just being.
I'm not saying all immigrants do it. I'm saying that doesn't help. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't help us. It doesn't
So,
benefit.
I think that
100% of citizens don't pay taxes. That's just.
You're making my
that's
point
stupid,
for me.
obviously.
Not 100% of undocumented immigrants pay taxes, just like not 100% of citizens pay taxes. So what?
Yeah, but that's my point. Is that it's the reason why you want the strong border, things like that. It's going to help us benefit the economy a little bit better. It's not. It's going to aid in helping. It's not going to make it worse. That's the whole thing.
Bruh, how?
That-
How do
that's a
undocumented
perfect
migrants?
argument. What do you mean? That's
Tell
like-
me,
that
tell
makes
me how
perfect sense. It
Tell me
helps.
one
It
way.
doesn't hurt.
Tell me one way that undocumented migrants net hurt the American economy.
But they hurt by not paying the taxes. That's another thing. and they hurt us by also
Justin,
coming,
Justin, I'm
getting
gonna
hurt.
need you to respond. I'm gonna need you to listen to me. Undocumented immigrants pay more in taxes than they reap in benefits. They don't have access to Social Security.
I understand that completely.
So
but
then
you're
where's
not
our issue lie?
understanding that it's still
Where does our issue lie? Because you're saying that removing undocumented immigrants from America would help the American economy because they don't pay taxes. So this would indicate that you think, in totality, undocumented immigrants get more in benefits than they pay in taxes. So if we were to deport them all, it'd save our government money. Okay, but what I'm saying, and for whatever reason you just agreed to, I don't know if you know that, is that undocumented migrants pay more in taxes than they receive in benefits, which means if we deport them all, our government will actually have less money.
I never said deport them all. That's not my goal here. We need stricter policies.
What the hell? What the fuck is going? Does anybody know what's going on? Can you guys tell me if I'm just like completely delusional for thinking this guy's making no goddamn sense? So like,
I don't see why.
So listen. So Justin, your point is that undocumented immigrants don't pay taxes, right?
Yes, they don't pay taxes.
Okay.
Not all of them.
So your point is wrong
Maybe
because
a percentage, a
undocumented
small
immigrants pay
percentage.
$100 billion per year in taxes.
But you're not. See, you're ignoring that. Yes, most of them can. Of course, they can pay their taxes, but there's still a
Right.
percentage of them that don't. I don't understand why we're not understanding that.
There's a percentage
Why
of
is that not clicking with you?
So there's a percentage of undocumented immigrants that don't pay taxes. However, when we look at undocumented immigrants as a demographic, they help the economy. There's a
Of course,
percentage of
but-
everybody that doesn't pay taxes, including the president.
We don't have exact percentages, but I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So what's your point? Should we also be deporting all citizens because there's a percentage of citizens that don't pay taxes?
Well, you need to attack things, little by little. You're trying to, obviously help the economy and lower inflation, things like that. And I think that's a good way to approach it. I mean, that's a one step to it. I'm not saying deport everybody. I'm saying, to reduce problems when it comes to debt and spending. That's the way to do it. You can save a little bit when it comes to doing that.
But when you
And it
deport
helps the economy.
undocumented immigrants, like you're going to be deporting like a portion of the overall demographic when the overall demographic pays taxes on average. So the average undocumented immigrant that you're going to be deporting pays taxes, contributes to $100 billion.
What's the percentage that Americans pay taxes versus?
Hey,
deported?
Justin, I am like around 30 seconds from just completely losing my cool because I think that you're an idiot. So I think that you could prevent the likelihood of me losing my cool by like not interrupting me. All right. Because like I could talk to idiots, but I can't talk to idiots that like interrupt me every 5 seconds. I'm just trying to be honest and upfront with you.
No, you're cool. I get it. You can continue.
So listen to this. Right now, undocumented immigrants as a demographic pay $100 billion per year in taxes. If we start a mass deportation, Congress says that'll cost $175 billion up front. We're already $175 billion in the drain. What's the opportunity cost? We start this mass deportation, all undocumented immigrants are sent out of the country. We spend $175 billion in upfront costs, plus the $100 billion per year annual opportunity cost of the money that we're losing out on because we deported these taxpayers. What's not clicking in your brain? We lose money with mass deportation. Where am I going wrong?
I'm not disagreeing with. I don't want mass deportation. That's not my goal.
So what is Trump doing? Is Donald Trump doing a mass deportation?
He's not getting everybody in sight because there's still people here. What are you talking about?
So it's not happening at all because there's still undocumented immigrants here. So
Of course, it's happening. It's not happening at a
so-
major mass rate that everybody's thinking it is.
So even at the rate that it's happening right now, it is still hurting the American economy.
Is it hurting the American economy that we're not deporting them?
That we are deporting them.
Is it hurt? It's not. Nor it's right now. If we were to deport them, depending on what the situation is, it could either benefit or hurt.
No,
it really depends.
it definitely hurts, okay? Because we've already removed hundreds of thousands of American laborers from the labor force. We've already removed hundreds of taxpayers from the overall tax-paying pool. That hurts the economy.
Well, the unemployment rate's at 1.4%, and it hasn't changed. So what? How do you explain that?
How is the unemployment rate calculated?
It's just something that I saw that it stated that it was 1.4%.
Okay, first of all, that's not true. But the unemployment rate is calculated by taking those that are able to work that aren't working and dividing it by by the total amount of people that are able to work.
You're saying they're paying taxes and they're also not accounting for the undocumented immigrant?
When you deport an immigrant, they're no longer able to work, so they're no longer factored into the unemployment rate. Voila.
So undocumented immigrants that are currently working don't get accounted for that 1.4%.
No, they do because they're able to work in there in America.
They don't because
But
they're
they
not
stop
documented.
getting a
No social security. So how is that possibly getting documented into that percent? It's not.
because they work on a W-2 through an ITIN. What does ITIN stand
you
for?
you realize they don't get
What is an ITIN?
They just work. They get hired. They work on the street.
Hey,
That
what does
happens.
an
There's situations
ITIN
like
stand
that.
for?
I don't know what it stands for.
Individual taxpayer identification number.
They don't all get that. Why is that so hard to understand?
Hey Justin, how many
They
continents
don't all
are there?
get that. They don't go through that system. They
You're
don't all
saying
go
you're
through that-
saying that not you're oh my god you're saying that none of them you're saying that you can't identify a single undocumented immigrant with him. You're saying that no undocumented immigrants get an ITIN. You're saying that you can't identify a single undocumented immigrant with an ITIN.
I can't tell if I'm muted or not. Did you mute me?
How many continents are there?
7.
Name them.
Australia, United States.
Yeah.
England.
Yeah. Really? Yeah. I'm not gonna. I just. Yeah. Wasting my time. We're gonna just get the next guest up on the stream. Wow. What a pitiful world we live in. Hello, how old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
Listen.
Not 19. Moving on. Oh, CR's finally in the queue. Let's get CR up here. I just saw you in the queue. Let's try to get CR up here. I literally just saw you. Did you leave? What the heck? CR, you were in the queue for like a second, and now you're gone. Oh, there you are. Let's get CR up here. I'd also like to thank Shelby. Thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. KITA, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying thanks for fighting for us. I appreciate you for the love. Brandon with another $5 on Venmo. And then Lucas, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Let's get 100 Lucas W's. Bianca with the $2 and Luna with the $5. Thank you guys so much for the love over on Venmo. I'd also like to thank, let's see here, Aaliyah for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. That is incredibly kind of you. Brian, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. And Brianne with a 5. Thank you guys. We got CR loading into the live right now, y'all. If you are MAGA and you would like to come up for a debate, let me know down below in that channel. I'll get you up here. It doesn't look like CR is loading in. That's really unfortunate. I know that he donated a lot of money to be able to get up here, so I really hope that he's able to load in. What's up, Sloppy? How old are you?
12.
Goodbye. Let's go move on to the next guest. Guys, if you're in that queue, make sure that you're MAGA. Y'all, we are just looking for some Trump supporter to have some conversations with. Dean, it's not me, bruh. Then hop back in the queue. But I definitely got a CR loading into the live with your profile picture. Maybe it just glitched out or something. Let's try to get that next guest up in the box. Y'all, let me know down below in that chat if you're MAGA. We are really trying to get CR up on the live. I guess CR, please hop in that queue for me. I'm going to really try to get you up here. Yo, what's going on, Jay? How old are you?
19.
How long do you expect me to believe that for?
Can you just debate me?
Sorry, man. I'll wait until you're actually 19 or like 18 at the least. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Yo, we got Matt loading in. For whatever reason, CR, it says that you're not available. I don't know why it says that. What's up, B? How old are you?
Hey, Dean, this is, I'm on my wife's account right now.
Nice. Do you support Trump?
No, I've been trying to reach out to you and Parker individually via certain DMs. My partner and I both.
I'm sorry for kicking you, man. The only reason I kicked you is because you didn't vote for Trump and you had an echo on your mic. I felt really bad. I felt really bad doing that, but it had to be done. I'm really sorry, dude. please, like, just show some love to them for being a liberal. Show them love in any way that you can. I feel really bad when I do that. What's going on, Diddy?
What's up,
Why is your name Diddy Dave?
bro? It's my influencer name, bro.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year are you
Do you
born?
believe me or?
What year are you born in, Diddy Dave?
2005, 4th of July.
Why pick Diddy Dave?
Bro, I do not know, bro. It's just funny,
do
bro.
you think that you're kind of?
I just wanted to ask you something about
Try Diddy.
about
outta here.
Islam and Europe.
yeah.
What's your opinion on that?
You're not even here to debate. Moving on to the next guest. We're gonna go to get that next guest, Chris, up in the box. Everyone, just give us a minute, y'all. Do be patient. Do be patient, everyone. Give us a minute to get Chris up in the box. Go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that comment section if you would like to come up and debate, y'all. What's going on? Do you
Hello?
support Trump?
Yes.
All right, why?
Nick Fuentes beat you in a debate.
Terrible.
That anxiety pin, buddy.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes got cooked.
No, he didn't.
Name one point he didn't get cooked on.
Nick beat you.
Name one point I didn't just absolutely destroy him on.
Come on, bro. You know Nick beat you.
Oh, if he did, you'd be able to name like 1 point out of our 2-hour debate that he didn't absolutely get roasted on.
Bro, Nick beat you. Come on, dude.
Nobody gives you any credence since you can't name one thing he didn't get beat on. Do you understand? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? We've done the circle 3 times. If he beat me in a debate, you'd be able to name 1 point he beat me on.
He's smarter though.
Are you a Nazi?
I'm not gonna say that on the live.
So you are.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I am.
Well, Nick Fuentes is.
Nick Fuentes isn't a Nazi.
By any definition, he is a neo-Nazi. Yes, by any definition.
Nah.
Define neo-Nazi.
I don't know, bro.
You don't know jack shit, Colin. What do you know? Do you know that like you're alive?
Yeah, of course.
Dad it. Moving on. We're going to move on to the next guest. James, everybody just give us a minute. Everyone just give us a minute. Be patient while we get the next guest up in here. Go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat if you'd like to come up and debate, y'all. We are just looking for the next Trump supporter to bring on the live. To bring on the live, quite frankly. Quite frankly. That's the truth. That's the truth. Everybody just give us a minute, y'all. Where are they at? The Trump supporters are running scared today, let me tell you. They are. They're running very terrified today. It's kind of their thing. It's kind of their specialty, may I say. Hello, Ken. Do you support Trump?
Oh shit, I didn't even mean to join. Low key, I'm in the bathtub, bro. I'm sorry, bro.
Bro, go tub it up. Have a good time, man. Get squeaky clean, Mr. Ken. Get squeaky clean, Mr. Ken. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest right now, y'all. Yo, Dust, thank you for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. Dust says, holy shit, I don't blame you for skipping these people at all. How do they graduate high school? Beats me. Thank you for the $100 donation, Dust. By the way, I will say this. If you are watching on YouTube and you would like to support me, I would recommend you first opt to support me on Venmo and PayPal. The only reason why I say that is because YouTube takes like 30 to 60% of all proceeds on Super Chat. But I do really appreciate you guys so much. So please show some love to Dust down below in that chat. That is so incredibly kind of you. As well as Alyssa, thank you for the $20 on Venmo 3 minutes ago saying my dad just said nobody beats this guy. Then they just come up and he knocks them all out. You know, that's what we strive for. We strive for that perfect record. I don't really think that I think that we've been upholding that perfect record pretty cleanly. I don't know if we've got beat, I guess. Thank you for the love, Alyssa. That's very kind of you. As well as Christian! Christian with the $300 donation on PayPal. Holy shit. Dude, Christian, my man. Christian says, thank you for supporting gay rights. You were featured on Norwegian news today as debating is taking off in Norway, and they showed you and right-wingers as examples. You explained Trump's felonies and advocated for gay rights in the clips. Thank you. Holy shit, Christian. That is the coolest thing ever. Are you kidding me? I made it all the way to Norway. That is sick. That is so cool. That is so Christian. That's so cool, Christian. But thank you so much for the love, man. And I really hope that you're doing well, Christian. It's been a while since we've caught up. Let's get 3,000 Christian W's down below in the chat. That is very, very kind. What's going on, new guest? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Nice. What year are you born in?
2007.
Perfect. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Oh my God. Why would you ever support such a train wreck?
All right, whatever. I haven't been able to vote yet, but I just have a question for you. So, would you say that the BLM movement was a good or bad political movement?
It was a good political movement.
Okay, so why are teachers from my school allowed to have BLM flags in their classroom?
Why are they allowed to have BLM flags in their classroom?
Correct.
I mean, do you want are you asking for like the literal answer insofar as why they're allowed to fly them?
Because my school has a direct...
I mean, I'd assume that maybe that's going to be protected under the First Amendment, and if it's not protected under the First Amendment, it's probably just going to be a policy of the school district.
Right. Well, the school district has a policy that says political movements aren't allowed to be in the classroom.
Okay. Well, they probably just don't define BLM as a political movement, right? And
how would it not be?
Because I don't think that human rights should be political.
How is it a human right?
How is the right to live regardless of your race a human right?
That has nothing to do with the BLM
also,
movement.
you said in your classroom.
Correct.
So you're in high school?
I just graduated yesterday.
You graduated yesterday. It would be around graduation time. That adds up.
But yeah.
Okay, so I have a question. What do you think the point of BLM was?
Don't know, don't really care. Honestly, I just don't want politics in the classroom because
if you don't know, wait 1 second. If you don't know the point of BLM, then how do you know it's political?
Because I just asked you if it was a good or bad political movement, and you specifically said a good political movement, which means that the average person would.
Sure. I think I'd rephrase my answer. I misspoke. I don't think it is a political movement. That was something wrong that I said.
So you don't think it was a political movement?
Yeah. The more I think about it, you're right. It's not a political movement.
Okay, so then I also have a question for you about DEI.
Okay, well, before we move on to DEI, why do you think BLM is a political movement?
Because they were striving for political movements and wanted differences in the law.
Okay, such as?
What do you mean, bro? They literally strive for equality the entire time.
So you think that
even though they were
equality is
already
political?
equal under the law, and use that as a reason to protest.
Wait, you think that the only time we see communities disenfranchised is that legally?
All right, bro. Do you know how many times
do you think that
police
the
unlawfully
laws
killed somebody a year?
Do you think that the law is the only thing that could oppress a human?
What?
Do you think that law is the only thing that can oppress a human?
No.
No. Okay. So even if your claim is true that black individuals are equal to white individuals in the eyes of the law, well, the eyes of the law are not the only eyes in which can be used as a tool to oppress others.
Okay, well, so then would you defend Nazis under this rhetoric? Because, they already did a study that Nazis get treated unfairly under the law by police officers. So if you're justifying the fact that even though they're equal under the eyes of the law because they're oppressed differently, then therefore they're able to have a movement. So you think that Nazis should also be campaigning for Nazi Lives Matter?
Okay, so first and foremost, I don't understand how me claiming that the law is not the only thing that can oppress an individual, preluding to the obvious take that black individuals in America today are also oppressed socially speaking.
So
I don't
are
understand
Nazis.
how that relates to Nazis.
They are also oppressed. Would you disagree with that?
I have a question. What is discrimination?
I don't like treating somebody unfairly on the basis of race, skin, religion,
Not necessarily.
gender.
Discrimination is going to be unjustifiably holding prejudice and or targeted specifically towards an individual or group of individuals based
Why is
on a
everybody
common
in,
trait.
okay?
So the difference between black people and Nazis is that hating black people comes with no reason, only prejudice, and hating Nazis comes with a lot of reason. They only genocided 12 million individuals. Does that make sense? So there's reason to hate Nazis.
Sorry, I
there's
didn't know I
not
was
reason to hate
muted.
black people.
What?
There's reason to hate Nazis. There's not reasons to hate black people.
No, I don't think there's reason to hate anybody.
Wait, so do you hate Hitler?
No. I don't hate anybody.
Well, I mean, you hate BLM.
No, I don't. I just don't think it should be allowed in the classroom.
I think that it's objectively like fine to you don't hate anybody. You really? So tell me why I'm wrong. Okay, how about this? Tell me why I shouldn't hate Hitler. Take it away. Take the mic away. Convince me of your view. Convince me of your view, sir. Tell me why I shouldn't hate Hitler. Change my mind. Click on your profile picture and click the icon of the microphone and convince me of your view. Tell me why I should not hate Hitler.
Well, I'm Christian, so that's just rooted in my belief.
So seriously, convince me of the view. Give me an argument, even if it's rooted in your Christian beliefs. Tell me why I shouldn't hate Hitler.
Okay, well, this is completely steering off from what I was saying before. The whole point of this was
I
just
kind of want to
saying
focus on it. Tell me why I shouldn't hate Hitler.
Nope.
I'm serious. Give me an argument. Come on, don't back out now. Have a spine. Tell me why I shouldn't hate Hitler. Come on.
I don't need to convince you of something.
Okay, well then you're not here to debate because that's what a debate is
I
all about.
am. This is a red
So
herring.
then
That has
debate.
nothing
So
to
then
do.
debate. Tell me why I shouldn't hate Hitler.
All right, bro. I mean, why do we have to focus on a point that had nothing to do? I was talking about BLM.
Because
you
Dean
moved on to
says so.
Hitler,
Because
and now
Dean
you're
says so.
making me
You're
defend
the one
Hitler.
that brought Nazis up. Also, are you 16?
No, bro.
Then why
I
is my
just
whole chat
graduated.
saying that you're 16?
I don't know.
Chat, why are you saying that he's 16?
Why is everybody saying that I'm 16?
Let's see if the chat has evidence. Maybe there's a link social where it says here. Let's just look at what the chat has to say, everybody. Let's see why the chat is saying he's 16. Okay, we're waiting. He's 16. I'm not seeing any reason yet. Because he graduated yesterday? You could be 18 and graduate high school.
My graduation was on Tuesday, but I
so
still had to go to
everybody-
school Wednesday and Thursday.
So people are saying just based off the way he's talking,
I had AP exams.
he's not okay. I'm not really seeing any solid evidence that.
Or what are you guys talking about?
I'm not seeing any solid evidence that he's 16. I'm not gonna lie. He said he can't vote. No, he said he couldn't vote in the election. Def 16. I mean, are you just saying that because like his points are so juvenile? If so, I agree. But adults have those too. Okay, I'm not really look at his reposts. Okay, do his reposts indicate that he's 16? His reposts indicate that he likes supercars, UFC. To be fair, these are really 16-year-old boy interests. Okay, post about day trading.
Wait, how does I'm so
Pretty 16,
confused?
you know?
Why? What does anything I did have to be with me being 16?
I don't know. You kind of like embody the energy of like a 16-year-old white boy.
All right, that's fine with me.
Not gonna lie, but I don't see any hard evidence. Now people are saying that they know from his Snapchat. I don't see his Snapchat anywhere connected to his account. Does he even like have an Instagram connected? Okay.
What?
Yeah, people are just saying shit. Okay, chat. I'm not gonna lie. Y'all are saying shit. Y'all are just saying shit. Y'all are just saying shit at this point. Back to the debate because I think the chat's wrong.
All right. Okay. So let's say
back
let's
to
just
the
say
debate.
you beat me.
Convince
Let's just say
me.
you beat me
Convince
on
me
this
of the
first
view
thing.
that I shouldn't hate Hitler.
All right. Let's just say you beat me on the first thing because I just want to get to the second part because I'm not trying to be in here.
Before you get to the second part, I want to get to your bio. It says America First. Is that America First related to the Groyper movement?
What do you mean?
Well, America First is used as a slogan by neo-Nazis in America today, including the Groyper movement, Nick Fuentes, Yay, etc., to represent their Nazi beliefs. And the reason why I'm asking you this question is because you happen to bring up Nazis. What are your thoughts on Hitler?
He's a bad dude. That's it.
How many people died in the Holocaust?
In total, or just the Jewish people?
Everybody that was victim. Well, you know what? Answer either question. How many Jewish individuals died during the Holocaust? Yeah, sure.
6 million, I think.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. I'm not getting Groyper vibes. Go ahead.
All right, so the DEI thing I was interested in. You're pro DEI, correct?
Yeah, sure. I think that DI is great.
Okay, so would you be for blind hiring?
For blind hiring. I think that like blind hiring, insofar as ignoring race, well, like my immediate perceptions would be that blind hiring can actually be an implementation of DEI. But it's possible that I'm just purely wrong because I haven't researched like hiring processes. I don't know. I'm agnostic. I'd probably have to look into it more.
All right, so do you think that, for example, in our government, right, you would say that our government is majority, really majority white men.
Yeah.
So do you think that needs to be fixed?
Do I think that needs to be fixed? Actually, yes. Yes, I actually do think that diversity is really important insofar as government representation, because at the end of the day, just like a rich man is never going to understand what it's like to be poor better than a poor man. Like a man is never going to be able to understand what it's like to be a woman like a woman would, right? And I think that like an exemplification of diversity insofar as those drafting the policy that dictate the direction our country's heading in actually produces better empirical outcomes for the country, because it's able to highlight like the interests of different demographics in America, as well as I'd like to say that my analogy there, saying like a rich man wouldn't understand what it's like to be poor as a poor man would, and relating that to like how a man would understand what it's like to be a woman. I'd like to say that I wasn't comparing like poor individuals to women. I just kind of now noticing in retrospect that that's what it came off like. I'll definitely find a better analogy moving forward for everybody listening. I would like to apologize for that. That was a bad analogy. Boo, terrible analogy. But
All right, so for what reason would you be against blind hiring?
Okay. You didn't respond to my point. Plus, the chat finally found evidence. Last year in December, he posted a video about how he's a sophomore right now. Good job, good job, chat. You guys are investigators. Very, very, very good. Very good. Very good. You convinced me of the position. Found evidence. Very nice. Hello, Carson. How old are you?
17.
Okay. All right. What's going on? What the fuck is goodbye? Moving on to the next guest. Let's get the next guest, Hunter James, up in the box. It was not a bad analogy, to be fair. Well, like the implications of the analogy, it's actually, quite understandable. Because, like, I don't know, like wealth disparities is like a function and or mode of oppression that like I'd categorize like alongside different modes of oppression. And like people on the right, I feel like are going to be more willing to understand oppression as it relates to like rich people versus poor people. And less willing to understand other forms of oppression. So I think it's always best for me to use that as an analogy so they could maybe better understand. But we're going to move on to the next guest, Carter. Everybody just kind of give us a minute. If you're one of the 6.7 thousand people listening in, guys, make sure that we are double tapping away in that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 2 million likes. We're going to move on to the next guest. We are going to try to get Philip Baker up in the box. What's going on, Philip? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 19.
19. What year were you born in?
2005.
2005, and what time is it?
What time is it? 6:30.
Great. I don't know why I thought you had a British accent there for a little bit. What the hell? Okay, real quick. What month were you born in?
July.
June, July. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like the information you just gave us was like accurate, but like, I don't know. Just like the confidence in the delivery just wasn't there.
I mean, I really don't know what you're talking about, man. Anyways.
Class of
I just want to bring up my
class
thoughts
of 2027, bro. Get out of here. Get out of here. You're class of 2027. Get out of here. Dude's like a kid. Dude's a kid. Oh, no, the fetuses are getting smarter. They're starting to outgame the rules. What's going on, Sam? Are you MAGA?
Sort of. I'm pro Second Amendment.
Okay, do you think that the Trump administration is doing a good job?
Certain things, but they're just
overall. Do you think that Trump was a better pick than Kamala Harris?
I don't know that he's a better pick than anyone at the moment, but
okay, if you're agnostic on that, I'm just gonna say that you're not MAGA. I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna move on to the next guest, everyone. Let's go and get that next guest up in the box. Y'all, everybody just give us a minute. And if you're watching and you're enjoying what you see and you'd like to support me, support the stream, keep the streams running for 4 hours a day, every day of the week, my Venmo, my PayPal can be found in my bio. And if you do donate, I'll get a notification. I'll be able to shout you out like Brandy with their $20 donation over on PayPal. Shout out Brandy. Brandy says, I've always been against Trump, but because of I've always been against Trump, but because of you now, I now know why Kamala Harris is so much better. I appreciate everything that you're doing. Thank you for the love, Brandy. Let's go. As well as Cameron, thank you so much for the $15. Since you can't pull me up, can you talk about Unfuck America in Peyton's video, bro? Damn, bro, you paid that much money to come up and ask about that? I've addressed everything as it relates to the tour. If you'd like to see what my specific response is, feel free to go to my Discord. It's all highlighted in there, and it's all highlighting what I've already said on live. And then Patrick, thank you for the $30 over on PayPal saying, let's debate. My name is Charmander Man in the guest request. I'll look for you. Thank you for the $30, Patrick. That's very kind. And then Jerry Lee, thank you for the $25. Brandon, thank you for the 12. And Chris, thank you for the 10. You guys are awesome. What's up, Hunter? How old are you?
23.
23. Okay. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Why is that? Why would you ever support such a train wreck?
Well, I definitely wouldn't categorize him as that. I support him because he's pro crypto and whatnot.
Yeah,
and
dude, get a load of this guy. Get a load of this joker. Oh my God, was that satirical?
I trade crypto. I mean,
Dude, have you ever seen that one movie? Like it's Dorothy the Wild Witch, the Oz shit. What am I talking about here? Fill in my blank.
Wizard of Oz?
Wizard of Oz, yeah. Do you know how, like, in that movie, like, they throw water on the Wicked Witch of the West and she, like, melts?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, like, the equivalent of that to me is somebody coming up here saying they voted for Trump because they're a crypto bro.
Well, I mean, obviously I have other reasons, but
Yeah,
definitely. As far as being an investor and whatnot, yeah, definitely. There was a reason why if somebody won, the stocks were going to go down and crypto was going to go down, and then, you know, obviously an inverse effect.
So Kamala Harris would have been better for average consumer confidence and overall contribution to GDP, as well as to other macroeconomic indicators that generally indicate higher levels of confidence, like a lower deficit, better tax cuts, and more in after-tax income, meaning that she would have been better for the stock market. And because there's so much bleed over between the stock market and crypto markets, she therefore would have been better for the performance in crypto markets. But hey, man, crypto markets aside, how do you feel about fascism?
Well, first of all, you do realize that as soon as Trump got elected, that the crypto markets skyrocketed to record numbers. You do realize that, right? Like, people had a lot of confidence.
Yeah. When, like, the day he won the election, market skyrocketed due to a false presumption of confidence. What happened to the market since then?
Well, it had a retracement and falled back around 40%. And then after that, it's almost about to all-time highs, which we are going to have a slight pullback, probably about 30%, at least on the S&P and broad market. And then it is going to reach way past all-time highs as far as current projection and market indicators. So you guys were like, oh, yeah, we're going into a recession. You guys were gaslighting everybody. I find it so funny that you guys have no clue what you're talking about. And then you want to make everybody fearful and say, oh, yeah, he's running the stock market, even though 90% of the people that are invested in stocks, it pertains to the 1% of investors. So most of the people that watch your lives don't even know what a fucking stock is. They're not invested other than 401ks. You could say that, but
okay, buddy, quit your yapping. Want to know a fun fucking fact? You little gaslighting? You little gaslighter?
No, don't.
The S&P right now is lower than it was on the inauguration day.
That literally means nothing. That means nothing, dude.
Oh, it means nothing that in the first 120 days of his presidency, he hasn't even broken fucking even. Oh, and then about the claim that you're saying that liberals were gaslighting about a recession. That's actually not true at all, okay? Even JP Morgan officially projected a recession in this fiscal year because of his blanket tariffs. You want to know why I don't talk about that anymore? You want to know why JP Morgan dropped that official projection? Do you want to know why?
Go ahead.
Because he backed off of the blanket tariffs. He repealed the policy that was sending America barreling towards a recession. Obviously, if he removes the factor that was causing us to be sent into a recession, the recession's no longer going to happen.
You do realize that the reason why the market tanked wasn't just because of tariffs, right? Have you heard of Japan carry trading?
So
do you know what that is?
So there's a market tank under Biden because Japan increased their interest rates, which caused a lot of individuals to draw out of their currency. But that wasn't involved insofar as the 7% market tank on Liberation Day.
You realize in 2022 that Biden's economy tanked worse than Trump's did for a short period of time.
Want to know the big difference?
What's that?
What did Biden do to tank the economy? Like how I
It
could
was
point out
low markets.
specifically
It was
how Trump signed blanket tariffs into effect, and which led to a 7% tank in one day. And it's also funny that you backed off of your whole spiel there about Japan, because I knew exactly what you're talking about. But I digress. Tell me
I'll
what
come back to
Biden
that.
did
No, I'll
to
come back.
tank the. No, before you do, tell me what Biden did to tank the economy in 2022.
It was low market sentiment, so everybody was all fearful and wasn't sure what was going. Yeah, I don't know if you know.
So what did he do to reduce confidence?
It was just all the stuff that he was doing and whatnot. I mean,
Like
I
what?
just know as a trader.
Like what? Name one
all the
specific
policy-
thing that he did, like one specific policy in which you think decreased confidence.
I mean, as far as like, I don't know if open borders ties into it, but as far as like businesses in the U.S., obviously there's certain ones that it wasn't a fair shake at, and a lot of businesses were they were affected negatively because of that, because of cheap labor, which I'm not going to dive into that right now. But anyways.
Okay, first
Yeah,
and foremost,
low market
you think that businesses are negatively affected by hiring employees for lower wages?
Yeah.
Wow. I'll talk about why that's still a bad thing. Okay, I'm not just a brain-rotted capitalist that thinks profit over human rights. Okay, I think that low wages are bad, but from a purely economic perspective, how the fuck do low wages hurt businesses?
Well, you think about it, like in my industry, I'm in the roofing industry. I estimate for commercial roofing. And so there's a lot of companies that hire American workers, our own citizens, and there's many of them that are on the brink of going out of business because these other businesses can swoop in and get bids for pennies on the dollar because they have their employees work like literally 50%, if not 70% less than what the U.S. American worker would say. So if you say you're for the people of America, yet you're okay with jobs and companies going out of business because of illegal immigrants, I think it's very hypocritical, and I think it's very disingenuous of you.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand your point. Maybe I'm just not tracking. Can you re-explain how low wages and undocumented immigrants hurt American businesses? One more time.
Because I guess I'll say it again. Because it takes certain businesses that employ American workers, not at crazy profit margins or whatnot. It's usually around, at least in my industry, it's about a 20%.
Okay. So far we have American businesses that employ American laborers. Okay. Next.
Yep. Okay. They will end up losing bids because of certain companies that employ illegal immigrants.
Losing bid.
And are able,
What's a bid?
So if there's say there's a Kroger's and a roof needs to be replaced, there are approximately 5 companies, give or take, that will bid on a job, and you estimate the numbers with multiple factors.
I get what you're saying. So American companies employ American laborers. They pay them higher wages on average than undocumented immigrants. Then other American companies that employ undocumented immigrants pay them lower wages on average, meaning that they could give lower bids.
Exactly, so that they win the job, yes.
Okay, well, first and foremost, once again, this is just purely speaking from economics, okay? I just want to repeat this. Couldn't those American companies that only employ American laborers turn around and just hire the undocumented immigrants themselves for lower wages?
I mean, I think that's kind of against the American people. Why would you want to take American people out of their jobs and not employ American citizens?
But now you're giving me a non-economic argument. You're saying it's morally wrong, okay? I've repeated this 10 times. We're leaving morals at the door, and we're talking about finance. So basically, you'd be saying that no, it's not the undocumented immigrants in which are hurting these American businesses. It is the bad financial decisions that are hurting these American businesses. Now let's get into the ethics of it, because that's what I really care about.
Yeah.
Okay, why do undocumented immigrants get paid lower wages on average compared to American workers?
Because they're coming from a country that pays them low as it is.
Boom, false, not true, or else we would see that legal immigrants also get lower wages on average, which we don't. It has nothing to do with the country of origin, so what does it have to do with?
Clearly, they're out of desperation. I mean, that's what it seems. I mean, as far as the companies that I've talked to, they're come over here and willing to work for anything just to be in our country.
Okay, willing to work for anything just to be in our country. Well, undocumented migrants don't have to work to be in our country, and they have the same incentive to get a job in America for a higher quality of life that legal immigrants do. So it doesn't have to do with that either, or else, once again, we'd see lower wages on average for legal immigrants. Here is why undocumented immigrants get paid less on average. It's because they have less bargaining power with their employer, as they don't have residency or citizenship, and they could be exploited by the employer under threat of being deported, right? Right. That happens a lot.
Yeah, I could see that in certain
and I'll
instances, but this is still
even
taken
convince
away
you.
from the-
I'll even convince you of this. Do you agree that unions can help employees get paid higher wages?
Oh, for sure.
What is the function of a union? Is it to give those employees more bargaining power to hold against their employer?
Yeah, I mean that's
So in
the
other
whole
words, the
reason
more
why I
bargaining power you have, the higher wages you garner. So
Well-
because undocumented immigrants have less bargaining power, they'd get lower wages. How do we fix this? Mass amnesty, giving undocumented immigrants a pathway
Yeah,
to
okay.
residency or citizenship. All of
So
a
you're
sudden,
wanting-
they have the same
so
amount
you're
of
wanting all
bargaining
the
power
American
as citizens as they are citizens or residents, so they get the same wages. Boom. Guess what? See, this is a thing. This like crypto bro, finance bro pipeline leads straight
Yeah.
into the leftist communist position.
Yeah, they're literally just spewing shit out, dude. Goodness.
I
You're
could
so
I could
fast.
repeat, rehash, and justify everything I just said. I'm not just spewing shit out to say it. That was
So
a
you
false
do think
characteristic-
that? So you do
false
think it's
characterization
okay
of what I
that-
said.
You do think it's okay that U.S. workers and citizens are going out of work because of illegal immigrants? You do feel that? I mean, clearly.
Once
that's
again,
how
it's
you
not
feel,
because of
right?
undocumented immigrants. It's because
No,
of
that
exploitative
is that
employers.
is that's clearly it, dude. I don't think you understand.
No,
what
I
you're
just
saying.
clearly detailed without contestment from you how it's actually the employers and which exploits the fact that they have lower bargaining power on average.
So in your theory, every single company, at least in my industry, should just employ illegal immigrants, and then you win a bid.
No,
That's what you're saying.
No, in my
Screw the
theory, I
American
think that's
worker.
immoral because I don't place profit over human rights, and that's why I support mass
Well, that's
amnesty.
the problem, though. That's the problem that you're not
It's
understanding.
a
is that
problem
these-
to place human rights over money. Got it.
You're saying that it's okay for these employers or these company owners to just be able to take profit by just having illegal immigrants work have as a workforce. It
How
just
many
doesn't-
times do I need to repeat myself? I don't think it's okay because I think that it's exploitative. That's why I support mass amnesty.
This is your easy grad. This is how you kind of pedal away from that. I
This
get it.
isn't
I get it.
pedaling away from it at all. What am I pedaling away from? I'm just explaining what the obvious conclusion would be so we can continue to allow these individuals to work in the American labor force, pay $100 billion per year in taxes, contribute $300 billion per year to the American GDP, while also getting paid fair wages, which via virtue of that fact makes it just as fair to employ other American citizens, and also without a single change in the material condition of these undocumented immigrants, they'll only be paying more in taxes and contributing more to the GDP as they'll be getting paid more on average because they'll have more bargaining power. This makes perfect sense. Tell me where I went wrong.
Yeah, I just as far as I get what you're saying. As far as it is a bargaining power issue and whatnot and all that. But I'm just saying, like right now, as far as like the way that the Biden administration has gone, it allowed all these immigrants into the country.
How do they allow the undocumented immigrants into America? I mean, hey, this is a
open the
pivot
border,
away from the
dude.
point. How do they open the borders?
He literally stopped Texas patrol agents from doing it, and especially National Guard. Like
Okay,
they
so
literally
you're saying
went
that they open
against
the borders by not allowing the state of Texas to ingress upon federal jurisdiction. So they open the borders by upholding the Constitution. Got it, buddy.
You think that opening the borders is going against the Constitution?
I said that they didn't give the state of Texas jurisdiction over federal lands.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
Well,
how do they
I
open the
should-
border? Did they pass a bill?
No, it wasn't a bill. I mean,
Was it an EO?
Biden did order the National Guard to stand down and allow. I remember the state of Texas and the governor of Texas was going against Biden. It was a huge thing, but obviously you
Yeah,
guys
because
didn't
they were
talk about
ingressing
it.
upon federal land.
Dude.
So then how do they open the border? I'm waiting.
Well, they obviously. Well, first of all, they didn't continue the wall construction and whatnot and securing the border more. And,
Okay, well, that's
I mean,
not true.
I mean, I don't even know why this is like.
Did you know that that's
oh,
actually a lie that you just told?
Biden was selling it for pennies on a dollar. I
Oh,
literally
that's
saw
also
the
not
auction.
true. So that's
Oh,
a second lie you
is
just
that-
told.
Okay, all right. Well, let me. What article do you got to cite that in?
Yeah, for sure. So in response to your first claim, you're saying that they didn't continue wall construction. First of all, let's point out how much wall was built by Trump under his first term. 50 miles, less than 3% of the American-Mexican border. Holy shit. Okay, that's nothing. And then when Biden was in office, they supported the bipartisan border bill and tried to push it through Congress, which would have built more wall, and then which was built under Donald Trump's first administration. But then Donald Trump called the Republicans and told them to vote down the bill. So Donald Trump actually prevented the further construction of the wall under the Biden-Harris administration. So would your claim be that Donald Trump therefore opened the border because that was your original reason insofar as how they opened the border?
Well, I mean, it's not talked about a lot, but that bipartisan border bill also allowed a lot of funding to foreign aid, and then also allowed amnesty to 2 million people. So,
Okay.
I mean,
So
obviously, I
I'm
wouldn't
gonna.
have voted against. I would have voted against that too. I mean, you guys try to gaslight people, and obviously, a lot of the people that watch this don't read bills and whatnot. But I mean, I'm completely in agreement with Trump on that. I'm not trying to allow just amnesty to 2 million people just freely. Yeah, come on in here. I don't care, whether you're a working person or even just, not a high value individual. I think it's very wrong for them to do that. And you guys don't mention that part. I think it's very funny that you guys don't mention that. And then also the foreign aid, which when inflation has risen so much under Biden's presidency, let's give foreign aid to other countries. That makes perfect sense. But you guys stay quiet about that. I understand that. I get it.
Do you know what you stay quiet about?
What is that?
The fact that they still passed the foreign aid, dummy. Yeah, that
Yeah,
Langford
no, I
border
don't
bill,
agree
guess
with
what?
that.
They torpedoed it, but they didn't torpedo all of it. They only torpedoed the border provisions and then still passed the foreign aid. So you're telling me that they stopped the border provisions because of the foreign aid, but then they still passed the foreign aid? Well, that's a completely incoherent, gibberish statement. And then about your second claim that that bill allowed for the amnesty of 2 million undocumented immigrants. Oh, please show me that. I've never heard this claim a day in my life. And if it's true, it only makes a bill better. I'm not going to lie. Mass amnesty is great. But I want you to show it to me nonetheless.
By the way, that is true. I don't know why you're
Show it
trying
to
to
me.
gaslight.
No, how am I trying to wait,
I have it up
whoa.
now.
How am I trying to gaslight you by asking for you to show me it in the bill? That's not me gaslighting you. That's me asking for your citation. Just never heard the claim before. I've had these debates for 4 hours a day, and I've had these debates for 4 hours a day since a year and a half ago, specifically on Trump every single day. I've talked about the
Keep
bipartisan
muting me
border
because
bill
I'm right.
millions of times. I'm actually actively proving you wrong. You made the claim that I'm gaslighting. No, I'm not. I'm asking for clarification because I've never heard this claim made before. If it's true, that'd be great. I just want to see it. Show me it.
How about you go look it up in the bill, dude? I don't need to cite it from a certain article that was made from somebody's personal opinion.
You could cite me an article, or you could tell me where in the bill it is.
I don't know exactly. I read it when it happened, dude. I'm not gonna go cite it because I don't know how to get out of TikTok. Every time I do
it's
that, I
not
lose
a
lie.
good it's not a good look to make a claim without evidence. There.
Oh, I know you're gonna try to make it seem like that, but I guarantee if you pulled up the bill and actually looked into it, you'd be like, "Oh man."
I mean,
wow,
you're
I've been
saying that I'm
gaslighting
just
this
trying to
whole
make
time."
it seem like that. Be honest.
Yeah, you
have
go
you
look it
given
up
me
then,
evidence?
Dean. I'm sure you know this. You already know this, dude. You're just trying to make me cite the
my
evidence.
God, Hunter. Here's the issue
Dean.
with you. You're trying to make me Hunter. Here's the issue with you. You're trying to make me do your homework. No. You don't just get to say whatever incoherent gibberish shit you want to, and then expect me to do the
Incoherent, that's
research
hilarious.
for you. Like, imagine that I was like, "Oh, Hunter, you got to stop supporting Trump right now because last night he raped a little girl. You can't support a child rapist." And then Hunter's like, "Oh, Dean, you're the first person I've ever heard that from. I've never heard that from anybody else. Dean, could you please give me some evidence that last night Donald Trump raped a little girl?" Then I'm like, "Oh, you stupid, sick gaslighter. You already know he raped a little girl. Go look it up. Go look it up." Like, no. It's your burden of proof. Give me evidence. We're not going to accept those measly little trust me bros here.
I understand your point, and don't call me a trust me bro. Okay, I understand your point as far as not providing certain evidence or whatnot, and I know that you know this is true. And
Wait, Hunter, can you read minds?
Well, I just know how much you have gaslighted in previous times. You guys have said certain things. You pushed the fine people hoax and whatnot, which has been proven to be wrong.
Wait. You're saying that I've gaslit about the fine people hoax? Okay. You show me a clip.
See, that's why I don't. First,
wow! Can you give me an example of me gaslighting?
Yes, I have heard you say that before. It was a while ago. It was right around the peak time of it. I heard you say it. I was watching a live. I mean, obviously, I don't have.
First, I don't think that was a hoax, but I mean, I've never talked about it whatsoever. But we're not going to forget the fact that you owe us some supporting evidence there, little bud. I'm not going to lie. Your big issue is your ego. All right. The reason why I say your ego's the issue is because you're trying to make it my fault that you don't have evidence. Okay. It's not my fault that you're ignorant. Okay. I'm not your mom. I'm not your dad. I'm not your guardian. Okay. I haven't been your educator. Okay, I haven't been the one dictating that you should just say shit with no reason. Your issue's your ego, bud. Okay,
Yeah, that's hilarious. Look at
it is not my fault that you don't have a source.
your chat muting me or something.
No, I am, because you're interrupting me.
Oh, okay. It's usually when
Boundaries.
somebody's proving a point that you do that.
What point were you proving? You were just telling me that I was gaslighting you for
Okay,
asking
so
for
right now,
evidence.
listen,
Holy
I'm going
fuck.
to tell you right now, so you don't, because you're going to push this thing. Every single time I have left a TikTok to go find evidence, I got kicked from the live and I left it. Whether it was the person on it or whatnot, I'm not having that happen. So I urge you, go ahead, type it up on your little laptop or on ChatGPT.
Sure, tell me what to Google. Tell me what to Google. I'll do it. Tell me what to Google.
Look up bipartisan border bill.
Bipartisan border bill.
Well, that's actually what
Enter.
you call it. I don't know
What
the actual
now?
name of it now.
What now?
2 million, allowing immigrants amnesty.
Oh, okay. Well, see, you made a jump because I have to know where in the bill it says that.
I mean, I'm just kind of simplifying it. I mean,
Well, I mean, the simplification allows no room for me to be able to identify where in the bill it calls for amnesty.
well, I don't have that memorized. I remember reading the bill back when it came out. I'm not doing your homework for you. You go look it up. I mean, you push.
Wait,
I hear you all the time.
It's my homework to justify your claim?
Well, no, I just think it's funny because you always push. Oh, they tried to pass a bipartisan border bill.
Hey, buddy, you want to see something crazy?
What's that?
Dude, you're gonna look like an idiot. Oh my god. Oh, this is terrible for you, Hunter. So right now on my laptop that you can see on the little phone, let's blow the little phone up. Let's make it big. Let's expand it. Oh, Hunter, don't run now. Don't run now, buddy. Don't run now. You better come back to the live. You better come back to the live, you little shit. Here's the bill. Border Act of 2024. Okay. Sponsor, Murphy. Got it. All right.
Murphy.
Yeah, he's the one that recreated the coalition to push the bipartisan border bill with just the border provisions after it was torpedoed.
Oh, recreated. Oh,
How many times is amnesty referenced in this bill?
Oh, it's they recreated it. Let's get that right. That's not the actual bill. That's
Yes,
just
it
a
is.
simplified version.
No, this is the border provision.
You just said it was a recreation of the bill.
Yeah, so after Langford's bill got torpedoed, Murphy literally took the border provisions from it and reproposed it to Congress, and it got torpedoed again.
Okay. Well, reprovision, that usually means you revise it and add certain things to it. So, I mean, I would encourage you. I read it, dude. I read it when it came out.
Okay, so first and foremost, how do I shrink myself? I just looked at the bill. Doesn't reference amnesty one
Looked
time in the
at
document.
a revision of the bill.
And then B, let's assume that you're right. The Republicans still torpedoed the border bill without its inclusion of amnesty. So why did they fucking torpedo it? But C, amnesty's not referenced once, and this was Langford's bill. What now? Shift the goalposts further, buddy. Cut more. Come on.
Well, you cut me off. I was going to say, well, I don't agree with them pushing the foreign aid or whatnot and torpedoing that, but I do know for a fact that
what about the original Secure the Border Act of 2023? This was Langford's original bill. How many times do you think it was the word amnesty is referenced in this?
Probably not in Secure the Border Act.
Not at all. So can you please show me the bill where it's referenced? Like the least you could do is to give me its name, right? Oh, Hunter. Oh, Hunter.
Dude, every single time I leave this live, I'm knows that I'm leaving.
You've left it 3 times without getting kicked.
Well, I'm on a fucking laptop. Every single time I swipe,
you got nothing, bud. I'm sorry to tell you, but you got nothing. Also, Dario, thank you for the $30 donation over on PayPal. That is Dario. Thank you so much for the love, Dario. Can we please show some love to Dario down below in that chat literally right now? That is so incredibly kind. As well as Charlotte, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. And Luna, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Shout out Luna. Luna says, did you listen to The Atheist Experience and Matt Dillahunty? I've listened to Matt before. Yeah, I used to be a big fan of Matt's. As well as Sid, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, saying, I don't know if you saw my message Monday, but my parents are friends with this insane pro-Israel MAGA chairman of Wisconsin. Dude, if you could set up a debate between me and him, that'd be awesome, Sid. As well, Brianne, thank you for the $5. Kate, thank you for the $10. And Ashley with a 5. And then Alyssa, thank you so much for the 20. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. Quite frankly, the best. That's right. That's the truth. Where's this guy at? Is he running?
Oh, I'm here.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to go and add another Trump supporter up while he is floundering. Also, Parker may join shortly. What's up, Ethan? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
All right, before you hop into that, Howard, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. 500 Howard W's. Howard says, President Reagan gave amnesty to over 2 million immigrants, but now amnesty is a bad word for Republicans today. Yeah. And they say like that Reagan was like their prodigal genius for economics. Make it make sense. Ethan, take it away. Tell us
Talk
why you
about
support Trump.
Fruity. I saw that caption or comment. No, I'm not embarrassed.
Okay,
So, Dean, I got a question for you.
Take it away. Shelby, thank
Have
you.
you where all have you been, like traveled wise, like outside of the States?
I spent a decent bit of time in Latin America. I really like it down there.
South America?
Latin America.
Elaborate. I'm sorry.
No worries.
South North America. You know how it is.
Latin America is what is under
Colombia?
the United States of America and above South America.
Okay, so the
Mexico to Panama.
So not the islands. Mexico's still North America, and then you said Panama.
I know Latin America is not considered its own continent within like the American education system. However, it's still referenced as a like Latin or Central America.
Got you. So just like other countries outside of the U.S. you've been to, right?
Yeah.
And you've obviously, what kind of paperwork did you fill out to attend those countries, visit?
None.
Well, that's not possible. You can't just go to Mexico other than...
Like, I guess like filling out the paperwork to get a passport.
Did you fly in there? Did you drive there?
Yeah, I flew.
Okay, so you obviously had to fill out some paperwork to be able to visit there legally.
Got a passport.
Okay, so what's so difficult about having a passport to come into the U.S. for illegal immigrants?
Well, you can't just come into America and live and go to work on a passport.
Okay, so you're obviously stating that you can't visit other countries just willingly. You have to have some sort of documentation to be able to come into there, right?
Yeah, like a visa, something like that.
Yeah, so but illegal immigrants don't have visas. They just come unwillingly.
That's kind of implied by the fact that they are undocumented. They don't have documentation. Yeah.
So do you support the Americans funding the illegal immigrants? You are a fan of tax dollars going towards illegal immigrants?
What tax dollars on the federal level are spent on undocumented immigrants?
Well, so I'm personally on a cell phone, so I won't be able to Google that, but I know you got the laptop right next to you, so I'm sure you can look it up.
I don't need to Google it. They don't have access to many benefits at all. In fact, the only federal benefit they have access to is what is expensed by Medicaid for access to emergency rooms for uninsured people. That's it. And that is like $17 billion annually for all uninsured individuals. Let's assume maybe like $1 billion is spent specifically on undocumented immigrants. Okay, so they cost our federal government $1 billion per year, but they pay $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local level. Is that a good investment? Spend $1, get 100?
I mean, personally, if I dropped 100 or if I dropped $1 and got 100 back, that'd be kind of dope. But
right, so like all of a sudden you are now like undocumented immigrants hurt the American economy and drain me of my tax dollars. But now, after like 2 sentences, they're like the best investment ever.
Well, I wouldn't go into that, but I mean, like, currently, so I'm a resident of Georgia in the U.S., but I'm over here in Belgium, and we had to go through a whole lot of shit to get over here just for a fucking vacation, if you know how that is, if you've been over to Europe.
I haven't, actually, no.
Oh,
but
dude,
I don't
great.
think you need much to go to Europe from America. Once again, just a passport.
Yeah, passport works, and then I don't think there's too much other than that. You gotta.
So what's your point here, man?
Some shit out. I don't know. I kind of just joined at this point, but
so why do you support Trump?
Big
also,
man.
can we keep in mind that Hunter left? Fuck you, Hunter. You got absolutely bodied. Sorry, that was one of the gotcha moments. I need to cut down on those. It was very rude of me, very immature, very petty. Go ahead.
Big Orange Man, Big W. You know what I'm saying? Like,
So
who
can
doesn't?
you articulate why you think he's a good president?
Yeah, just said it. Big Orange Man.
Okay, Hunter. Sorry, not Hunter, Ethan.
But I
You
do
wanna
have a
try to give
question.
us an actual argument or no?
Oh, Parker.
I feel like this guy's kind of wasting your time.
Kind of. But Parker, I saw part of your debate with Charlie Kirk. I didn't watch the whole thing. It was on TikTok.
Hey, Gabby, are you MAGA?
Yeah, I would say so.
Oh no, Gabby, why would you support such a train wreck of a presidency?
So I kind of think it's a little bit bullshit for you guys to assume that he's like the worst thing for women.
I don't assume it. I have evidence. I have reason. Maybe the fact that he's been adjudicated to have raped the woman, and then once that jury made its determination, he called for her imprisonment. Shit, maybe he doesn't care about women. Maybe when he instructed the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, which has now violated the human rights of 66 million American women and has caused 60 pregnant rape victims per day to be denied access to abortion, he doesn't care about women. Maybe when he boasted to Howard Stern about walking into the changing rooms. One moment, let me
with
cook.
abortion at
Let me-
all.
Let me cook.
No.
Maybe when he boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls at Miss Teen USA, and he was acting as if it was this cool thing he was doing as like a 45-year-old man. Maybe he doesn't care about women. Maybe when he sexualized a 10-year-old girl, doesn't care about women. When he hit on his own daughter, doesn't care about women. When he's cheated on 3 of his wives, one with a porn star, doesn't care about women.
But those are, I would say, not like his policies. He might not be a great human being. Like, I don't want to be friends with him or, date or marry him or whatever that is. Like, anything
Or like
relating
want them
to-
around your child, or to be, like a teacher, or let them legally immigrate into the country, or let them be around anyone that you care about, right? But like his policy, like, could you name 2 of his policies that you like?
I liked how he supported immigration with, I think it's the H-1B visa, maybe the work visa that allowed anybody in STEM or with a U.S.
Oh, surely. So then you must.
No one disagrees.
So then
we don't disagree with that.
So then you must absolutely fucking hate the fact that he has now revoked the ability for any international student to go to Harvard to get an education, right?
I have heard a little bit about that. I personally have not done enough research to debate what's been going on with that. I do think that the college education system for public and private universities, the professors are definitely driven by a liberal agenda, and you see it every day that you are in
What
school. and
liberal agenda? I'm confused. You mean facts?
No, so I went to a private university at one point, and then I changed majors to engineering. So I had to go to a different school because my original school did not have engineering. And when I went to the second university, it was a public university. And one of the things that I experienced was being in a male-dominated classroom setting, which was something new for me. Not really a big deal until it was magnified by the professors. And mind you, magnified by female professors who everybody in the program joked were DEI hires because they were almost...
Can you please land the plane?
I'm
Sure.
really confused.
Okay, case in point is being asked pronouns out of an entire room of men, and I do not look anything like a man, nor do I look like I need to clarify my
So
pronouns.
let me get this straight. Just fuck education because they asked you for your pronouns.
No, I'm
no one,
saying,
no one
no,
looks
this is
like they
one
need
point.
to
This is
clarify
one
their
point.
program.
On top of that,
What are you talking about?
then being constantly pitted against the males in my classroom by other female professors
I'm so confused. What's going
only
on?
being taught.
I'm so
like,
sorry.
their
So what's the curriculum?
opinions.
What was the curriculum that your female professors taught that pitted you against the men?
What liberal agenda? Yeah.
Yeah, man. And then if you can't answer this, then I'm gonna ask you something else. But I do want to give you. Like,
I'm
one
not
last try.
saying the curriculum. I'm saying any conversations that they had that were not relating to the curriculum was always like very anti-Republican conservative,
Like
or
okay,
anything that wasn't
okay, like what?
LGBT.
Like could you just give me an example?
Okay, let me think. I'm trying to think because after can't think of anything specific. I just know that I would come home and talk to my roommates or my family about the situation.
Okay.
that I was-
Here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Okay.
My sister's done the same thing. Okay, my sister is becoming more progressive, I'd say, but she's still conservative. Okay, she's just kind of gotten to a point where she doesn't like Trump anymore, but she's still pretty anti-progressive, anti-liberal. You know what I mean? And I'd hear her talk to me, talk to my family a lot about complaining of the liberal agenda in her school. All right. But this like liberal agenda was just like basic human decency. This liberal agenda was facts of reality. This liberal agenda was empathy. This liberal
What do you mean
like,
by facts of reality?
facts that like just like actual curriculum. Like you think it's like a liberal agenda to talk about how like gay people exist? Oh, guess what? You know,
Or, like,
fact of
vaccines are
reality.
effective.
You know, it's a liberal agenda to say that vaccines are effective. Guess what? Fact of reality. You know what I mean? Listen.
So I have no problem.
Can we
with,
talk
like,
about something
gay
a little bit?
people existing, but when you're told you're wrong for asserting an opinion in a
Well, what's your opinion?
Yeah, what's your opinion? We'll tell you whether or not you're wrong if you tell you the opinion.
Yeah, that's right.
okay, so here's something I did remember, and this was back, I don't know,
No,
2019.
can you tell us your
2020.
opinion on gay people?
I don't really care, like, if you're gay or lesbian. I have no problem with the gays.
Okay, well, let's not call
Okay,
gay people the
but-
gays.
The
One second.
gays in
One second.
general,
Can we,
as if
whoa,
you
whoa,
are
whoa, 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 whoa,
anything-
hey, whoa, Gabby.
That's just
But
crazy.
Can we not call gay people the gays?
Yes, seriously.
Okay,
They
what, like,
refer to themselves as that.
Okay, well, gay people are well within their rights to refer to gay people however they'd like to because they're gay people. Okay, however, okay, when we got some conservative straight white woman that's like, oh, the gays, you know, like the first thing that pops in my head is, you know, like the same individuals in which have been historically oppressing gay individuals, not only in America but on the global stage, taking away their rights and driving them to suicide since the dawn of time. You know what I mean? Also, you've never said the straights before.
I have, actually. I think it's kind of funny.
Really? Really? You've said that
Yes.
before?
Ironically.
Ironically, there you go. You didn't say
Um,
that ironically, did you?
Because what else am I supposed there's too many terms
Gay
that
people.
I'm not going
how,
to.
how about this? How about this? Gay people.
Okay, sure. I will call them gay people
Whoa.
then. That's fine.
Whoa, that
I'm
one
not
was-
going to say I don't intend to be disrespectful by saying that, and that was not my intention.
Okay,
I really
we
truly
correct
did
it.
not intend to be an asshole for no reason.
But
But I
now,
do have a
what's
problem
your opinion?
with
What do you have a problem?
sexuality being a conversation with young children.
Okay, it's
I
not.
don't think young children should be talking about sexuality at all.
Did you know it's not at all?
How are they?
I just want to clarify that. It's not. Like the liberal agenda teaching young children about gay people, like what we see is like some people have a mom and a dad, some people have two moms, and some people have two dads. When you were growing up,
No,
when
no,
you were
no,
a young
I'm not
child,
talking about
was
that.
there anything
I'm talking
sexual about family structures?
I'm not talking about that. I am talking about teachers having gay pride flags in their classroom in young, as in elementary school classrooms.
The pride flag
That
is
being a
has nothing
question-
to do with sexuality. I'd like to make it clear. The pride flag has absolutely nothing to do with sexuality. The pride movement has absolutely nothing to do with sexuality. The LGBTQ+.
But is it not the gay pride?
Listen. The reason why we have a pride flag, the reason why we have a pride movement is not because gay people are gay. Okay? It's because gay people are oppressed. Boom. Holy fuck. I just opened up your mind to like a billion new ideas. We are not the point of the flag is not to say, oh, look it, like we are just celebrating men kissing men, period. No, we're celebrating men kissing men because if you were to kiss another man 500 years ago, you'd be fucking stoned to death. Because if you were to kiss a man and try to marry him before 2007 or 2009, guess what? You'd be denied by the judge, told to turn around in the courtroom. Because if you were to kiss another man, guess what? You're going to be outcasted by your religion and your family, and you're going to be called a product of the devil that represents all in which is wrong in this world. You know what I mean? And even on top of that, like I want that point to be driven home. And I watched this on a Jubilee episode. It was that guy on the right. He was like anti-LGBTQ plus, and he was debating LGBTQ plus advocates on like Pride, and he brought up the fact that he thinks that Pride is inherently sexual, and that claim's false. Pride is not inherently sexual. Pride is just simply advocating for the inclusivity of all, regardless of their sexual orientation.
But do you think that pride parades and a lot of the things that have been associated with pride events have involved a lot of nudity and sexual content in that respect?
Absolutely not. I've never been to a pride parade where I've seen somebody that's naked. Okay. And by the way, I also want to point out that there's actually a lot of protests that involve being naked for some reason. Like for instance, like I'm sure that there's somebody that could educate this on me. Like over in Europe specifically, there's a lot of like protests to like fight against systemic forms of systemic forms of oppression, which does involve like individuals that don't wear shirts. I bet there's a good reason for it, but no, I don't see that involved with like pride parades on average. I don't see that at all. And what I will say is if there is naked individuals like at a public pride parade, like no, children shouldn't be there. I agree with that. And I think everybody agrees with that. And I don't think that young children are being exposed to naked gay people. I think that's just like Republican propaganda.
Instead of associating it with the entirety of pride in general, why don't you associate it with the individual? Like, for example, at sport events, people, right, will streak, right, sometimes on the field. Right, that's not representative of the
and they
sport.
get banned
Wait,
from
please.
stadiums for doing that.
I understand it, and that's not representative.
Like, that's terrible.
Can I please finish my point? I've been very respectful, and I would like to just be able to finish the point. Right. So you wouldn't say that the sport in of itself, right, is responsible for someone doing that. You would blame the person who did that. Similarly, you should blame the people who are doing that, not pride in of itself. It makes no sense to blame the event.
And then also, how is this being shown to young children? The original topic was about young children.
The reason this started was I was saying that I don't believe that young children should be exposed to things about sexuality at a young age.
Like what specifically? Can you please be specific?
My example is having teachers be allowed to put gay pride flags in the classrooms, which if kids are not raised in a family that they're aware of what that is, then it forces the question to be asked almost, because kids are naturally curious. That teacher is doing that in a way that is obviously leading, because no kid's just going to be like,
can you please tell me how a pride flag is sexual? I'm going to tell you why you're wrong.
Even if it's not sexual, it's still about sexuality.
Okay, so
sexuality.
I'll go ahead and repeat this once again. The pride flag is not about sexuality. It's about an expression of diversity in sexuality and advocating.
But do you think that the
advocation
average person
for inclusivity? Then, also, I want to make it clear, like as it relates to children and an understanding of the LGBTQ plus community, it's just seriously that some people could have a mom and a dad, and that's fine. Some people could have two dads, and that's fine, and some people could have two moms, and that's fine. Like I'm telling you, the last thing that a child thinks of when they look at a pride flag is sex, sexuality, or anything related to sexuality, and all to do with just an expression of diversity in the human experience. Okay? Kids, young kids, oh my God. Christian! With a goddamn Zeus! Holy fuck, Christian! I'm sorry. That threw me off. Actually, I'm not sorry because holy fuck, W Christian down below in the chat for the god diddly damn Zeus. That is nuts. That is crazy. I only want to see W Christians down below in that chat for at least the next 15 minutes for the Zeus, dude. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the love, Christian. That was so incredibly kind of you. Everybody, spam W Christian down below in the chat while I get back to the debate with Gabby.
As well as W Sids in the chat. W Sid.
That was seriously so incredibly kind of you. Huge shout out to Christian for the Zeus. But anyways, Gabby, like the last thing that young children are going to be thinking about when they look at a straight couple is sex. So why do you think the first thing young children will think about when they look at a gay couple is sex?
I was muted. I didn't say anything about looking at a gay couple.
Wait, so you think that the pride flag expresses more sexuality than a gay couple? How?
No, I'm saying that it starts a
How
conversation that I don't think is
how can
appropriate for
fabric
children.
express more sexuality than a couple? All right,
It's not the fabric, it's the symbolism
yeah,
of
like
what
if a couple isn't going to
conversation
express
starts.
sexuality to children, obviously fucking fabric won't either, right?
Okay, so what about the burning of
And wait, you said that it starts
Israeli flags or the flag of Israel?
Pivot.
Is that
You
like,
said that. Sorry, man. The state of Israel is actively committing war crimes with arrest warrants out for Benjamin Netanyahu by like 2 international courts, and they've been ethnically cleansing the Palestinians. Killed over 54,000 innocent Palestinians in places like churches, hospitals, and schools in like the last 2 years. Are gay people committing an ethnic cleansing? Are gay? Do all gay people have a warrant out for their arrest from the international court? I don't think so. So don't make an irrelevant connection. I'm going to get back to what I was saying though. You said that you don't like the idea of hanging up the pride flag in a classroom because it will start bad conversations. What are the bad conversations that it will start?
what is that? What is a gay person? Why does that have to be a conversation with elementary school children?
Because it's important for elementary school children to understand inclusivity. So then young children who have gay parents aren't bullied because of the fact that they have gay parents. And as soon as they start to develop some sense of their own sexuality and developing crushes around the 2nd grade, young children, that have, attractions that are different than that of straight children, are able to understand that and acknowledge that, just like the straight children are not be bullied for it. I mean,
young kids are future adults.
I don't disagree with you that kids should not be bullied, or that I don't agree with the bullying if your parents are gay.
And the way that we decrease the likelihood of that happening is teaching that some people have a mom and a dad, some people have 2 dads, and some people have 2 moms. Super fucking clear. But the moment we start to say, well, we could talk about moms and dads. Okay, we've done that forever. You take no issue with that. But we can't talk about 2 dads or 2 moms. Okay. That just ensures that we have young children in the school system that are like gleefully ignorant to a third of the population, and ignorance develops prejudice. Ignorance develops hate. Ignorance develops bigotry, and that hate, prejudice, and bigotry is materialized and been in between young children through bullying.
But I really do not think, and this is from experience, just because you don't know about something doesn't mean that it's going to make you prejudice against it later on.
Oh, it absolutely does.
You can be unaware of something that exists.
Wait, Gabby, we're very certain that giving this information to people when they're younger, right, reduces the likelihood of them being bigots, right? And if it does that, well, then that's going to be a positive outcome for society. You want to reduce bigotry in our society, right?
God, that's a good question.
What is your definition of bigotry, though? I would like to be very aware of what you specifically think it is.
Yeah, we're typically going to be referring to like prejudice or some type of like hatred, right, towards like a marginalized community.
So would I be part of a marginalized community because I'm Hispanic and a female?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Intersectionality.
So who determines what prejudiced against me is? You or me?
What reality? We're just doing is describing it.
No.
Well, so like yeah,
But
reality
who
would
can
determine.
describe it? The person who
So
is
like,
experiencing it, or the person?
reality would determine the prejudice. Okay, just like if something fits the definition of prejudice, just like an unjustified opinion and or action and or set of beliefs held against an individual or a group of individuals based upon shared characteristic, that is definitionally speaking prejudice. Anything that fits that definition is prejudice. Okay, right? However, like typically individuals in which would exist in marginalized communities are going to significantly better understand what fits that definition compared to individuals that don't exist in marginalized communities. But I wanted to ask you a question because you said educated in our youth will not reduce those bigotries and prejudice when they grow up. So 350 years ago, it was very typical for white people to think that phrenology is true, that black individuals have different skull shapes than white individuals with dimples in the back of it that make them more submissive and that make white individuals more dominant, right? So why doesn't, so can we agree that that was a very typical belief that was held 350 years ago?
I don't know about typical, but I mean,
It was
I
very
don't
typical.
agree with that. That's ridiculous.
Phrenology was very typical. Can we just agree?
Okay, sure.
Okay, then can we
Yes.
agree that that's not a typical belief to hold today?
Yes,
Why is that?
because it's not taught.
So are you saying that like you're going to increase the prevalence of a view if it is taught, and you're going to decrease the prevalence of a view if it's not taught?
Right? Not just because phrenology is no longer taught. However, it's also because we're actively taught starting at a young age that it's not true. Right? And we're not like telling
I
kids.
don't think most
like,
people were told that it wasn't true. I just think it was
Yeah, you were.
not
you were.
something
you,
taught.
No, you were. You were told that it's not true. Okay, via education about the equality of individuals based upon the races. And now there's no difference between white individuals and black individuals. Okay, right? And like there's a shit ton of racist beliefs, which are still so incredibly prevalent in society, and phrenology is, and a smaller portion of society, and it has been demonstrated in different ways, such as believing that black individuals have thicker blood than white individuals, just like racism consequential of supposed differences in a biological reality which don't actually exist. But my point is that yes, education can play a key role in reducing the amount of bigotry, phobias, and prejudice that exist in society.
I just don't think it needs to be brought up.
Because you're a bigot yourself.
Well, why do you think it doesn't need to be brought up? Because it's not a problem that we need to address in society?
Because you address things when they're age appropriate.
Is it,
when
And
is
I
it
don't
age
think
appropriate?
anything
Actually, let me ask that
relating-
question. When is it age appropriate?
Well, yeah, when is it age appropriate to tell somebody that some people have a mom and a dad, and some people have two dads, and some people have two moms? When is it
I think
age
it's a
appropriate to tell somebody
conversation
that?
that their parents should
That wasn't
decide
the
what
question that
age
was
is
asked.
appropriate.
When is it age appropriate?
I would say after middle school, it's a fine conversation to have. Some people's parents let them date, so that's
in high
fine.
school. So once they get to high school, then you can be like, some people have two dads and some people have
Well,
two
because
moms.
you're not
Isn't that a bit
influencing
late? Like,
children
isn't
in
that
high
isn't
school
that
as
a
much
bit
as,
late
like-
to start learning about the fact that people have some people have two dads and two moms?
Yeah, can you tell me?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Just tell us what's inappropriate about somebody in like third grade learning that some people have two dads and two moms.
Because it's never just saying, "Oh, some people have two dads and two moms."
Wait,
Okay,
if it's
It
just
leads
saying
into
that,
questions.
wait, if it's just saying that there's two dads and two moms for some people, right? Is it okay for like say 6-year-olds?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Wait,
Can you tell me why not?
Is it okay to tell 6-year-olds that some people have a mom and a dad?
I guess I don't
So why is it age
have a
appropriate?
problem with that.
So why is it age appropriate to tell 6-year-olds that some people have a mom and a dad, but not that some people have two moms or two dads?
No matter how I say my opinion, it's gonna get backlash, so I'd rather just
No, just tell us. Just tell us.
plead the
What is
fifth on that.
what is the reason why you apply this in the case in which we're talking about gay couples, but not in the case where we're talking about straight couples?
Or even just like split households. Some people just have a mom. Some people just have a dad.
Like divorced,
Yeah.
you're saying, or like
So,
somebody
so,
passed.
so why is it appropriate to teach about just having a mom, just having a dad, or having a mom and a dad, but not age appropriate to talk about two moms or two dads?
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking about it from the perspective of when I was a child and how many questions were asked as soon as you were like, oh, well, where do babies come from and how does that happen? And then you go into if somebody's in a gay relationship, they're not able to have children naturally. They can do in vitro, which causes another conversation that's a whole snowball that I don't
Wait,
think is
Can
a good thing.
a conversation can be started about where babies come from, consequential of saying that some people have two dads, or saying that some people have a mom and a dad, or saying that some people just have a dad? What? Like, you understand that conversations about where babies come from can be started via like any of those, any of those family
Mhm.
dynamics. And then if a kid is smart enough to deduce that babies come from like mommies and daddies, I think it is okay to have an age appropriate conversation about how that happens. For the most part, birds and the bees. Maybe until they start like getting to the age of puberty.
Yeah, what we're saying is the same time you think it's okay to talk about straight stuff is the same time it's okay to talk about gay stuff. And that's simply all it is. That's simply all it is.
Right? But there's not going to be a distinction between how these conversations can be started if you're teaching kids
I
about having a
think
mom and a
I
dad or having two
also
moms. So why would you only uphold this sentiment as it relates to two moms, but not as it relates to moms and dads?
because I personally think it's just not.
See, you can't
And
explain
I'm
it because it's
no, I
it's
can. I
unexplainable
just don't
prejudice.
want to be disrespectful to. I don't know whoever's in this video watching.
Bro, just
I'm
say
not
it. Just
going to
say
be,
it. Just
but
say
If you
it.
don't want to be disrespectful, why do you hold the view?
because it's my personal view. I don't
I
have to.
I
I
understand,
can
but you
hold
just
a
acknowledge that
personal
it's a
view
disrespectful
that's
personal view.
different than somebody else and not, project my personal view because I know it could hurt somebody else.
Yeah, but
I
if
could
you
think
agree that it's a
somebody's ugly, but I'm not
disrespectful,
going to tell them they're ugly. But I'm allowed to think they're ugly.
I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Good luck.
if you agree that
Yeah,
it's
I just.
go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Parker. No,
Go
can you
ahead.
finish your thought?
No. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, you know that generally women, like children, are exposed to that, right? Like children's movies generally often do feature like heterosexual love stories, whether it is like the prince and the princess falling in love. You got Princess and the Frog, you got Cinderella, you got Shrek. Like so many different children's movies always include that, right? So if we truly did believe that children should not be exposed to sexuality, then heterosexual romance would also be completely off limits within children's films.
Like I said, I have not thought much about that, but I also don't plan to let my kids have
Well,
tech
now that
until
you've
they're
thought about
older
it.
or
Wait, no,
anything
now
like
that
that.
now that you've thought about it, do you
hmm
think that, let's say, a film like Cinderella or The Little Mermaid are inappropriate for children? Do you think like you would never let your child watch The Little Mermaid?
Um, I'm not sure. I
Yeah,
don't think I will have I truly don't want my kids having technology until they're at least in middle school.
but I'm not asking you about technology, right? You could watch it together as a family.
TV, movies, technology. I was allowed to watch 1 hour of shows or TV when I was
Would you
little,
let
and
your
it
kids
would
watch
be
any movies at all?
yeah, once in a while.
Okay, once in a while, when they did watch those movies, would you be okay with them watching movies that had straight relationships within them?
Yeah, like The Little Mermaid. Would you be okay with your child watching The Little Mermaid when they do watch a film?
Sure.
Okay,
Probably
so
not,
but within the
honestly.
little
I'd rather just let them watch like Animal Planet documentaries or something that's educational rather than wasting their time with Disney stuff that I don't agree with. Because
No, but
wasn't
you.
he like a Nazi or something too?
So your kids are
Like,
only going to
isn't
watch
the
Animal
whole
Planet?
foundation of Disney absolutely terrible?
Wait, but then if that were the case, why don't you advocate against Disney films too, though? Because I only see you like advocating against like usually people who talk about like we need to protect the children. They only always talk about like queer identities, but they never really talk about like Disney films. They never talk about books and cartoons. Because even when you say cartoons, it could include that. Even when you talk about like animal based cartoons, they also do include romance from time to time, right? So I never see
Yeah,
people like
that's
that focus.
unnecessary in my opinion. I don't think little kids need to be watching stuff like that. I don't even think little kids should be watching TV. It's
So then you
terrible for
think
their brain.
so you think then Little Mermaid, Cinderella, all these films should also be banned? What would be the age limit for a person to watch The Little
the
Mermaid?
hell?
I don't think
I got.
I have a
should be a
perfect thing for her.
Before you
So
run that, can I
how
ask
about-
you one
how about-
question?
I think it should be a parent's decision on what they
Gabby,
should be exposed to.
Gabby, I just have like a question that requires a one-word answer. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? If you had a daughter, what would you expect her to dress up as for Halloween from the ages of like 3 to like 12?
I don't celebrate Halloween like that.
Fucking hell. Yeah. Go ahead, Barger.
Yeah. So how about plays? Would you take your kids to plays?
Maybe like Christmas Carol, stuff like that.
Okay, and if the Christmas Carol had within it, right, like a straight family, right, or two straight parents, right, and a kid showing that type of relationship, would you be okay with that?
I would more than likely, yes, be all right with a straight relationship over a gay relationship.
Okay, why? Why is it specifically bad in the context of it being a gay relationship?
It just tends to end up being more sexual.
How is it more sexual? Like how? So if they do the same actions, right? If it's the same movie, right, and it's just the only difference is that the characters, right, within the movie, right, are within a gay relationship comparative to being within a straight relationship. Otherwise, they do the same actions. How is it more sexual?
It's because you sexualize gay people more than you do straight people.
Yeah. Wait. Why are you sexualizing gay people more?
I'm not.
So, okay, if you're not, then how are they more sexual? If it's the same actions.
I'm not talking about. Back to my original point. I am not talking about sexual, like, porn. I'm talking about sexuality. Like,
Straight
gay,
is a sexuality.
trans, straight, blah, blah, blah.
So if there's a straight relationship, you're
Not
also
the
referencing
act of
sexuality.
sex.
Okay.
Not the act of sex.
I have a question.
Sexuality.
So this is hypothetical because I'm straight, but hypothetically, you're attracted to a man. Why would that be less sexual than me being attracted to a man?
I'm not talking about. That was never my point.
Your
It was.
point is
You just said that-
sexuality.
You just said that gay couples are more
Yeah,
sexual than straight
sexuality,
couples.
like
Yeah, but you're kind of,
trans
like,
people's
proving- yeah,
sexuality,
but-
and
but you're
being
kind of
confused
proving
about
here-
sexuality, or being bi curious and then not end up being actually bi. You just were around it so much you question things.
Yeah, but the thing
Those
is like
type
your
of things.
issue. Yeah, but your issue here is not sexuality, as like you've proven. Your issue is which sexuality. Because if your issue were sexuality, you would not have wanted like children to even be a kind of like you wouldn't want children to go to weddings. Ban children from weddings because they're seeing like a heteronormative couple, right? If they're at the wedding, you wouldn't want children to go to plays. You wouldn't want children to know about Mary and Joseph if you teach them about the Bible, because Mary and Joseph are also a couple, right? So you wouldn't want children to be exposed to any relationships if you're talking about banning like sexualities in general being inappropriate for children. But the thing is, you don't have an issue with sexuality. You have an issue with which sexuality.
I have an issue with
Exactly.
confusing children.
Wait, how is it
and
confusing
exposing
children?
them
Whoa, whoa,
to
whoa,
things that are not appropriate
the only way to
at proper
confuse children
ages.
is if you own the only way that you could genuinely confuse young children is when you perpetuate a heteronormative society.
Yes.
Okay. Like when if we were to like preach inclusivity, like teach that there is differences and like, oh, who you may have a crush on or family structures and dynamics and whatnot, but we only push a heteronormative society, guess what? You are now going to leave around a third of children very confused when they start to develop attractions and they're crushing on individuals that their parents, their teachers, society as a whole are telling them that they shouldn't be crushing on. Like, that's going to confuse the fuck out of them, okay? If you don't want to confuse children, preach inclusivity and have these conversations that, yes, there is dynamics of relationships and families outside of men and women.
How does it confuse you that gay people exist? Like, I just like and like literally have their sexuality. How does that confuse you?
Doesn't confuse me.
I have a question. Are you going to be...
If it doesn't confuse you,
At the
who
end
is it
of the
confusing?
day,
Hey, I have a
truly
confusing.
believe-
Is calculus more or less confusing the more you're educated on it?
I would say more confusing the more you're educated on it.
Okay, you're
because
trolling.
you get into
You're
harder
trolling.
levels.
No. Just let's take derivatives. Are derivatives more or less confusing the more you're educated on derivatives?
Oh, less. 100%.
Right. So the more you're educated on something, the less it confuses you. Huh. What could that possibly imply to our conversation about if we should educate our youth on the LGBTQ plus community in an age-appropriate way?
That was actually a really good point, Dean.
That
Do you
I
think- do
I
you
think in an
this-
age appropriate way. I agree with that. I agree with that. That's fine. But do you think that it should be by parents, or do you think it should be by people outside of the house?
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
what
curriculum
point
in
do you
public
think
school.
parents should be-
Curriculum in public school. Do it. Yeah, take it away. We trust them with math, science, biology, history, geography. Let's trust them with this as well. It's fine by me.
Okay, so
Also,
what about
like-
people that choose
also-
to not enroll their children in public school? Do you think that they should still have to pay school tax?
That has to do with absolutely nothing that we're discussing. I got to thank a couple people.
I'm
sorry.
just
I haven't-
curious.
I haven't thanked these individuals. Yes, I do.
But
I do think that.
I
Jennifer,
appreciate the insight.
Wait, Gabby, while
of
Dean
what
is
you
doing
guys
that,
have.
please look at this very inappropriate photo while Dean is doing that.
Oh, dude, that's the devil right there. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $100 over on
don't like
Venmo.
Disney.
Thank you so much
I
for the
would-
love, Jennifer. Let's get 1,000 Jennifer W's down below in that comment section because Jennifer just donated $100. Jennifer says, "As an elder millennial, you give me help, my guy. Keep at it." Thank you so much for the love, Jennifer. Seriously, 1,000 W Jennifers down below in the chat. That is so much, Jennifer. That is incredibly kind of you. As well as Amber, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. And then Erica, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Shout out Amber and Erica. Erica says, "I'm a lesbian and appreciate you using your platform to educate MAGA." Yeah, there's a lot of education that needs to happen as it relates to the LGBTQ plus community. Absolutely. And then Karen, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Karen says, "We don't have a pride flag because people are gay. It's because gay people are oppressed." Yo, preach, Karen. Holy fuck. Then Iron, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Iron. And then Kate, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I really appreciate that. Let's get 500 W Kates. Kate says, "I was bullied relentlessly in elementary school for having two moms." Yeah. I wish it would have been taught to my classmates that there's nothing wrong with that. I was scared to have my parents pick me up from school. I never had friends over. It made growing up really hard. That is an anecdote from somebody that grew up with two moms and how it personally led to them being bullied relentlessly and ostracized from social circles. How does that make you feel, Gabby?
I feel bad for them, and I think that that's very unfortunate for a little kid to go through.
Right. Another question. Movie day at elementary school, they picked Beauty and the Beast. How do you feel?
Ooh, very inappropriate.
I just don't like Disney.
Just please answer my please answer my question.
Terrible.
Please answer my question. 5th grade, movie day, they're playing a movie for the students. They play the students Beauty and the Beast. Okay? The students aren't even thinking about Disney. They're just watching the movie. How do you feel about that?
Can I not let my kids go to that? Can I?
Why would you
check
want to
them
prevent
out?
your children from watching Beauty and the Beast?
I actually
How
want to homeschool
horrible.
my kids, so
How horrible.
Can you tell me why you'd prevent your 5th grade children from watching Beauty and the Beast at movie day at school? Like, seriously, tell me.
well, I want to homeschool my kids.
Okay, but given that they're going to public school, would you really care that much about them watching Beauty and the Beast with their buddies in 5th grade?
I would actually never send my children in public school.
Just answer the goddamn question. If you did, would you really care that much about them watching Beauty and the Beast?
Yes, I wouldn't like it.
Why not?
Because I think there's a better use of your time if you're trying to educate my child.
Okay.
Can I please
Would
ask a different
you-
question? I
How
have a
is that
perfect question.
education?
I'm sorry, Parker.
Would you-
I gotta get the dunk on this really quickly.
Okay, and then right after I have a
okay.
perfect question.
Your children are chilling on a Saturday evening. You come home to dad watching Beauty and the Beast with him. How do you feel? Okay. You come home on a
Repeat that?
Saturday evening, and you come home to dad watching Beauty and the Beast with the 5th grade children. How does that make you feel?
Like my future husband or whatever?
Yeah.
He wouldn't do that.
If he did.
But it's not possible.
It's not possible for the father of your children to watch a movie with them?
I feel like she's been cornered, and because she's been cornered, now she's like, I can't admit that I was wrong.
This is so just
therefore
No,
I'm
This is
gonna
just
sound
chronically.
like
This is just
dumb.
chronic. This is just like chronically
I've
fucking
agreed
online.
with
This
each
is
of
so.
you.
Wait,
this
Gabby,
is so
would you-
chronically online. This
Would
is
you
just,
never
ugh.
kiss your husband like when your children are in the room?
Good question.
No, I wouldn't.
So you would never ever show any type of PDA with your partner when your kids are in the room.
I'm still trying.
I've had conversations with him about this. I think like a hug is fine and stuff like that.
No,
I
but even a
don't think
hug,
that-
that's too.
rough.
Yeah,
I'm
but
still-
a hug is also inappropriate, right?
I'm still trying to get her on this point that relates to Beauty and the Beast, and I just gotta find a way because I want to make it so clear.
I have a perfect way of asking this question, actually.
Okay.
What is your point about Beauty and the Beast? Because
Are
at
you
the
are
end of
you
the
are you
day,
more okay with your
it's
5th grade
how I
daughter?
wanna raise-
Are you more okay with your 5th grade daughter watching a movie about two men being in a relationship or Beauty and a Beast?
What does two men have to do with this?
Are you more okay with your 5th grade daughter watching a movie about a gay couple or Beauty and the Beast? Just answer.
They're all bad.
Which one's worse?
I'm not gonna pick which one.
Yeah, oh, you better answer this goddamn question, Gabby.
But just because, but at the end,
Nah,
of the
you better
debate,
answer the
if
question,
I
Gabby.
don't agree, and I'm neutral on either choice being
Oh
bad.
my god. Okay, fine. Parker, I'm gonna give it up and just give the mic to you. I give up. But anyways,
I
if
have
you're
one
curious,
question after that.
if you're
after
curious,
Parker, please.
the point that I wanted to achieve there was that she thinks that two men being together is worse than a human and an animal. But she wanted she was two dance. Take it away, Athena and Parker.
Parker, you can go first.
For sure. So, would you do you have a sibling?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the oldest of 5.
Yeah, so say one of your siblings is getting married and you have children. Would you let your kids go to like your sibling's wedding?
Depending how old they are, I think kids are annoying at weddings.
So you wouldn't bring your 5-year-old or your 10-year-old to a wedding?
It depends how well behaved they are at big
If they're
events.
really well behaved.
Perhaps.
Okay, perhaps. Okay. You would have given that your sibling is straight. If your sibling is gay and they're getting married, would you let them go?
My faith would prevent me from attending.
You wouldn't even attend yourself?
Probably not.
Yeah, you're a piece of shit.
What if your child came out as gay? What would you accept them, or would you not? Would you like kick them out of the house?
No, I would always love my children.
Okay,
You
so
wouldn't
would you
always love your sibling?
Yeah, this whole time she's been saying that she doesn't
Different
think that there's anything
relationship.
wrong with gay people. Come on. You're homophobic as fuck. You think that being gay is wrong. You don't think that gay marriage is real. And you're just probably a Christian evangelicus. Are you Catholic? Orthodox? Evangelist.
I'm Roman Catholic, yes.
Yeah, boom, boom. How did I know? How the fuck did I know? Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, you're Catholic and you think that gay marriage isn't real and you hate gay people. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Well, it can be a civil marriage, and if you want to do that, that's fine.
Gabby, I have an incredible question for you. Do you think that do you do communion?
No, actually, I have not, because I have not went to confession recently.
Have you ever done communion?
Yes, I've done my Holy Communion, and I've taken the Eucharist. Yes.
I have a question. Do you believe it's actually like the real body and blood of Jesus Christ?
Yes, I believe in transubstantiation, if that is what you are asking. Yes.
So are you a cannibal?
No.
Well, by definition, you would be. What's a cannibal?
Somebody who eats human parts.
And if you're drinking the blood and eating the body of Jesus Christ, who was human, right? Well, then obviously you're a cannibal then, because you're eating a human. So under your own definition, you're a cannibal?
I guess I am. Because that's been a misconception about Catholics for thousands of years.
Misconception? Well, at least you just identified that under your own definition, you're a cannibal. I asked you for the definition of cannibal, and it's clearly applicable to yourself here.
It's not, though, because it's a one-off that transubstantiation is the body and blood of Jesus Christ.
Wait, but you believed it was actually. Wait, do you think it's symbolic?
No.
No, it's not symbolic to you, so you're actually a cannibal. So you're really a cannibal under your own view.
But I'm not under my own view, but I can understand why somebody else would perceive it.
You believe it's the real body and blood of Christ. You believe you're eating a human. Okay? If you're eating a human, you're a cannibal under your own definition.
I don't know who's in this the chat. I just saw something.
Yeah, have you been to Disneyland?
Yeah, I have been to Disney.
I thought you said you
with
didn't
my
support
cousin.
Disney.
I
thought-
don't. I actually, one, didn't pay for it, but also this was prior to me being aware of how bad the guy Disney is.
Okay.
This was pre-2020, maybe? Which you're allowed to change views over the years. You're allowed to grow and change as a human being. I don't think that people should be hateful. At the end of the day,
Can
that's
you
what I'm
answer
trying
that
to say.
question though? Would you accept and fully support your child if they were to come out as gay?
What does fully support mean? Because I
As
would
in
love
would you
them unconditionally, but that does not mean that I would attend a civil marriage of theirs, and they would not be allowed to get married in the Catholic Church. So
No, I'm just saying, like, in general, in their day-to-day life, would you support your child as they continue living, like, life openly as a gay person?
yes.
But you
I'm
wouldn't.
not gonna hate somebody because
And
of that, but
what if they met somebody who they really, really love and they want you to get to meet that person? Would you be open to meeting them?
I would be open to meeting them. If my child was under 18 and told me that they wanted to go on hormone therapy, I would not support that. I think that would be abuse. And I don't think that's right.
Aren't the majority of kids on hormone therapy literally cis kids, if I'm not mistaken?
Patrick, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, and then RLK, thank you for the $5 as well, and then
I
Knight with
don't
the
think
10 pounds, and
anybody
Adam,
should go
thank you
on
for the 20 on
hormone
YouTube super
therapy
chat.
at all. And if people go on it for like human growth, for if you're underdeveloped, I think you should just learn how to naturally supplement it. But that's just me.
You can't naturally supplement everything.
Can I ask you a question about your religious beliefs?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why are the Orthodox wrong? You know, like the Great Schism. What was it? 1100 AD. That's when the Orthodox Church split from the Catholic Church. They did so because the Catholics changed the Nicene Creed.
Mm-hmm.
Why are they
So
wrong? and why are they right?
I don't disagree with Orthodox as a whole, pretty much I actually dated a guy who was Orthodox for a while and considered changing rites because I believe in a lot of the things that are slightly different about Orthodox versus
You disagree with
Catholics.
the Orthodox Church because you think that the Holy Spirit flows through the Father and the Son. Meanwhile, they just think that the Holy Spirit flows through the Father. That's a pretty big theological disagreement.
But at the end of the day, it's not if you are not
It was such a
the
big theological disagreement that it's literally called the Great Schism of 1100 AD.
But I'm saying, wait 1 second. I'm saying for me, it's not a big thing because it doesn't affect me day to day.
Okay. What?
There's a lot of teachings in Catholicism that people who are Catholic don't practice.
Okay,
You're
like,
not supposed to be on birth control.
I was just
You're not
asking you
supposed to
of
do
like
this,
the
this.
theology of the church. You know what I mean? That's like, I don't know. Sorry for asking. Maybe it's just completely irrelevant to why you're on the live. I've just been getting into the theology of like Christian denominations. It's actually pretty
So
interesting.
the theology is interesting, but if it doesn't, it's not something that I am constantly thinking about, then that's all I'm saying.
Gabby, do you believe in separation of church and state?
She's definitely a Christian nationalist. Come on.
I believe in it. Do I necessarily think that it works? Because most people vote with their faith
Yeah.
and
So
morals
you do.
affecting their opinions.
So you do believe? Or you don't
Yeah.
believe?
I do believe that there should be a separation of church and state.
Okay,
Yes.
so you do believe there should be a separation of church and state. So then,
Mhm.
who are you to say that, like, under the context of like public schools, that like we shouldn't be able to have right, like the teaching of both like of straight families and of gay families, parents. I mean, sorry.
Because I don't think it's like I just don't like public schools. So I guess that's just
Okay,
kind of
then
irrelevant.
don't
I
take your
shouldn't
kid
have
to a public
started that
school.
argument.
But in public school, it should be secular. It should not be religious based. You remember separation of church and state. This is the context of the state. If you want to teach your religion, teach it at home. If we're going to talk about the religion, I mean the school system, well, we're going to not use religious arguments to justify why there should be teaching of certain things comparative to others. So clearly, it seems like you have no argument for in public school it like this not being taught.
I also personally continue to respond.
That's all. I'm not going to be like F you or something like that.
I gotta
but
end soon,
we
by the way.
can disagree
I-
with what we think is right and wrong.
I do personally think that you're kind of like a Christian nationalist, to be fair. Because I did look through your reposts, and like your reposts are like really insane. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I gotta get
That's
towards
okay.
ending this stream. We've been
Yeah.
on for 20 minutes over, but before I do, I just want to say this to you: if you end up like raising your children in an environment where they don't have access to any leisurely entertainment or media until like high school, and you're just like the strictest parent that could ever possibly exist in every context ever, and you either end up
They can
homeschooling
play
them, just
outside.
listen, and you either end up homeschooling them or sending them to like a private Catholic school or whatnot, your children will grow up to resent you. And it will incredibly like socially stomp them, and it will be very bad for them, and it will be very bad for your relationship with them the moment they turn 18 and move out of the house or maybe go to college. And then on top of that, like it's also significantly more likely they'll take like a bad path in life, or what you may consider bad, because like typically when like high schoolers don't experience like I want to maybe go hang out and drink with my friends once or twice, or go a little bit wild in moderation when I'm 16 for fun with my buddies. But they rather experience that very like strict and firm hold on them. Well, then they just have all of those experience all at once the moment they leave that control and move out of the house. They rebel, and bad outcomes can happen, man. I've seen it myself firsthand. Firsthand, I saw it with a girlfriend I had in high school. Firsthand, my own dad. It happened to my own dad. It happens all of the time. And even like reflecting upon people that I went to this private Catholic school from preschool to 8th grade to, even though that was like younger schooling, like still yet, most kids that went to that private Catholic school are the most atheists, like shitheads I know. I'm not gonna lie, man. It turns into resentment and rejection. It is just not a healthy way of
Plenty
raising
of
a child.
people from my Catholic school ended up that way.
And I just wanted to let you know that, okay? Because I value the outcome of your children, and I value like the future relationship you may have with your children. I would be the happiest man ever if, you know, this like midlife crisis just hits you in the face one morning and you realize that you were wrong about nearly everything you believe, because it would lead to a significantly happier future for you and your future kids.
I think you can be strict in certain ways and like still have your kids trust and love you.
Exactly, but not strict in the ways that you've defined. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and move on.
It's okay.
Parker and
Maybe I'm
Athena, do
wrong,
you guys have
perhaps
anything
one
else that
day.
you want to bring up to the guests?
Nope.
No.
Okay, all right. We're going to go ahead and kick her. And we're done with the debates for the night.
Thank you.
Athena,
Bye.
I appreciate you
Yeah.
for coming up, and I hope that you're doing well.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, the thing you told me a couple days ago got removed. Isn't that crazy?
Really?
Remember the link you sent me?
Yeah, that got removed?
The OG poster removed it. Apparently.
I wonder why.
Apparently, like, I wonder why. Yeah. Just wanted to say
Maybe
that.
they woke up to their senses.
No, literally. Anyways, bye y'all.
See you, Athena. I appreciate you
Continue.
joining. Chat, I really appreciate you guys for joining us today. Before you head out, you should consider rating Parker when we leave. But before I end it all, I want to thank Stella and Jacqueline both for the $10 super chats over on YouTube. That is incredibly kind of you both. And my laptop just died right in front of my eyes.
I'm sorry about that, man.
Yeah, wait, that's how I was going to end my YouTube stream. Fuck. Now I can't hit the button to end the YouTube stream. Nor can I, like, see the chat or anything. Uh-oh.
I was gonna say this. Recently, I've been dealing with this like lag, like where it's not lagging for me on TikTok, but it's lagging for the chat. Have you had that at all?
Yeah, it hits the TikTok servers every so often. It's something that is just completely outside of our control, unfortunately. And I just unplugged my headset. That is great.
Yeah, and everyone, I was gonna recommend go over to my YouTube if you're gonna raid me, because TikTok has just been horrible for the lag. So
Yeah, that's
what I would say.
At Parker Get a Job on YouTube. And then also, everybody, quick PSA. My live stream on Sunday is going to be really early in the day. Really, really early. Like, it's probably going to start around 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern. And that's going to be on Sunday, so the day after tomorrow. The reason why it's going to be so early is that I'm going to be taking the day to drive up into the mountains and hang out with my dad and stepmom. And it's going to be a whole lot of fun Friday night, grabbing some dinner with them, hanging out. And then hanging out with them a little bit next morning too, then driving back. So I'm going to be doing a really early live Sunday and then likely a later live on Monday. So maybe Monday I'll start around 6 p.m. Pacific. Just thought I would let you guys know.
Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I know we should like talk more about that kind of stuff. Figure it out. I feel like me and Parker, we work together on like when each of us is going live, so we could like figure it out to make it work. But that'll be a whole lot of fun, everybody. I'm looking forward to taking some time away from social media, even if it's stepping back without technically taking a day off. It'll still be nice. It's been much needed. I feel like I've been missing out on a little bit of my youth, if that makes any sense. I want to go camping and paddleboarding and river rafting into the mountains. You know, I got the Colorado in my blood, and I haven't been able to do anything with it for years. But I love what I do. You know, there's trade-ons and trade-offs. But anyways, Parker, are you already live?
Yes, I'm live on YouTube. I'm about to go live on TikTok on this account.
Cool. Well, for everybody on YouTube, I do apologize. I'm actually going to have to say bye to you guys without being able to see the chat just because my laptop died. As well as Mackenzie, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying, can we please move on from the homophobe? She got kicked. And then Ryan, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for the guitar strings fun. Oh, bro. Dude, these strings are ancient, dude. I really need to get them switched out. So I'll like be playing the guitar, and then I'll smell my fingers, and it'll just smell like pennies because of how dirty and gross they are.
That's rough.
Yeah, but I probably need to take some time to switch them out. Anyways, all right, Parker, it's good seeing you, man. Great seeing you.
Good seeing you, bro.
Take care, Mr.
Take
Parker.
care. Take care.
So everybody, go rate him over on YouTube. That's at Parker Get a Job. He averages maybe a little bit over 2K viewers. I want to see if today we could get him up to 4K viewers. Like if you're here for debates, head over to his YouTube. Let's see if we get him up to like a 4K. You play an outro. You guys have been liking the outros recently. Let's see. What could I play? What could we do? You guys know that song Evergreen? I forget who it's by. I've been working on that recently. It's a really hard one though. Anyways, I've been working on that one. It's really hard to get that in it. It's quite the difficult strum pattern, as well as there's a big reach on that last chord. Very difficult, very difficult. Not a fun one. Some of the easier ones I got down. Let's see here. It's been a work in progress, but it's that one Tyler Childers song that was never released. Oh, fucking hell. Already off to a terrible start. Oh my god. What is that? Forget the name. Jersey Giant. There it is. That's also a work in progress. I don't know. Everything on guitar is just kind of like a work in progress. I'm learning the instrument. I am. It is difficult though. Very difficult. That's why I like piano a little better. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and get off for the night. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye, YouTube.